Freeze's AD is good, but I think HTK is weaker with Freeze.
I think Giants are better. I just think overall ULC has improved a lot and the players are better.
Unicorns have actually similar problems to us. They're kind of like extremely inconsistent in the early game.
Splyce obliterate Schalke and pick up their first 2-0 of the summer split.
If we have same preparation, we can win again.
Rocket, the late game kings of team fighting, will end it against G2. A massive victory.
They have the weaknesses, but they have their good moments too.
I'm sure we can even win versus them.
3 looking for Cabo Shard to try and chase him down to finish the job. Amazing. Picks up Kasing. This could be the game.
Changing players every week is probably not helping them that much.
He has the brain for it. Anyone that's smart at the game can always be good at a role.
Gentlemen, and welcome to the European LCS, coming to you live from Berlin, Germany. The summer split is heating up as teams clamor to earn a place at the finals in Poland. It's a very, very cloudy Saturday afternoon here in Berlin, but the fans are hyped nonetheless. Fantastic cosplayers taking to the stage here in the studio and the arena as well. Wow, that killer cosplay, really, really neat. And
good Vitality cosplay right there.
Also, yeah, very good Vitality cosplay. Couldn't tell the difference, honestly. I'm Eva Schock-Supporter, and joining me here at the analyst desk is James Strass O'Leary and Mitch Kreppel-Voorspels. Different time, a Saturday, feels a little odd.
Feels a little weird. It's nice though. I had some coffee, got it ready to go. We're good, midday. Seems
got
like
the Harry Potter cosplay going on.
Exactly,
Yeah.
it's good. 10 points.
I mean, it will be interesting. Some of the players obviously also had to, it's kind of a new schedule for them, so we'll see if we get more.
Amazing had the really quality tweet there. I really learned a lot when he said he woke up for the first time in time for breakfast here in Berlin. So showing really
And
nicely
breakfast in Berlin goes like till 1 a.m.
that our
PM,
pro
so-
players are having a healthy schedule. Really nice to see that Origin on top of that one.
Good job, Rito.
Might be some fun games. Maxlot off camera yesterday was saying it's probably going to be a lot more like scrims. Everybody's going to be a bit loose, rough around the edges, you know, hard and fast games. Maybe we'll see some fun stuff.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, and let's take a look at the standings and what they're fighting for halfway through week 6 of the split. Much the same from yesterday. However, Giants has now taken the best of Schalke after doing well yesterday again, that 1-1 versus G2. They keep on rising in the standings, and Janko said, well, they're better than us.
Yeah, but if I look at the standings here, the Unicorns kind of crawling out of the hole. The bottom 4 pit is kind of the first thing that surprises me. But then teams like Vitality and Origin only having gathered 9 points here at this point in the summer split is just, yeah, it almost hurts a tiny bit.
Yeah, it does. Well, we'll see what they can do, but they'll have to do it very quickly. We're going to talk a bit about the meta as well. As yesterday, of course, we saw the introduction of 6.13 here for the European LCS. Taliyah top lane is something we saw. I want to talk about that a bit. Obviously, they won that game, but they were quite far ahead in that series.
They were super far ahead, but at least from what I liked about the game is, aside from trolling a little bit and kind of throwing their lead, Splyce at least showed that they had incorporated Taliyah in their gameplay. So a lot of these setups where they went for Baron, like the fact that that wall was that must replaced and they played around it and they were kind of split pushing and then moving Taliyah from one lane to the other, showed that they had like ideas how to play with this champion. They need to be refined, but I think towards playoffs, it's really important that teams start adding like strategical layers to their skill set. So having another champion that's rather unique like the Taliyah in there, both top and mid, I think will be a valuable asset for Splyce.
We saw a bunch of other champions that have a little bit more mobility, that kind of setup, like the Taliyah. Saw Kassadin coming out of the mid lane, a couple of games, not always as successful as we've seen Kassadin in the past, perhaps. Out of the support, we saw a couple of different things. Tam Kench was expected, Hylissang pulled out the Taric, lots of different things coming out from 613
Yeah,
already.
but not a huge departure from what we've seen before. The Lulu, for instance, didn't come out, was pick nor ban, so...
Yeah, the Fishio was saying how Lulu is like a super strong laner and is like lane dominant. I actually don't agree with that too much. Yeah, I don't like Lulu very much as a fan. So I'm very biased there. But I think it's gonna be incredibly hard to beat Karma and Bard in terms of like lane prowess. So some of these picks may come out, but I think only like as a counter pick if another melee is revealed. For example, like Tom Kench does really well into some melee matchups because it's so annoying to play close to him because he has a Devour. And Tom Kench kind of suits as a support if you really want to get that Devour in the kit versus, like, say, Assassins, etc. But other than that, Karma will still be the tier 1 pick, I think.
We'll see what the people pick today with the summer finals in Krakow getting closer. Every win matters. And here's what's lined up for the teams today. We're going to start with Origin against Vitality in the arena, really needing a win, both of those teams. And Fnatic will be taking on the Unicorns of Love in the studio. And those teams are both coming off a 2-0.
Yeah, I really like that we're rounding out with Schalke and Splice, two teams that were honestly in Spring Split not that popular, but right now we'll have all eyes on that match, and they're also so similar in their progress here in the summer split here. Both teams surprised, both teams overachieving at many points for what was expected, but they still have some inconsistencies to fix. Schalke looking to come back from the tilt from yesterday. Splice, if they have another good run here, like, they're looking like a solid, like, potential top 3 team then.
Fantastic development from them so far. And after our final series of the day, we're going to jump into the post-game lobby where we will be joined by G2's Mithy. And after one day of the split on the new patch, we also want to hear your thoughts. In 6.13, what do you think has changed the support meta the most? And why, according to our analysts, not a whole lot, but maybe you have a different opinion. Tweet your responses at LOL Esports using the hashtag EULCS, and we'll discuss your answers with one of Europe's best support players, Krepo. Both making the same joke. Now, we have a full day of games to get through before then, so let's dive into it, starting with our first match in the arena. It's going to be loopy today. Between Origin and Vitality, obviously both of these teams getting off to a horrible start on day one when they really need the wins.
Yeah, they really need the wins. But looking at Origin from yesterday, it was kind of frustrating because they had a couple of setups that they really should have been able to have taken the series to Unicorns, but they kept fighting. This was a game with very lacking in strategy. When you look at it, it was just fighting time and time again, and Origin were just saying, well, okay, well, you were stronger than us in the last fight, maybe we're stronger now, because they'd had a little bit more time, but it doesn't work that way. When you give over so many fights early on, and there's like a 9-0 Ashe on the other side by the end of the first game, you're never going to win those fights, and just Origin picked really bad fights every single time.
Yeah, we have to start questioning the infrastructure at this point for Origin, you know, from a team that grew, so like from Challenger into LCS, went to Worlds, everything looked like so well organized, but maybe it was just on the back of natural talent of a lot of their players, including Sven and Mithy, who they've now lost. And yes, they had Forgiven at the start, but he's out since week 1. So this roster is almost like half a split in entirely right now, and there doesn't seem to be much progression. We'd expect it. Like the first few weeks, you can say, yeah, he's swapping into AD carry role. You know, there's going to be some growing pains, and he's
they said we're going to look for someone.
And they're going to get used to things. And right when the moment when real progression is needed, they fire their coach. So I don't know what's going on in the Origin like infrastructure, but it seems to be very lacking.
Whatever happens, they have to fix it, and they have to fix it fast, preferably with a win versus Vitality. But Vitality also needs a win very badly. An 0-2 yesterday in that game versus Fnatic. Horrible match for them once again. And it was such a Vitality-esque game when they were up 2,000 gold at 15 minutes and then ended 10,000 gold down.
Yep, third largest comeback at 15 minutes there for Fnatic then against Vitality. Luckily, they could joke about it. I asked Cabochard in the makeup room. He was there with Kasing. I was like, guys, what's going on with the Cassiopeia split push? And he told me, game was too easy, man. Had to spicing it up, but at least they're joking about it because they know they screwed up, so they're looking for redemption.
All right.
Problem is, how many times are we going to see that kind of thing from Vitality where it's like, yeah, we know we made a mistake. We picked up a win here and there. They're in a lot of trouble down at the bottom of the table. Like, they need to start picking up at least points from these series.
I mean, 3 more weeks after this and then relegations.
Exactly.
Why are you giggling?
I mean, yeah, because I was just hoping I did the math right, you know?
Yeah, okay.
It would be scrutinized if I had my low-tier math wrong.
Let me, because it's before. Yeah, I think you might be correct. Anyway, from negative trend for these teams to a very positive trend for the two teams in the first matchup in the studio. Unicorns of Love up against Fnatic, both 2-0'd yesterday, so the opposite momentum of the other teams. They must be riding high. Fnatic 2-0'd Vitality and UOL 2-0'd OG. A lot of good things to look at here. One specific matchup I have my eyes on is Vizicsacsi versus Gamsu, because they both can be hit and miss. That Shen comes to mind as a huge priority. So I'm very interested in that matchup.
I'm super interested. And as you said, Shen, I think, is going to be banned more than anything because both teams are going to want this. It's been a bit more of a linchpin for Unicorns, perhaps, than Fnatic. I think Fnatic still have more options with Gamsu. Saying that, it's going to be an interesting one because Chachi has been doing very well in standard lane games when you look at his 1v1 setup. So if this gets drawn into standard lanes, Unicorns may very well have an advantage up in that top lane.
I think the Unicorns have at least a synergy right now to snowball in the early game, and Fnatic have shown that they've had lackluster early games. To touch on the Shen point, I just think it fits so well for Gamsu because he he's just like a typecast low econ player. Like that's his role within that team, and Shen fits there so well. Be down 30 CS, teleport to another lane, snowball advantage, win the map, bring CC to team fights. For Fnatic, I just hope they draft some semblance of crowd control effect so they can actually play the game in the early game, because I think as long as they stay neutral against Unicorns, they should pull ahead in the mid to late game.
And I think it's very interesting you talk about Gamsu being low econ, because Chachi is on the other side of that coin. I was looking into some of their goal distribution and CS stats, and Chachi is on the higher end when you look at Unicorns of Love. It's actually Veritas that normally is the lower econ player, but yesterday we saw a really good performance out from Veritas. On that Ashe, he died a bunch of times, but every time he was picking up 2 kills time and time again, gets to a point where he's just got 9 kills, bunch of items, and he missed a bunch of arrows, but at the same time, he was doing enough damage in fights that he ended up getting his first player of the game from it. It was a messy series, but a good performance nonetheless.
The early game will be so important here, because yesterday also, obviously, Fnatic faltered in that second game as well again, and Unicorns of Love are actually the worst lane swap team in the league, so I wonder what's going to come out of that.
I mean, I think Rocket took that crown with a single game yesterday with their support suicide to the tower, but second worst lane swap team then.
Hey, you can have an off moment, right?
Yeah, but
not like that. Not like that. Anyway, to watch that match between Fnatic and the Unicorns of Love, make sure you're tuned into EULCS 2 and for Origin's battle against Vitality on EULCS 1. That's where you want to be. That's all from us here for now, so let's say hello to our casters.
Hello.
Hey.
Don't talk to them. Don't talk to them, Trevor. Don't talk to them.
Okay. Hi, guys. I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry, joined here by Martin Deficio Linger. He's not salty at all because he can't catch any Pokemon.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. We don't even play it. We're the
only
old
ones.
generation.
Yeah.
We don't play it.
We're the only
because we have to
people.
go outside.
We're not. We're not outside people. Before we head onto the Rift, though, let's take a closer look at the teams vying for victory in the arena. On the blue side, we have Origin wearing their home colors. So as in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle, Power of Evil starting in mid, X-Paco, the AD carry, with Hybrid,
Slow down,
who draws all the bans. And of course, their new coach, Aranea, didn't have a big impact yesterday against UOL. I didn't get to watch those games. It was on the other stream.
So basically, a bit like expected, in-game wise, having Aranea didn't change a whole lot for the team. I think it's more outside. You know, we talk attitude, motivation. Maybe he's just very good at pumping up the players. Vitality, though, on the other side, also needs to get pumped up a little bit. Kapashot is in the top lane. Shook is in the jungle right next to him, probably also in the top lane very often. Nukeduck as the mid laner, Police AD carry. I'm trying to weave in things here, Sing support. And Shant is behind Vitality, one of their longer standing coaches.
Cabo won't like that because, you know, they play around other lanes.
They do from time to time play around other lanes.
Maxlore on the desk yesterday as well, saying it's basically 2v2 in the top lane, 1v1 in the mid lane, and 2v2 in the bottom lane, because you know where Vitality is going to focus their resources.
And it's something when we watch the games, I agree with Kapashot. Shook doesn't live up there. Like, he does clear his jungle as well, but then he very often paths towards the top side.
He's still got his stuff there. You know, still got like his clothes in the bedroom and like slippers downstairs.
Leaves a toothbrush as well.
See?
You know,
That's how frequently he visits. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on patch 6.13. It is day 2 here of the European LCS. Olaf will be banned for the 16th time in 23 games against Vitality. Cabo is not allowed to play the Raging Viking.
No, normally he's not allowed to play Irelia either. Somewhat the same deal for him. Champion where he can snowball out of control. I think Cassiopeia, though, coming in from Origin makes a lot of sense because Nukeduck actually looked fantastic on that one yesterday. Yes, Vitality lost both games, but he had some great ultis, even almost 1v2'd in the mid lane. If you think back to the old Reginald play against Ocelot play against TSM, it's the other way around. In Season 2, if you remember that, where Ocelot on the Cassiopeia 1v2'd in the mid lane, almost happened yesterday.
A very, very long time ago.
Long time ago.
Fortunately for Nukeduck, it didn't work out very well for him, as the team went down 0-2 rather. Actually, both of these teams going winless yesterday, and if they can pick up a clean 3 points, it gets them out of that bottom tier running. Both sitting on 9 at the moment, Rocket on 8. And it puts them in contention for that 6th, 7th spot.
It does, but the problem is that Unicorns won yesterday against Origin with the 2-0. So right now, Unicorns are sitting on 12 points. So they're actually in number 7, kind of looking down at Vitality, Origin, and Rocket. No one can afford losing games right now. And Varus banned from Vitality on red side. That is a special one.
It is, and it's also quite different. It's not something we're expecting to see a whole lot.
Give me the Karma. You know, Trevor, whenever Karma is open, you should always at least consider it as a first rotation. Like, you don't have to always first pick her specifically, but then on red side, you gotta grab her every single time. Too strong.
We saw that yesterday a bunch. Sivakama.
Every game.
A bunch of duos on the red side. Yesterday, though, Origin going a slightly different route in terms of the picks and bans. If I recall correctly, they had a Bard first pick when it was open, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah,
this time round, it's going to be that Karma. We're expecting that in Hybrid's hands. But it could be flex middle.
Could definitely be flexed. Power Weevil has played it before, but one thing that really stands out, two things actually really stand out now that I see the Azir login. That's the first time Nukeduck plays Azir this split. Vitel's actually been banning it quite a bit. Yesterday they banned it both games.
Yeah, because they've still got like PTSD from playoffs.
Maybe, but it just couldn't make the Azir work when he was really overpowered. He's now obviously been nerfed quite a bit, but he's still fantastic. Definitely still a S-tier pick. But it's funny with the bans against Origin. So often is it Bard and Braum. And you would think when your support draws 2 bans that your other members would really shine in the pick and ban phase because they can just get whichever pick they want. And yet very often I feel like Origin are still hurting themselves in the pick and ban phase or not being able to execute the compositions they're playing despite getting comfort picks all the time.
Potentially the players simply not able to shine as brightly as they need to. You know, at what point do we start having those discussions? Week 6, week 7 I think is about right. This Azir pick I think could be incredibly pivotal because Nukeduck has had an amazing couple of weeks. Last week, despite some losses, individually looked amazing on the Rise and the Zilean. Very good mechanical plays. Yesterday on the Cassio looked great. If he can have that same kind of mechanical prowess, he's on a champion that can take over the game. But he needs to not get jumped on by this Rek'Sai and zoned away by Pekka's Jhin.
I like Jhin against the Azir as well. Long range poke is very good against the Azir. Stay away from his soldiers, otherwise if you start running straight at him, obviously he will take you down very easily. So I think running some of these long-range poke comps, which actually could signal Karma going mid lane as well, and just locking in a different support, and you just have this really long-range poke composition versus Nukeduck on Azir. But you always got to remember, Vitality wants to last pick for Copper Shot as often as possible. And I'm looking at picks like Irelia, Jax right now. Soaz should know that when he's locking in his champion, he needs something really safe up in that top lane.
Cabo tried Jax yesterday. Actually did pretty well. Unfortunately, the rest of the team were like, he's doing so well, let's go help him.
Let's help him, guys! Oh, we just lost the game.
Yeah, it kind of backfired.
Yes, it not kind of backfired, it backfired. They were really far ahead from the mid-game. The game was won, and then they messed it up. Shen is available. I think he's a fantastic, safe choice here. Even against Capuchat, who likes to play carries, I think you can take Shen 100% if you are Soaz. It's also his kind of champion. Yeah. I think back through history.
Do you think the Gragas is going to Shook's hands? I mean, Cabo has run that before as well. So there is that tiny flex option, but we would expect it in jungle, right?
Definitely expect it jungle. Good point, though, that it can swap to top lane. Cabo obviously was one of the first guys in Europe to run this Gragas up here. Just give me the Shen, don't give me the Jax. Don't need to see that. Just take the safe choice here. You obviously still need either a support or mid laner if you're Origin. Remember again, this Karma can move to the mid lane. Rumble would be very risky if they do take it, because then suddenly Cabochak gets his Jax or Irelia and he can like bully that matchup and then snowball out of control. So I prefer this one. Thank you very much, Origin.
Alright, so this will give us a pretty well-rounded comp, I feel, from Origin. Got some split pushing power, got some team fighting, got some poke, got some hard initiation as well. So a lot of tools. And one of the drafts that I think is a little smart of Origin. Not something we often say.
It's a very safe draft. Like, Karma is one of the safest first picks because you can move her into 2 different roles, and she doesn't really have any counter matchups in either one. So that's super safe. Obviously, Jhin, when we have 80 carries being picked away early, like Sivir, then suddenly Jhin will have a fine time in laning phase. He's not afraid of Sivir at all, and also he's good into Azir. So the draft makes perfect sense from Origin. It's the 1-4 composition, and Gnar tends to be one of the answers into Shen. It's not because Gnar will like dumpster him, but you can keep him at distance and just with Black Cleaver, poke him down and kind of get priority in the lane.
Yeah, priority in the lane, but Soaz will have that additional tool to leave the lane.
Which is
an
annoying.
advantage.
Which is
actually an advantage.
It's actually a really good point in this matchup, because not only is TP now nerfed, so it takes a second longer to channel, makes it even better for Shen to ulti away, because he's going to be a second faster now compared to before. When you play against Gnar, it's all about obviously playing around Mega Gnar. So if you're a Shen team with double global from one champion, you know when to force fights, and then Shen can just ulti in straight away, and you have a big advantage for a few seconds.
Yeah, you throw in the tunnels and Void Rush from Rek'Sai, and you've got a lot of global pressure that Origen can put down. Origen have had very good mid games. They've been able to apply pressure in the kind of 15 to 30 minute mark, but then they forget what to do to go further to the Nexus.
So Vitality have had really good early games, and then they get to late game, even mid to late game, and they kind of forget what to do and throw it all away. So I feel like we have two teams here where late game...
Origen have had some late game problems, I think.
Right,
right?
like, I feel like Vitality is in the same boat. I mean,
Giants,
all right, let's see. Let's see.
Fnatic,
I'm going to throw. Can you catch?
I'll try. Woo! I got it.
Camera went away.
Wait, but hang on. It'll come back your way in a second. You guys on Twitter, is this going to be another season or not? Jump on Twitter, hashtag OGWin, hashtag VITWin. Early game strengths Vitality, mid game strengths Origen. Nobody knows how to play late game. And they're operating on less sleep than usual. This has all the ingredients for a classic. Ladies and gentlemen, let's load up onto the Rift for our Saturday brunch time, lunchtime epic. It's going to be a good day to Fisher. I can feel it.
Definitely will be a good day. And then in 50 minutes, this is going to be a terrible day. Man, this game is still going. Nothing is happening.
Dude, you need to be optimistic, right? The glass is half full, not half empty.
If I start negative, it's much easier for me to then be positive if the game is over in 30 minutes because one team just played perfect League of Legends.
Okay, let's not get delusional.
I dreamed, I dreamed about it. I'm actually not awake yet. I'm still dreaming. And I'm seeing...
Can I pinch you?
This perfect game. Maybe later. Not yet. Right.
Standard lanes or lane swap? What do you think?
You can definitely take standard lanes. I can see on the side of Origen if they want to swap the Shen out of the Gnar lane, but I don't think it's necessary, so I think actually standard lanes is perfectly fine for both teams. I like this when you have all these range matchups from supports in the bot lane. A lot of the matchups suddenly become skill matchups. If you're Origen though, it's all about the Shen into Gnar. If you want to swap away from that one, I don't blame you. Also, Janna is annoying to play against in lane.
Yeah, really frustrating. Lane neutralizer in many ways. And of course now Origen, they've initiated the swap. Nothing really lost or gained here. Divide the map. And we get to look at lane swaps. Vitality have traditionally done better in lane swaps than in standard lanes. Looking at the numbers, they played 13 standard lane games and actually only won 3 of them. So significantly lower win rate. It's about 60% win ratio when they have lane swaps.
And I just wrote something down here in my paper because I want to track this during the game. Whenever Power Vivo is playing control mages and he picks teleport, I kind of die inside a little bit because I feel like it's so much better to run like Exhaust or Ghost on these champions, like an effective combat summoner instead, because so often you will not be using your TP properly. Because you don't want to split push on Victor. He's not a split pusher. He's going to sit mid lane almost all game long, normally. But what Origen likes to do is move Power Vivo to a side lane, push like 1 or 2 waves, and then run him back into the mid lane. And they're one of the only teams in the world that see do this on these kind of mages. But I've also seen games where he doesn't use the TP at all. So now I'm going to track, how often does Power Vivo actually use teleport, not just back to lane.
I mean, I actually remember his Syndra game where he had the teleport. The teleport didn't do anything, and he was actually split pushing without TP that allowed him to flame.
Right. I don't know if it's a mindset thing. It's like, I have TP, I should now split push, but you shouldn't on Victor. Please don't split push on Victor.
All right, so we're thoroughly into lane swap. Ocean Drake is the first one. So looking forward 3 or 4 minutes here. Do you reckon there's some pressure from Origen later if they push out this bottom lane eventually on the next phase?
No, because Origen, Trevor, decided to ignore the lane swap and have actually recalled their support and AD carry to the bottom lane without getting any damage on tower.
So they've given up a tower completely.
They just gave up a tower.
Okay, so why?
Okay. Maybe this is the new meta, and we all really far behind now, and Origen actually know what they're doing. So they were setting up for it. They were pushing in the first wave. They get a few hits on tower. Source joins on top side. I'm just going like a minute back here. They're actually just playing it completely normal, and then they just abandon it. First of all, the wave would actually have died on the tower before the next wave joined. So I feel like Origen said, we are too far behind in this swap now. We are really far behind in tempo. So if we just abandon taking down this tower, let Source free farm, he gets a slight CS advantage, and then we just swap to bottom side. Because we know the wave from Vitality, they're going to kill the tower, and where the tier 1 tower died, the wave is going to be at. So they know they can just push it back.
And that gives us this situation where Pekka and Hybrid are going to get some damage on this bottom tower. But Police and Kasing have already returned. There's an extra cull for Police and the Janna, Eye of the Storm. So Vitality just counter push and they've got literally a tower for free.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way this can be planned from Origin. Like, they were setting up for the exact same push Vitality were doing on the bottom side. And then they just stopped it. The minions were going to die, so they had to wait for next wave, so they would be very far behind in tempo. And that's when they just abandoned it and decided to trade one tower. Instead of maybe risking that in 5-6 minutes, Vitality might get even more from being really far ahead in the swap, but that is a special one.
So we had that narrative come into the game, Defisher, that Vitality were better at the early game.
Hey,
and Origin
we're seeing it.
Origin have conceded the first objective, donated a tower, decided to play...
Maybe it's because it's the morning, like we kind of LPL now, where lane swaps just don't make sense.
I really hope we get to see Malzahar, because it was banned yesterday a couple of games, and it was picked into LeBlanc.
In LPL, yeah.
In LPL, having a very big debate. That's pretty one-sided.
That's like my one tweet, hashtag Vitality win, and it's all OG guys.
Are you a believer?
Well, the thing is, Cabochard was a bit angry at me because I predicted Vitality dropping down into the promotion tournament.
Hey, I did the same.
Yeah, I mean, I had to pick from 4 teams, right? Origin, Unicorns for Love, Vitality, and Roccat.
I picked 2. I said Unicorns and Vitality. I think so. We'll see.
Okay.
But yeah, Vitality are not in a great spot.
No, that's why I had to pick Vitality. I feel like, yeah, with Shook, they've been slightly better in the early game, but as we talked about, there's so many issues later on in the game that I can't trust them. I can't trust Vitality to actually close the game. And that means you're going to get more ties than 2 zeros. And suddenly, you very slowly move forward in the standings, but it might not be enough when there's only a few weeks left.
Yeah, when you're already 3 points behind a playoff position, you cannot afford to get single pointers. Cannot afford to get those draws.
Exactly. So if we got to judge current level, if we got to judge the current situation.
And you do, because those Twitter questions make you do it immediately.
I mean, you have to do it, and then you have to pick Vitality as one of the favorites to drop down to promotion tournament. Now, that doesn't mean they will, necessarily. They can still obviously turn this around, and getting a 2-0 today would be the perfect start.
Yeah, especially because Origin, they've been beaten by Unicorns of Love twice, 2-2-0. So when it comes to head-to-head, Origin cannot afford to be on the same points as UOL in that race at the bottom of the table.
Definitely a bad situation for both teams, and even worse for whoever loses today.
Yeah.
We might just have to agree on a tie so no one goes home crying.
Well, we will, but...
yeah, obviously.
Let's take a look at these lane assignments now. Cabo has farmed his way up, only marginally behind in experience to Soaz, so that early CS and, alone time in lane hasn't really benefited Soaz. Origin is still 1,000 gold down at 8 minutes, and this laning phase is now going to start being broken up with a slightly awkward timed roam here by Pekka and Hybrid, but they don't have a tower to fall back.
Definitely. So, I mean, we saw the swap. Origin never gained anything from the swap other than just kind of getting out of the lane swap where they were falling behind in tempo, but they gave a tower, so obviously it will be an advantage for Vitality every single time, despite farm being very evil. Police should get a BF sword on this back. Yeah, he sits on a little bit above the BF point. And then we basically just wait now for Vitality to complete their first item, because, or even this first iteration of their item, because they're actually really far ahead right now. I like that, for sure. I see you. I see you.
Farm alarm was signaled though, so amazing. Still arrives in time.
Yeah, he mooned that farm alarm.
Shook gets out cleanly. Taking a look at Power of Evil. He's already teleported back to lane.
So that's one.
Upgraded
it was to lane.
His Hex Core. We're gonna track
I'm
the
counting one. So.
Power of Evil teleport.
But again, to lane doesn't count because you always use it back to lane first. That's the tip with teleport mid lane. First one, always back to your lane. And then you want to keep pushing. As soon as you TP back to lane, perma push it. Push it, push it, push it. Because then when the enemy mid laner recalls and he can't TP back, he will always lose 1 or 2 waves.
Well, Vitality are perma pushing top. Cabo throws the ice bolt.
Nice.
Shook throws the barrel and sends Soaz flying. Shook's flashed over. There's no support from Origin. They've all moved down south on the minimap. First blood will get picked up, and it's secured by the police.
Great start again from Vitality. They understand that Soaz is sitting alone under that tower. Easy gank. Nothing can happen on the bottom side because, well, Cabochard isn't there. He was obviously on top side. Soaz just, again, I feel like not really respecting that when my team is playing on bottom side, well, the enemy team is most likely then playing on top side, and you shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
So Vitality gets a free first blood, takes tower, obviously will trade tower, but it's the same again. Nukeduck taking a lot of damage.
Power of Evil's exhausted though. Nukeduck's able to turn this one around, eats a death ray and is able to walk away with his life, gets the flash out of PoE. The exhaust helped him out, saved his life.
Yeah, exactly. A teleport. Anyway, that's not really a situation where we can make fun of the teleport specifically. But
But
again,
you're gonna try anyway.
I'm gonna try. I see it so rarely in these control mages. I like it on LeBlanc, I like it on certain other picks. But Vitality, once again, they trade with Origin, but they always gain something extra. Every single time.
Yeah,
So
getting themselves first blood, getting themselves a Rift Herald. Looks like Shook's gonna pick this one up.
Yeah, exactly. This is the situation where you take Rift Herald because it's on the map and you're already on top side and you can just get it for free. You don't actually take it because it's gonna benefit you a whole lot as a jungler, especially not like a Gragas. This is such a good play by Shook. Instantly knocking back Source. I do feel like Source should have flashed straight away. As soon as you see the Gragas flying over the wall, you flash and then you actually stay alive. This was slow reactions from Source.
Yeah, Wild Gragas appears and it's super effective.
Easily, for game 2.
Easily picks up. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna have some fun with it.
That's fine.
Series 2, actually.
That's true.
Yeah.
Series 2.
Yeah.
I don't use game here.
No, this is game 1. Yeah.
This match.
Try not to. But Origin got the dragon. It was the Ocean Drake, and they were able to at least pick up a tower. There was no defense from Vitality because they spent some time securing that Rift Tower.
Yeah. Now our great stats man, the great spellseer we call him here in the office. He made it very clear that he wanted to hear more talk about Ocean Drake, Infernal Drakes, Mountain Drakes. Didn't want to hear more talk about the Cloud Drake.
Okay. Because,
tired of it.
Well, I mean, the irony is you're talking about Cloud Drake right now.
I mentioned the Cloud Drake. I'm going to talk about the Ocean Drake. And the thing about Ocean Drake is it's a dragon that is very, very powerful. I wanted to pause there, dramatic pause effect.
Well, we know it's a dragon.
It is a dragon.
It's in the name.
It is, well, it's a Drake, actually. It's not a dragon anymore. But it is really powerful in early to mid game. It just becomes fairly useless towards the late game if you only have one of them. One of the good things about it, especially when you play these long-range poke compositions where you group for a long duration and use a lot of mana, you take a little bit of poke damage, you step away, get out of combat again, and you can fly away. That's where it really shines. Source will not benefit from it because he's constantly in combat against the Gnar.
Yeah, Cabo's already used his Mega Gnar, a flash forward from Amazing. Cabo's being run down, and this should just be an easy kill. Some support from Vitality is going to arrive too late. A hop away. Prey Seeker's not enough for the kill, but the unburrow will be. And eventually, Cabo gets run down.
And Shook just here to see Cabo die. Nothing he can do at this point. No chances to cross map for your Vitality, and now Amazing is all over the map.
And he's flashed already. Used that to pick up a kill on Cabo. Oh, the interrupt. I think Amazing was pinned against the wall. Unfortunately, Kasing's able to flash away to safety. Stand United wasted.
Showing the dead Gnar, but because Shook was on top side, Origin obviously with the double global instant trying to make a play on bottom side. This Gragas with a fairly weird jungle path thing, except for its Vitality, so obviously he's around Copper Shard. I'm literally just gonna poke the bear here. I'm waiting for it.
Actually, no, he's not in the game.
That's fair. The bear's benched. I'm gonna poke the Copper Shard. But yeah, Shook with the Rift Herald buff
takes a tower,
which actually does extra damage to the tower. He gets a tower. I want to say that was all planned, but I'm pretty sure Vitality were just too late to react at first when Copper Shard died, and then Origin were like, oh, let's cross-map them. Let's make a sick play on bottom side. And this weird Gragas with Rift Herald takes the tower.
Hey, you have to play the hand that you're dealt.
Yes, that's true.
And Vitality come away with their third tower. Soaz has to play an extremely long lane now in a matchup that was already challenging against an opponent who likes to have support.
Now, the good thing is, when you are sitting all the way back at like where your tier 2 used to be, it's very easy for you to place just one ward in your jungle right next to you that can spot if Copper Shard is moving from top to mid lane to like try and dive the mid tower. So it's fairly easy keeping track of where Copper Shard is going. And if you can keep him just in that lane pushing down, yeah, you don't have any pressure in it. That was the second TP, by the way.
Yeah, dropped your pen trying to keep track of that one. Thank you, observers, for playing the PoE TP game. So let's play the Cabo Shard gets dove game. I'm predicting a kill, and OG.
Yeah, he's no Mega Gnar.
We need this to work out. Flash is available, very early used. Amazing and Hybrid trying to run down Unburrow plus Exhaust. The root will come out as well. Cabo gets taunted and just looks too easy for Origen.
Both teams are not really respecting what the other teams can do when they roam up multiple members and set up these tower dives. Again, Vitality are not in a position to do anything on the map. So when you don't see 3 guys and your team is not in position to do anything and they don't get a vision of anyone but well, now they can just gank it. Why are you here, Peke? Why didn't you run away hours ago? Your team was topside.
Gonna try the recall. This will get interrupted. He's in trouble. Police should be able to pick up an easy kill. Actually, Shook, I think. Was that red buff or something? I'm not quite sure what the tick was. That means another kill to Vitality.
Both teams, communication-wise, are just breaking down. Like, oh, they just ganked my top laner. 3 guys were on top side. Oh, sorry, ganked the enemy top laner. Don't move. Shook is coming mid now.
Oh, body slam flat. Hybrid's knocked under the tower. The wave's cleared as well. The tower helps out. And just like that, another kill picked up. Just a little messy here to start the day.
Definitely so. It's a lot of deaths where you feel like if you were communicating about like we can't see multiple members, where could they be? Or obviously they're not sitting bot lane and like make a campfire around the red buff. No, they're probably about to set up a dive. You step away, but again, it's much easier for us when we can see the entire map. Both teams are just making the same mistakes and getting punished for it. Good engage from Shook though. Shook has been having a great game so far. Even taking time.
Yeah, good start. 2-0-1. Involved in all of Vitality's kills. Primarily responsible for that 1,500 gold lead. And very important because of the team fight impact that Gragas can have.
And I just got an interesting stat in my ear here. Peke is the AD carry who dies the most on his own. So we call it isolated deaths. Cabochard might get one here because he's now all alone and all of Origen is coming.
No flash for Cabo. Amazing can flash Unburrow if he needs to. May not need to. Cabo gets a lot of damage onto Hybrid. The Power of Evil takes him down.
Yes.
Add another one to the isolated kills.
Basically, yeah, isolated deaths means that you are alone. That can be multiple enemies around you. It's an isolated death because you're on your own. Then there's solo deaths. That's when only one guy from the enemy team actually kills you. So this is isolated deaths. It's multiple members killing one guy. Peke has now died on his own 14 times in the EU LCS. That's the most of any AD carry.
And this is the 9th game that he has played. So that tells you something about how many times you can expect that.
Yeah, it's just a poor understanding of when my team is making a play in the map, where can I be as an AD carry? Like, how far can I push out before I might get ganked? Especially on something like a Jhin that has no mobility. When you're just sitting and pushing a wave, like, you will always get caught. Still, they managed to catch Cabochard a second time.
And this allows Origen to get pressure on the top lane. Vitality caught somewhat napping. Wave clear is not there. And Origen are just going to take a tower here. Vitality lose a member top, don't respond quickly enough. And then they lose a tower as well. But they are getting pressure elsewhere on the map. Nukeduck going to chunk down this mid outer very low. But he's got some safety to fall back to.
And it's funny to see how Vitality have not been able to get any control on the map. So every time Origen has walked top with 3 or 4 members, probably brought their moms as well, they've been able to kill Cabochard and not lose anything. Like, at all. Nothing on the map has been lost. They even got the first dragon.
Yeah, but it's because we're getting now closer to the mid game. So Origen
are
starting to power up, dude. Origen are starting to like find second gear, get into a rhythm. And this is where Vitality now start getting a little wobbly, a little shaky.
Sure. I mean, it's good calls from Origen, seeing the map, being like, okay, we're pushing every lane, you know, past the river. So we can actually start roaming between the lanes because Origen, or Vitality, sorry, won't be able to do anything. And then they just walk up and they gank Cabochard every single time. And when you have this Sivir, Azir, like, you need to be able to push in the mid lane. And then with Sivir and Janna obviously on the bottom side against the Jhin, push that lane in as well. You should have 2 lanes pushing every time. And let Cabochard play passive on top side then. Because then if Origen roams top to kill Cabochard, what do you do, Trevor? Quiz time. What do you do as Vitality?
Oh, then you can, push the map. You can get some towers.
Maybe push bot lane. You can push mid lane. I mean, there are multiple lanes you can then push when Origen are sending 3 more guys to 1. Right now, they're finally able to push in 1 lane.
This is going to be like a loaded question because I don't think it's fair to ask. But I'm going to ask it anyway. Origen elected not to continue the lane swap earlier in the game. Put them about 1,000 gold behind. Now, we've had a series of mistakes by people overextending, which has opened up other opportunities. But like, do you think the game could have been different if Origin were further behind? If they'd stayed in that lane swap and Vitality could have snowballed further?
I mean, first of all, if they stayed in the lane swap, the game would have been different for sure. You tilted me with the question now. So
I know.
But yeah, the game obviously would have been different because they probably would have just traded like multiple tier 2s as well, and the map would have been even wider. And we wouldn't have seen these ganks and tower dives. Now it's a good siege. It's what we talked about in pick and bans with their Jhin against the Zia. Now engaged from Cabochard.
Kasing is knocked Amazing back. The burrow comes out. Gnar is available, but Cabo's going to turn back into mini Gnar. Not even able to ulti. Teleport and ultimates used just to defend the tower, but they hold steady.
Source didn't even use anything. He was just looking at the fight. Engage failed completely from Vitality. Missed everyone except for Kasing flashing in and trying to Monsoon an Origin member back into tower. They got a flash from Power of Evil, and that's it. They used double summoners from Kasing. They used TP from Cabochard. And
They
Origin
can get him next time.
Next time when we get that Janna flash again for the Janna insect. But now it's just going to be continued siege from Origin. Because now Pekki's going to push the bottom side and he's going to roam into mid again. And he's just going to continue sieging on this tower.
Yeah, Soaz is able to shove
Yeah,
the
he's
top
running.
lane.
Look at him running. Run, Pekka.
Very, very aggressively. There's some wards in that top quadrant, so Origin can play a little more aggressively in the top half of the map. We've gone over 20 minutes, even in gold, even in kills, even in towers. But it's Origin that are now playing more aggressively and more forward, forcing Vitality back.
Yeah, Vitality's been playing catch-up for the last 5-6 minutes. At least, like, it's always them reacting, trying to defend now, or reacting to Cabochard getting killed on top side. That's a mid tower, though, from Origin, because whenever you're playing reactive, it's almost impossible to stop their enemy team from at least not hitting your tower a few times. And when you keep hitting that tower just a few times on every wave, eventually it will go down. So smart play again from Origin here in the mid game. Really good calling, understanding when Vitality can push and when they can't push, and been able to just punish people out of position.
So that allows Origin to take the last remaining outer tower. Arm alarm from Amazing back into the jungle. And teleport number 3, Power of Evil. He's TPing to the side
There we go. That's the first to the side
To the
lane.
side lane, okay. Not away from it. Just going to shove it up, get that going, get the tempo advantage.
Yeah, that's a tempo TP. Like, I know people make fun of us saying tempo a lot here in Europe, but it is a great word, and it's actually a lot of what this game is about. You know, who has the tempo, who can set up the plays first and force the other team to be reactive. Him TPing there was just to push this even faster. They clearly felt like they had enough wave clear mid with the Jhin, because he just pushed it in. Now he's going to roam mid anyway.
That blue buff stolen as well. Power of Evil picks that one up. There we go. TP secured a buff. It secured a buff to Fishio. Makes it worth it.
It's a special use of teleport. It is definitely
That is a great word. That is a great word.
Instantly TP to a lane, clear one wave,
Steal blue buff.
steal the blue buff, and then
Not forget
and
that.
then rush into mid lane again.
Right, let's see if Power of Evil can get 2 Chaos Storms off with this blue buff. Maybe it's the game-changing buff.
Yeah, I mean, so far he's not been punished, obviously, from running TP at all.
Nukeduck just sells out Kasing. Nope, do not want. I don't think Pekka fired that 4th shot either.
So Sif and I talked about this yesterday, but one of the most important patch changes on 6.13 is the fact that if you are recalling and you are shopping,
Yeah, you had the
you
threat.
will now instantly get out of the window and straight back to your character, so you can move. And yet we saw people die to it yesterday.
Yeah, not worth it. Kasing already needing to use the Monsoon. Chaos Storm number 1 with blue buff activated. Power of Evil getting worth. Dragon will be picked up. That's the 2nd Ocean Drake of the game. And this has become messy. Soaz needs to taunt away. Flash is available. Barreled backward. Soaz throws down Spirit's Refuge. Flashes, but the Boomerang Blade takes him out. It's a double kill. Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the police. Vitality win the team fight.
Origin were tanking that dragon for such a long time. Can't believe you just did that. Well, they're gonna start Baron now.
Right, this could be game for Vitality if they cannot give up more. There's a smite available from Amazing.
Yeah, rest of Origin, they hit their full HP, you know. Oh, Pekka not quite, but everyone from Vitality alone. Look at Shuki, he's taking a lot of damage. Amazing is now tanking the Baron. Everyone else is dying.
They've already killed Pekka. Vitality, that's
Amazing.
more kills for Police. Amazing still in the pit, forced to flash away defensively. Baron's down to 1500. The tunnel in, Stake Amazing. Origin did it. Origin steals the Baron away from Vitality. The facepalm from Shook. And it's all undone.
Every single time. Man, it was like, all right, okay, amazing. They're stuck in the Baron pit. Oh, they're killing the rest of Origin. It's great. Flashes out, tunnels back in. Ah.
This is game 1 of 4 that we get to cast, Officio.
I'm almost speechless that he actually stole that one. Amazing has honestly been stealing quite some Barons this split. It's been one of the ways for Origin to get back in games. And then make it, you know, an 80-minute game, but let's see what happens. So this is actually the very first fight where Origin were tanking the Dragon, and are now kind of split up. Look at Power Vivo, he's on the wrong side of the wall here, so he's actually not able to really join his team. Only hitting Shook at this point. Everyone else is staying safe, and then a good Hurricane from Kasing knocking up 2 members, and suddenly Power Vivo actually walks straight into the river. I think he was trying to click on one of the champions and click right next to them instead of A-moving, and then he actually just walked into river. Big mistake, and he dies. And then, so good disengage. This is perfect for Vitality so far. 2 more kills. Amazing is tanking the Baron. There's no risk of him stealing the Baron right now. And at this point, I mean, you gotta use some sort of CC to make sure you can't tunnel in.
Go slow-mo, go slow-mo.
770. And he
I don't think they should have smited. Was he out the pit?
He was here, he was on the wrong side.
Why are you outside the pit?
I don't know if...
That's an oopsie.
Yeah, I mean, as a jungler, you kind of have one job. Please stay in the Baron pit at least.
Well, he didn't, and this means Origin get the Ocean Drake and the Baron buff.
But it's like mixed communication, right? One part of the team is calling kill Amazing, so they walk out of the Baron pit, even the jungler. And the other part of the team is yelling, no, finish Baron, burst it. And then Amazing sneaks in and takes it. Baron buff, the siege from Origin is still fine with Victor, Jhin, Karma, that's a free tower for them. And now we have a Shen pushing on top side.
With teleport available, Stand United's going to be up in about 15 seconds. Next dragon's going to be Ocean for the trifecta, the tidal wave of dragons. That's what Origin are looking for. All of that out of combat regen.
Ocean 3 for Origin potentially. Problem is, you get full late game, and yeah, Ocean is still good with the sustain, but when you get into fights, it actually doesn't do you a whole lot. It does nothing for you. So that's why, again, you're kind of like, oh, Infernal Mountain would have been awesome for these late game situations, like Russian Barons or winning late game team fights. It is still good. Again, when you're setting up sieges, great mana regen, great for HP. When you take a bit of poke damage from Nuke Dog, you can get out of combat again.
Especially when you look at the range of Victor, the range of Jhin.
Good zoning ulti.
Good zoning ulti. The curtain call sends Vitality packing. Shook's waiting in the wings. Flash and Body Slam are available, but he's not going to pull the trigger. Tower gets taken down, and Origin, with their stolen Baron buff, have already taken 2.
And it's really hard for Vitality when it comes to hard engaging these fights because the composition is more or less protect backline with this Janna. Like, Janna can't follow in. Azir can technically dive in, but it's very risky to do in the late game with this Gragas. So it's kind of Shook against the world when he's engaging, and then he needs Capuchat with Mechanar, perfect timing to follow. But that's very difficult. When it comes to getting these targets in the late game, you start getting defensive items on AD carries, on mid laners. Like, there's both MR and more HP for Power Vivo. So, like, a Gragas Gnar can't really kill them. And Azir and Sivir sitting in the backline. So it's actually very difficult for Vitality when they are engaging. That's why that last fight where Origin split up, they could win it. Because then they could start to get onto the squishies, also because Power Vivo walked into the river.
Yeah, that makes it a lot easier.
It makes it a whole lot easier. But that was the plan by Power Vivo, so they could steal the Baron.
It was.
It is the mid-game shuffle.
It all started with a teleport to the bottom lane.
Yes.
That then led to blue buff, that then led to dragon fight.
Because you use the blue buff to push out the mid lane to then walk in and start the dragon.
Yankos told us yesterday in the interview, like, the plan to win games is just throw a Baron, leave one person alive to hero defend the Nexus, and then win the game. Like, this is strategy. This is what these top-tier teams do.
And this is why Europe is in a slump. Because this is what our teams are trying to do. If probably the mastermind of macro play has figured out this strategy of one guy hero defending and getting a quadra kill, by the way, at the Nexus, then I feel bad for all of us. Onto Worlds, where we're probably going to stomp someone anyway.
Oh, well, we're still a long way away. Teams have got time to improve. Ocean Drake's up in 15. Pet is pushing bottom lane. And Vitality are setting up a potential siege middle.
Third Ocean Drake. It's happening, Trevor. Last time Origin started, the Drake got split up, and then got caught out and
Look at
died.
PoE can
He's on the
teleport
wrong
in.
side again.
Yeah, but he's got teleport.
You can't flank TP and Victor.
He can. Well, and he just might have to. Dragon's being pulled out. It's now tagging Amazing. Turns his focus
What does he do
back
there?
to Vitality. Power of Evil's walked up, but it's Vitality. They get the Ocean.
Oh, he could TP to Soas here and take that inhib tower.
That should be what he does. Soaz is going to take down the split push Power. I didn't even see him on the minimap.
Pavi was smart. He's like, no, I need to wave them mid instead. He actually lost. Well, that was his 0 turn, never mind.
So Dragon just easily secured by Vitality as we're going over 30 minutes.
Yeah, would have been too risky to teleport anywhere there from Power Evil. You can't flank on Victor. Had he TP top, he would have died with Soas. Obviously, Soas can get out with his TP and ulti, but Power Evil was kind of left behind. Meaning it was a smart decision to not all in for inhib turret. Didn't manage to steal red either.
Shook forced to take that from South, denies it from Soaz or the invading Power of Evil.
So we're currently on 3 teleports.
Yep.
2 back to mid lane and 1 to that bottom lane to rush in and get a blue buff. And I'm not tracking it to like make fun of it by any means. I actually want to see how he uses it because again, he's one of the few players in the world using it on these control mages.
It's one of those things where you see a player make decisions a bunch to then actually equate it, to put a number to what value did he miss out? Like for example, when he walked into the river, if he had barrier or exhaust, could he have survived longer?
I just touched your mouth there for some reason with my finger. That was really weird.
It was.
That was the next step of our kiss me part.
That's never gonna end. On the Hunt is gonna get thrown down now as Police runs forward. Vitality trying to make something happen, but this is just a little too desperate. Shook has already used his ultimate body
no
slam
one can follow
into
Shook.
Amazing.
No one can follow Shook. Carpenter doesn't have Mekanar, Azir, Sivir, and Janna sitting in the back, and now Origin turning it around.
Nuke Duck tanks 2-shot. Police eats the last one. Power of Evil should be able to deliver Shen. Stand United was channeled. Now so is for the team.
Yeah, Vitality can definitely kite very easily. That's the thing about their comp. While they might not be able to properly dive the backline of Origin, they can at least kite back when they see a Shen ulti coming in. Because the lack of hard engage, honestly, on the side of Origin makes it really hard for them to also get to the backline of Vitality. And that's where it becomes a game around objective instead. Whoever can set up the Baron and force the other team to walk in and engage straight on them with their somewhat lacking engages with their compositions, well, that's how you win these fights.
So dependent on the land shark submarine. Rek'Sai going in with Shen to taunt. Soaz has flash available and Nuke Duck dancing on the edge of safety there. Still got flash and exhaust. Baron bait now being set up. Ghostblade actually thrown down by Origin. Origin laying the gauntlet.
But this is the Baron start that forces Vitality to walk in and engage straight towards Origin. They're still on the Baron. Amazing is tanking it. Shook is coming. No flash though.
Amazing's taking a lot of damage at 30 of his hit points. On the Hunt's now been used by Police. Vitality running forward. And Origin, they're split up. The barrel splits Origin even further. Pekka's in trouble, trying to get away. Deadly Flourish will taunt up a few. That's good from Soaz in the backline. Police is running for his life, but Pekka's already down. Origin have lost another. A third to follow quickly. A double kill for Nuke Duck. A triple to round out the fight. And now they set their sights on Baron.
Second time, Trevor, where Origin completely split up when the fight starts, and this time it was Pekka getting caught at the wall, knocked straight into it by Copper Shot, and suddenly Vitality can get onto the squishy targets, but every single time it's been when Origin are splitting up in these fights, they're the ones starting the objectives. They started Dragon earlier, they started Baron now, and they're not ready when Vitality actually moves into fight.
Vitality are ready to take towers in a mid, down 20 seconds on those death timers. This should open up the inhibitor, likely the inhibitor as well. Zero contest. Look at the top lane.
You can probably get 2 here, yeah, because top lane moving, might be too risky, Play it safe if you are Vitality. You have just managed to claw your way back into this game. So look at this. Now Origin are completely splitting up. Power Evil Source is on one side, Pekka and the rest of the team is on the other one, and right next to a wall. Great engage from Vitality this time around, and now Kasing also been playing a great game on this Janna. Like every time I watch his Hurricanes, he's getting like 2 or 3 guys. Or his Tornadoes.
Howling Gale.
Howling Gale.
We knew what you meant.
Pretty ability has many names.
Been playing pretty aggressively on that Monsoon as well, trying to set up those Janna insects.
Yeah, didn't work.
To mixed results.
Yeah, definitely didn't work.
But you know, I like the sentiment. I like that he's trying, Deficio.
And I like his build.
Okay, tell me why.
Because obviously remember, Mikhails obviously remember it, Trevor. The kills with the extra bonus to healing and shielding right now heavily benefits Janna in that sense with both Monsoon and her shield when you want to put on these carries here. And also the new talisman is actually pretty decent.
Power of Evil was caught out by the barrel. Shook continues to push forward, and Peke lays down the curtain call. Third shot tags Police. The fourth is body blocked, and a full channel on the Monsoon will revert some of that damage. Soaz taunts Cabo through the wall, and Cabo just crunches his way forward. The tower is opened up by Vitality, and Soaz forces Stand United away. A lot of damage. Cabo not able to pick up the kill though, but Stand United not available for the Landshark submarine.
Falling apart though from Origin. Maybe because you're using a Landshark submarine. Doesn't sound like the most deadly weapon in the world. And Vitality are taking full advantage of it.
They are.
They're honestly punishing.
We're into late game. We're into late game. We're into uncharted territory.
We had Vitality winning early game, as expected. We had Origin winning mid game, as expected. And we had... How am I going to say this? We had a different late game, as expected.
Well, political correctness is off the charts today.
I've been learning.
Now, Shook is trying to learn a little more. Knocks Amazing backwards. The tunnel sends Amazing away just for a few seconds before Police crits him where he stands. Cabo continues to zone away the rest of Origin, even challenging that, actually taking that red buff. Elder Dragon picked up with the Mountain and an Ocean, as well as the damage amplification. Definitely worth. As well as Baron, by the way, for another 30 seconds.
Yeah, I like that call, Trevor. I do agree it is worth it to get Elder Drake and a kill onto Amazing, because now you can push straight for a second inhib. And honestly, the wave's not pushing on top side. It's gonna push slowly back from Origin, but you have 5 members here. Just rush that tower down. You should not be afraid of anything. Kill the inhib as well. And I feel like we see different expressions whenever we get the coach cams up. Yeah. We had Sean's and Gabor, the coach or the manager, very, very happy before, after Vitality won that Baron fight. And Aranir, he's looking at a team now that after he joined, lost 0-2 yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's a little unfair because they were losing a lot before.
Yeah, obviously, it's not like he joined and then suddenly they lose to Unicorns. It's just, it's not been the start he was hoping for.
Well, the coach cam, I guess it's as good a time as any. Next week's going to be Coaches Week, the Fish Show.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll be talking a little bit more to the coaches, especially as we get closer to the end of the split.
Oh, we're going to talk a ton to the coaches. They'll be on the analyst desk. We have interviews, different kind of things coming.
Special surprises,
Special surprises, yes, from the coaches.
Look at the gold graph. 2K gold, or not. 2K difference, swung back and forth.
Baiting.
As Vitality extend that to now a 6K lead. This is the largest lead they've had all game. Thanks to the Baron, thanks to the Elder, and of course, thanks to opening up 2 inhibitors. All the farm, the juicy farm that comes with it.
See, this is where the new TP is buffed. If you TP on a minion that the tower is going to kill, it's going to stay alive for 1 second longer. And then you push in that tower. That is the only situation where it's actually buffed.
Okay, works out in favor of Vitality this time around. Curtain call again, just to put as much damage as possible. Shook tanks up 2 of those shots. And Origin were able to group. They were actually very disconnected when the engage started. Police needs a death ray. That's not good. Power of Evil forced to flash away safely. And this will open up the inhibitor.
Yeah, he just saw the Gragas move forward. He doesn't want to risk the body slam flash. So what's going in?
Gets a 2-man taunt. Cabo comes out. Nas, nothing. Everybody from Origin's able to get away to safety. Inhibitor still standing. Amazing. The submarine. He may be able to deliver a ninja. Not in time, though. Soaz gets up a taunt, but they've lost Amazing. Now Soaz is left alone in the middle of Vitality. Peke gets chunked down. Boomerang and a Howling Gale picks up the kill. Origin lose 3 members. Shook bounces Power of Evil to the Nexus, and Vitality are onto the Nexus turrets. They've got super minions pouring in, and in 40 minutes, Vitality are looking set to take out the game. Not just yet. Hybrid and Power of Evil, they're trying to hold, but this will be a monumental task. They simply can't do it. Nuke Duck jumps forward, takes out Power of Evil. Everything is destroyed, including Origin. Vitality 1-0.
Despite Origin winning the mid-game by catching Capuchat multiple times, and Vitality never really being able to push 2 lanes at the same time, Origin in the late game lose some crucial team fights. Dragon at Baron, every single time when the team would split up the carries, Vitality could then finally pick off one of them, actually get the Azir and Sivir in position to kill these squishies, and therefore they won these fights when it really mattered. And Origin actually only got 4 kills in this game, despite winning the mid game, because it was just like killing one guy every time and then taking tower.
Yeah, basically if they weren't off catching Pokemon, then Origin couldn't kill them. And Vitality, they closed the game.
Got a Pokemon now?
I think he's hunting Pokemon. It explains why he got caught out a few times.
The phone.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, for Vitality, look, they closed the game relatively efficiently after Origin just out of position multiple times. And it just doesn't feel like they're figuring out how to mesh as a unit.
No, I think Origin right now look worse than they did if we go like week 3, week 4, where I felt like there were some positives. You know, they started getting a few ties against some of the top teams, like G2 Fnatic, and it was like, okay, there are definitely things where if they camp for Source, maybe on a carry, he can win the game. Yesterday and this game here, there's just way too many mistakes and barely any positives.
Well, take a look at the first replay. First blood, if memory serves, it was onto Soaz.
Yeah, like this is such a classic mistake from Source, and a lot of like players do. Coppershot did it also in this game. Like, your team is playing bot side. Look at your minimap. You have 4 members on the bottom side. Source should not stay near this tower at all. I know he's staying here for experience. He's trying to stay in range of experience only, but it's so risky. He should flash here though, as well. So there's actually 2 mistakes. There's one mistake in being, staying around, trying to get experience, and then the second mistake is reacting so slow and so late when you see the Gragas popping over the wall, and that cost you first blood. And it was the same situation as we saw earlier, where they traded, but then Vitality got a little bit extra every time.
It's actually really good to see the players outside with big smiles on their faces, because after they won, it was very serious, very stern on stage, because it wasn't the cleanest of victories. Our second replay highlights exactly that. Pull us up on screen, right? Vitality win the team fight because Power Vivo walks into the river.
Yeah, just follow Power Vivo in this fight here. So obviously Origin is split up, Peck is low, so he's out. Now if you're Origin, just disengage. But look at Power Vivo here. He ends up
pinned against the wall and then pathing
back into the river. So he's clearly misclicking. Walks into the river, dies. But then, obviously, the actually great turnaround from Vitality. This is really good play. I really like this play. Great.
Where's Shook? I'm following Shook. He's on 300 HP. Because he goes hunting for Amazing, right?
Yeah. So clearly the call now from Origin, from Vitality is going to be, okay, we gotta chase out and kill Amazing so he doesn't steal it.
Swap place. So trying to interrupt the move.
Yeah. So that's it. Vitality. Shook tried to stop
the tunnel burrow
mid-air so that the Rek'Sai would actually pop out on the other side of the Baron wall, and he wouldn't be able to appear inside the Baron pit, and Shook would have stayed inside the Baron pit.
Yeah.
So he's actually just smarter than all of us.
Yes.
Because once we saw it the first time, we were like, why is he outside?
Wait. The intention was smarter.
Intention was smart.
The execution made it laughable.
Because I thought, at first...
At first?
I thought at first that when we saw him outside, that he actually moved out of the Baron pit to kill Amazing, and that was the call. But no, he actually tried to just interrupt the tunnel.
See, this is what happens when a Baron steal happens like that. We both just get a little cloudy vision.
Yeah, it's the caster thing, right?
It was a much cleaner team fight though to kind of seal the deal. The last replay we have is just Vitality. Honestly, punishing OG. The thing I dislike here from Origin is just how they split up.
This is like the Dragon fight all over again. Power Vivo goes down to the south. Rest of Origin runs to the north. Well then, you're now split, and there's nothing you can do because you can't engage. Like the Victor can't run in from the side. He tries, obviously, but this is where then the Janna healing comes in, the Janna shielding. Good tornado again from Kesing, and that's another one team fight. And obviously we counted, teleport use 3 times in this game. I'm gonna check for next game as well. Again, I just want to see how he's using it. Because I actually want to see how viable is it. In this game, it obviously wasn't viable at all, because it was only used for that bot lane push once, and that was it. Not saying that I won the game with like exhaust or anything else, but it would make Power Vivo at least much stronger.
Give you a bigger impact.
Yeah, give you a bigger impact. Can be very impactful in these fights if you have exhaust against a Azir, a Sivir. Like, those small things can turn things around.
Jumping in your face.
These kind of things are really important, so that's why I'm just keeping track of it.
All right, we'll have to keep track of it in a moment or two. Spoiler alert, if you do not want to know what's happening between Fnatic and UOL, block your ears. Fnatic has taken game 1 against Unicorns of Love. So there we go, spoilers over. We're going to find out what Power Vivo does with that teleport in a moment or two after the short break. We'll see if Vitality can make it 2-0 over OG, get themselves those 3 points. See you in a minute. Uh-oh.
It's gonna die.
Oh,
Why
Pekka's
Pekka there?
in trouble.
Why Pekka here?
Why is Pekka there?
It's really difficult to adapt so fast to a role. Most of the AD carries that are on LCS right now have been playing AD carry for a year or 2 years or even longer, some of them. So it's really hard to know what to do completely, because on mid lane it was always easy, because when a new champion comes, you kind of remember how he was. So you are like learning him again, but you know how matchups go, what is a bit different, what not. On AD carry, every time I'm playing a new matchup, I'm learning it completely from zero. Like, I just go into the lane and I don't know what's happening, because maybe the enemy bot lane completely zone us or start hitting us, and I hit them back and we die, and it's like, oh, okay, I guess we cannot fight them, you know? So I have a lot of those games, especially in solo queue and practice, that we are just learning and figuring out, because for me it's completely new. I need probably a lot. These guys have thousands of games and I have 50 games, 40 games maybe by now. So yeah, it become really difficult, but I'm adapting really good, I think, in a way that I'm putting a lot of effort. So every time I play one of these matchups and I lose it, I learn fast, and normally I don't die again to the same matchup.
Hopefully I don't die again. If you're an Origin fan, you hopefully want that to happen. Welcome back. Vitality's one game up over OG. It happened to Pekka in that game.
Yes.
A lot overextended.
And that's the thing that doesn't really add up here. I understand if Pekka was like losing lane matchups quite a lot because he didn't understand the lane matchups. He still were learning the AD carries. My problem is that Pekka on an AD carry very often dies from macro mistakes. Where it's like, my team is pushing top lane. I'm an AD carry. I should not push bot lane right now because I will get ganked and die. No, I should step back. These kind of mistakes were kind of the same as a mid laner. That didn't change.
So there's a few things here. Like, he's out of position. The team's not telling him where to be. And importantly, his opponent is punishing him. A player of the game, Shook, the man who killed him when he was in that position, actually tried to make a hero play against Amazing, which we did miss live, but we caught it in the replay, and had a pretty good performance on that Gragas as the game played out.
Yeah, I mean, perfect start from Shook. He was part of every single kill in the early game. He was always around the right lanes. And at the same time in these fights, it was all on Shook really to find the back line. Every time Origin was split up, it was Shook who would find the one member, kill the guy, and he deserves this play of the game.
It made it easy when Origin were just writing squiggles. So the back line was sometimes
That's
in the
fair.
front line
and
or
like,
whatnot.
again, a tip, if you ever go to war, if you are running away from a fight, don't run like this because you don't know where you're going. That is something Origin needs to improve for Game 2. I would like to see them run together.
Life advice
I'm just saying.
Deficio.
Not that I've ever...
Isolated means you're alone. If you're running
I was
away,
explaining it with
don't
the other
close your
stat.
eyes.
It's because we have two stats. We have solo deaths and isolated deaths, which technically is the same, but it's not.
What you actually did is confuse the whole thing.
I know.
Talking,
I messed it up because instead of explaining the two at first, I just explained the first one and then went into the second one.
You've literally lost everybody. I'm so sorry you have to put up with Deficio today. He's not in a great headspace. I'm going to try help. I'm going to try help.
Reset.
It's picks and bans.
Not yet.
This time, Vitality is on blue side, Origin red side.
Okay.
How do things change here? Do they still prioritize those two support bans that we see against Origin all the time?
Very often on blue side, yes, against Origin, because on blue side you tend to target ban more than just ban like general OPs. So yeah, definitely can continue banning out Kesing. If you look at picks that were really impactful in the last game that you have to take away, I don't feel like there was anything that like stood out being like, oh my god, that one pick. Because you're not going to ban the Gragas specifically just because Shook had a good game on it.
So one thing that we mentioned in the picks and bans, the Varus banned out by Vitality, I think anticipating or wanting to play a Zia, so removing that kind of counter pick.
100%.
Knowing it's in Power Reveal's playbook. But the Vladimir, unpicked, untouched, went all the way through. And that's not something we see a huge amount. Earlier today, I think Faker first picked it actually.
That was 6.12, so that was obviously pre-nerf.
Okay.
But yesterday, Vladimir was still first picked in some of the games, or he would be last picked. Because the thing about the Vladimir after some of the changes is that he is slightly weaker now in the laning phase, so you can often save him as a blind pick. So it's
that's a rough. You see Cabo, Cabo laying back. He's super chill. The player's obviously still setting up for picks and bans. Soaz has always been outspoken, and yesterday after the losses was even saying, "I'm going to come in. I'm going to play really hard." It's really hard to be happy and motivated.
Yeah, one of the things he tweeted was how when your life is focused around winning LCS games and your team struggles to improve and you go in every week losing quite a lot of games, it's very hard to be happy because
Yeah.
For these pro players, you know, it's all about winning games. It's all about winning LCS games and getting into playoffs. That's why you practice so much every day. So whenever you go to the studio and you tend to lose more games than you win, well, naturally it will hurt you quite a lot outside of the game as well.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. I mean, Origin, they've won a single series. They've drawn 6 and they've lost 4. 8 wins, 14 losses over the summer split. Lost another one now. So 15th loss to go onto the ticket.
And the pressure is on you now.
Yes.
Because if you lose that next game, then suddenly Vitality gets 3 points ahead of you in the standings.
And you have a very clearly defined top 7, bottom 3. In which case, Origin is even further behind the curve. We touched on this in Game 1. Origin have lost both of their series to Unicorns of Love, who are 3 points ahead. And that means that in those tiebreaker scenarios, if they're on the same points, Origin are at a major disadvantage. I also about pick some bans. There's the first support champion. The next one would be Braum if they don't want to,
again,
rock the boat.
As we talked about, when you're on blue side, you can very easily target ban, and that's what they're doing against Hybrid, as always. It is also showing that you are not afraid, really, of any other player. And that's why you can every single game, because like right now, we're talking like 12+ bans of Bard and Braum against Origin. Each champion.
Yep, it is 16 now, 17 Bard bans and 14 Braum bans across 24 games.
It's absolutely crazy that over all these weeks, these are still the bans in almost every game when you play Origin.
That tells you more about Origin as a team than anything else.
It does.
And the next, by the way, is Vladimir at 10, then Azir at 6. Like, the drop-off from 16-15 to 10 and 6. So, same bans for Vitality. Azir first pickable, yes or no?
No, because he got banned. Origin realizing it was an option, and therefore they take it away. Karma is available here as a potential first pick. Elise is another one. I really like to see junglers get Elise, especially junglers like Shook and Jankos, who like to take over the early game. I love that, but you do have to surrender then the Sivir Karma, which is the problem. That combo in itself is very used in Europe, so when you take away that Karma, you tend to break up that combo at the same time. And then you just trade like Elise for Rek'Sai or Elise for Gragas.
I really like the Sivir when you look at Xpeke as a player. If he gives value to everybody else, that is a better position. So denying that Sivir from Peke, I think that's clever.
Makes sense. Again, is to break the Sivir Karma rotation. That would happen on the side of Origin. They're obviously going to take the Karma now if we follow the traditional trends. You don't have to early pick Vladimir, especially not between these two teams, because again, you can have it as a last pick if you want, or not pick it at all, like the last game. So here I'm looking at Karma, and you then take your most preferred jungler. Is it Elise? Is it Rek'Sai? Is it Gragas? Most cases it would be Elise or Rek'Sai. Seems like amazing. We're looking at the Rek'Sai, and he doesn't get lucky for it, so they are actually trading them.
I guess the fact that either are available means that you can pick between them.
I feel like Origin might trap themselves a little bit here. Vitality can play Cassiopeia now in this game. Have that as a good matchup into Victor. Plus you have the Sivir next to it and you can speed up the Cassio. Ryze could also work as a machine gun type mage. Like a lot of mages in the current meta actually really benefits from the Sivir movement speed. Vladimir even as well. Like Vladimir with Ghost and Sivir ulti. Ryze, who needs to constantly reposition and then machine gun away. Same for Cassiopeia. Like all these three mages heavily benefit from a Sivir ulti in fights. I like the Cassiopeia from Nukdog though. I think it was absolutely fantastic yesterday. I would love to see it again.
Few seconds left to decide if he wants to go that route. Might decide to pivot away.
Yeah, don't even technically have to pick it right now. You can just lock in your support.
It's also a little bit more safety, I guess, in this Vladimir with the Sanguine pool.
Yeah.
Gonna pivot away at the last second.
Okay.
So we get so excited about the potentials, but it will be the Ryze. It will have that same strengths and weaknesses.
Don't worry. I covered us, Trevor. I mentioned 3 mid laners. Ryze was one of them.
Is that the trick?
That is the trick to color casting. Just mention as many options as possible.
I never learned the tricks.
Just hope that one of them will be the one. So I'm like, you know, Ryze benefits from Sivir.
Okay, but now, hang on. Now we're lingering. Look forward. What does Origin do? Is this where they lock in their Rek'Sai? Again, have the same matchup?
Yeah, you can definitely go Rek'Sai in this against Ryze. You can actually camp him early. Elise also against Ryze. Works well for them. 80 carry choices. You're building a team fighting composition right now as Origin. I like Ashe on Pekka more than I like something like an Israel, because I like when he can add utility to the team. But he's going for the carry style instead, which is something that has not been very impactful when we watch Origin play. We talked about Elise, Rek'Sai, both of them kind of the same deal. Often just depends, do you want magic damage or physical damage in this kind of situation? telling me we get a physical damage top laner, and that's why you kind of mix it out
Trundle,
with the least. Yeah, Trundle could be one.
Or Aurelia.
Jax could be one. Aurelia could be one. Like, there's a lot of options here for Source as a last pick, which obviously are physical damage top laners. But again, Rek'Sai would also have worked if you want just a strong front line as Origin.
Also, for anybody watching, the picture is now Yorick under bans. It is, in fact, Azir. Please just disregard that on the bottom right.
Oh, yeah, the first Yorick ban. That's like 0.9%.
There we go. There we go. Sorry to call that out. My bad.
All right, so Vitality are building a 1-3-1 composition with this Ryze here. So you need a split pusher for Karpashai, which is his preferred style anyway. And then when you play 1-3-1, very often we see these pick-based supports. So Thresh could be one of them, Bot would be another one, but he's obviously banned in this game. Supports where you can roam around the lanes, and then it can be very, very impactful, either Lantern or hooks. Seems like Vitality are picking straight for laning phase here with this Nami pickup instead, and not going for the great pick potential of a Thresh.
Yeah, not this time round. Saw the quick hover on Leona, actually doing very well in solo queue. In a way, had a big bump on 6-13 just in terms of overall performance. So I like the call out from Kasing. Right, Origin, what is always going to lock in? We see the Aurelia. Makes me think Trundle.
I'd like Trundle here. I think Trundle would make perfect sense. You can take the Jax, take the pure skill matchup, and then it's going to be a 2v2 on top side where you have Elise on your side, which is a much stronger early jungler than Gragas. So that could actually be a way to snowball that lane on the side of Origin and use that to kind of take over the game. Trundle can do the same though, slightly safer as well. So I think that is a good choice, and this again explains when you lock in that Elise, you're giving yourself the option to go for physical damage top lane as well.
I mean, I also distinctly remember Origin running Jax, was it 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Where they would just teleport him into team fights over and over.
Yeah, Fed Jax, built Trinity Force, great. We were like, awesome. And then he built full tank and TP'd into the fights.
Hey, so
and it was all planned.
It was planned. Now I think the plan is better because Trundle does that role, I think, a little bit better.
Definitely agree.
On the front line, Power of Evil. Teleport is up again. We counted 3 TPs in the previous game.
Let's see again.
Nuke Duck with Ryze. I think we like it on Ryze a little more.
We want it on Ryze, for sure. Because again, you play 1-3-1.
Okay.
Ryze is a split pushing champion. Now, yes, he can be really good in fights, but it's very situational. It can be very difficult because he has to stand close for such a long time and just kind of hammer away multiple
and he has
spells.
to run at you. It's like
he has
really
to run
easy.
at you. Yeah. So it's much easier to 1v1 people in side lanes with Ryze. Aurelia has the same deal. So it's a pure 1-3-1 comp with Wave Clear AD carry in the mid, 2 very strong split pushes. This is a good Vitality composition, and it's the kind of comps if you play good in the early game, you can really set up the split push.
You can set up the split push. Yesterday, Vitality showed that once it's set up,
they didn't have the they didn't have Ryze then. They had Cassiopeia.
Yeah, and they left Cassiopeia in the side lane alone.
Yeah, that was
and ran to the Jax. So I want to see some growth here from Vitality in setting up their split push. Their opponent's Origin, they've got a little bit more of a 1-4 composition, if I may. But Power of Evil running that teleport on Victor, maybe he wants to go toe-to-toe. Maybe he wants to try to play Wave Clear for Wave Clear.
Well, if he goes to the side lane against Ryze, he dies. Like, that's what Victor can't go side lane because he doesn't 1v1 champions like Ryze, champions like Castellan, champions like Aurelia. He doesn't 1v1 them. So you don't put him side lane. He's going to be there, try holding the lane. That's it.
All right, hold the lane or not. Vitality looking for the 2-0, the sweep, the 3 points. They're looking to sting Origin to end off the week. Origin going to try to set themselves up. So you mentioned the Nami for the laning phase here for Vitality. If I recall correctly, it was Origin that opted into the lane swap and then opted out.
Yeah, in this game,
the previous game.
It's kind of the same situation where you can definitely take standard lanes on both sides. But if you're Vitality, you need to respect Amazing on Elise. The early game impact he can have in standard lanes, especially around the top lane, can swing the game in favor of Origin. If he paths up to top lane, level 3 with red buff, first gank, comes up there level 4, second gank. We've seen it before. When Origin have done well in the early game, it's always been around Soaz.
Yeah.
And then suddenly the Gragas is not going to have the same value because his early game is not as strong as the Elise. And that's where Origin can gain an advantage. It will be standard lanes. Vitality setting up that level 1 cheese we also saw yesterday.
Origin pinged it though. Feels like they watched the game. Let's see if they can avoid it. Make sure they scout correctly. Throw out that Mystic shot, I expect.
Yeah, just miss a shot into the bush. But that's also... Vitality's not going to wait around for that to happen.
The skill shots! There we go. Oh, by the way, that was a first pick Sivir. Shout out to Karen Moser and all of the LPL. It's back multiple times today already. First pick Sivir.
The utility AD carries are doing very well. And then there's Jhin. as well being used a lot in Europe.
That was a weird aside. The utility engine.
Yeah, but like, cause like I don't really consider Jhin that much of a utility in character, but he's used in almost every game we have, except for this one as well. And again, no Vladimir. They are Vladimir haters in this game.
Yeah, they are. Oh, cool. Well, actually, it is because Vladimir is very.
Did you know Vladimir is not a vampire?
Yes, I did. He's a blood mage.
So I was the only one who thought he was a vampire?
Yes. I mean, do you ever see him bite anyone? Like, if you actually think about it, it just proves you're not very smart.
Yeah, I've actually, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
I've never seen him bite anyone.
Exactly.
Maybe that's a new ability in the next rework.
Depending on like your vampire knowledge, do you see him transforming into a bat or other shapes?
No, but he probably could, just not on the Rift.
I mean, he can transform into a pool of blood, so who knows what powers he has when he's not.
Yeah, to be fair, I've never seen a vampire do that either.
Yeah, see? Yeah.
No.
See? Exactly.
You're right.
You're becoming unraveled.
Yeah, you are 100% correct. I have not kept up to date with all the League of Legends lore, but I will keep up to date with this gank because Amazing is coming mid lane.
Good. Let's find out. Amazing can find it. Flash for flash.
Classic trade. Classic trade. You know you're never gonna hit Nukeduck, but you just want his flash so you can set up the next gank. And a classic start here where enemy mid laner gets the early push. Fine. You let him push it all the way up past the river. And then when he overextends, you move in with your jungler for a very easy gank. And now Amazing should just path and secure topside vision, which is what he's doing now. So I like this from him. Might set up a very early dive. As long as he at least tanks first and can rappel up in the air, you can execute these very cleanly.
Wave is dying quite quickly though. 3 ranged minions left, another one Conga lining its way in.
Take the Gromp, I guess, for now.
Cabo can smell something's up. He walks over to the Tribush, but doesn't place the Trinket Ward just yet.
And now the wave is pushing away from tower, so dive is not gonna happen. Instead, they get a Gromp. They were setting up for it, at least. And I like this early pathing from Amazing. Great gank in the mid lane, potentially threatening the top lane, as we talked about. Snowball, Soaz, and Vitality's composition with 1-3-1 becomes very difficult to execute.
Right. If Soaz can get ahead. If you can contain Cabo shot.
The snowball? The Snow's ball?
The Snow's ball. All right, we'll go with that. Get your pen to Fisher. Add a Nukeduck column to your teleport counter because he TP'd middle. Right?
Yeah, but he's playing Ryze, so we expect him to TP.
I know, but I just want to measure and track. Like, you know, you got to do this fair.
All right.
Because that TP is now down, the flash is down as well. And Amazing.
Round 2 of the gank, but this time around you can see, if we actually look at the mid lane, the wave is not pushing right now away from Nukeduck. He's in the middle. If you wait like 20 seconds, this wave is going to be much further off the lane.
Well, flash forward, gravity field out. Shook looks for the body slam onto Power of Evil. It's Jungler on mid-action. The shield from Nukeduck keeps him alive a few seconds longer. Support from Kasing. The ebb and flow heal will keep him alive, but Shook tower dives to secure first blood. Kasing gets a bubble on Amazing before he's rooted by Hybrid, but it's Vitality that strike first.
Origin went all in without any vision on the bottom side of the map, so they didn't expect Shook to be there. Power of Evil suddenly realizing he has no flash anymore, and a red buff Gragas sitting on Cabo Shot diving.
Cabo Shot easily picks up the kill.
We talked about, you know, snowballing Soaz with the Elise ganks. I guess Cabo Shot has another plan. Solo killing the Trundle. We don't see this very often. He's ahead in CS now. He denied that farm from Soaz. He forces TP back to lane. Big play. So here, this is such a greedy play from Origin because they have no vision on this bottom side. They know the 2 supports are roaming. They don't know where Shook is on the map. Red buff Gragas takes down Power of Evil. Nukeduck stays alive. Vitality, again, winning the early game. Because Shook is good at ganking in the start, and because Cabo Shot is still a beast in his lane, they're winning the early game. Even harder than last game.
2 kills, 1,000 gold up. Looking set to get themselves into that 1-3-1 position. Teleport counter, Power of Evil, has come back to the mid lane. We're tracking it. Is your pen broken? Did you use it fine?
No, I just hit it into my hand instead of the paper.
Yeah, that's not how you write.
Well, you can technically.
Yeah, we're keeping track of this one. Top laners, I'm less excited about their TPs.
Yeah, we don't care about that, but we do care about Cabo Shot again solo killing Soaz in that lane. No flash was used by Soaz. Not even to like avoid the Q damage coming from Cabo Shot before on the tower. Definitely interesting when you die 1v1 and you don't even use your defensive summoner. Something has gone horribly wrong.
Look at the mini-map because Kasing is waiting around. Amazing's actually coming to join the fray. So this is going to be an interesting 2-on-2. Soaz has already taken a lot of damage and burned through the subjugate. Ebb and Flow tags Soaz, and he's trying to pull some support. Ah, Cabo, don't fall, don't fall, don't fall prey. Cocoon catches Cabo's shard. They sink the fangs in, and Cabo goes down, disrespecting the bush.
Finally got the gank though on the top lane. And it worked. A kill on the copper shot. I mean, once you get that great solo kill, you kind of feel like you own the world. Shook and Nukeduck finding Amazing.
Amazing. Wow, great reaction time. Repels up into the air. Rooted in place by the Rune Prison. Barrel backwards. The Bramblebacks helping too.
Wait, Amazing
Shook gets the kill. An Amazing flashed for the red buff. I don't know.
That makes zero sense. He just wasted his flash completely. Or unless he was trying to bait Vitality, you know, maybe they think he flashed over the wall and they would like follow him to the golems there, but no, he just flashed straight in and kills the red buff. It's like, you're right there. You're literally right there. You just flashed over me, nothing else.
Well,
they're setting up a dive, but there's no one here to dive yet. Soaz has no TP, so he's not using it back to lane. And realized they had to wait a little bit too long. So let's see the invade again. Amazing doesn't expect it, he doesn't have vision of it, so they go in, it's a good reaction at first, but now there's nothing you can do to get out other than flash this wall. What?
I don't know.
Because this only works if you flash into another bush anyway and they don't see you.
Either way, Summoner Spell blown. Third kill secured by Vitality. Plus 1,500 gold. And every time I look at those player cams, very serious faces from the Origin members. Soaz has got support coming from Origin, and Cabo may be the target.
But they need to keep doing this. Just keep camping Copper Shot over and over. They should get another kill.
Soaz has flashed forward for this Hybrid and Amazing. They're very, very slow to the tower. Cocoon connects to Curbs at the last second, and Amazing kills Cabo.
All right, I'm glad again we predicted a game plan for Origin. Camp the top lane. Get Trundle ahead every single time, but now bottom lane, they can make a play.
Xpeke in trouble. He flashes away from the bubble. True Shot Barrage tags Kasing on the way out. Teleport completes here from Nukeduck.
See, this is why the timing is a little bit off still for pro teams, because it's a new patch. There's a very, very slow TP coming in for Nukeduck. Pekka had loads of time to run away, disengage, and therefore get another summoner spell out of the way, but that's a lot of action in the early game, most of it built around the top lane. And I like to see these teams here understanding, you know, we need to shut down this Irelia here, especially after she got the early kill. I'm still so surprised Soaz died to that 1v1 with Flash.
Yeah.
When I rewatched it, he flashed nothing. Like, Copper Shot literally dashed onto him, dealt the damage, and then just killed him. So definitely some issues for Origin, but getting some return kills and then Pekka surviving in the bottom lane is huge.
Yeah, rookie mistake there to lose 1v1.
Because now Power Weaver has his teleport, and if you want to use it properly, even on a Victor, now you're actually able to force a play in a side lane, especially in the bottom lane, because you have double TP to no teleport.
You have to track on your paper that Nukeduck's side lane attempt failed. Down in the bottom, Shook is trying to set up teleport.
But here they can TP in now. They can TP
Origin need to pull the trigger. They need to go now. They're not doing it yet. Pekka's in trouble. There's at least double teleports being channeled. Hybrid gets knocked back. Vitality, the support is coming from Origin, but it is too late to save Pekka. Kasing gets run down. Hybrid plus the tower pick up one. Police gets taken for the double. A 2-for-1, but it costs 2 TPs.
Yeah, again, we get these teleports we mentioned. Very greedy play from Vitality, thinking they can actually force something against double globals when they had nothing themselves. Lose 2 kills. They do kill Pekka. It's not over yet, though. Shook is on the tower.
Shook is the target. He's forced to flash away. I think the body slam caught Soaz. A chomp, a pillar of ice. The Cocoon lock Shook down. Amazing. 2-1 and 2.
So Origin getting a lot of things in the bottom lane. Kills, towers, everything they want. Have to lose the top tower, though. Copper Shot gets to take that one down. No minions left. Just the poor Spiderlings being sacrificed for the greater cause.
Waiting for the next conga line. Peel back for Dragon or not worth the time investment? We'll find out that answer in a second. Pekka and Soaz, Pillar of Ice will slow down Nukeduck. Soaz doesn't have a lot of tankiness, so this could get hairy. But Nukeduck's able to just ult away, get to safety.
I think Soaz got 1 kill, 1 assist. No, sorry, 2 assists on the bottom lane, and that was it. So this play from Vitality is so greedy. That's why we don't want to see it again. Instead, we want to show Power of Evil hiding in a bush.
Power of Evil never left. The spell shield's already been used by Police. On the hunt allows him to escape. And Power of Evil's going to be able to back away. That play didn't work out.
Oh, but the teleport from Power of Evil did work out from before when he was able to TP down the bottom lane. Couldn't save his AD carry and owner, but did manage to pick some kills in return. So I'm sure Pekka is okay with that.
Yeah, 0-1-0. Pekka's still down 10 CS. But I think you kind of expect that against a Sivir in the early game, maybe.
I mean, he obviously was left alone because Hybrid was actually roaming quite a lot. Naturally, you fall slightly behind. This time around, no one's staying on the turret, which is a mistake we've seen quite a lot today. They're actually leaving it. Vitality had Shook around. I gotta praise Shook again. I feel like, yeah, okay, that last gank was greedy, but I like what he's doing on his Gragas. Like, he's extremely mobile for a very large man, and he's able to constantly make plays. I think Shook,
better all works.
yeah, for sure. But like Shook compared to Mighty Bear has been a massive difference. So again, this is too greedy from Vitality against double global. It's a very late teleport coming from Source after. But at this point here, if you're Vitality, there's kind of no way out. And they end up losing 3 kills, or 3 members, and they lost the tower as well, and only traded for top lane tower. So massive loss, and you didn't even have to make that play. You were actually doing perfectly fine before.
And as we come out of the replay, immediately back into the action. This is what we like to see. Police is in trouble, forced to run away, but it's Power of Evil that dies first. Vitality teleport in with Cabo, easily take down PoE, and just a tiny bit awkward.
Yeah, I'm not sure how Power of Evil got caught in the rotation. Surely he just pushed out the bottom lane and was trying to roam in through the jungle. He has no vision. Another fight, Trevor, potentially. No, just fighting the minions.
Yeah, Nuketook not in range to Rune Prison. Vitality, they secure their 5th kill again. They hold on to their 2k gold lead. The observers were highlighting the Ocean Drake was secured by Vitality, and that the next one is another Ocean Drake. So
getting a lot of those today.
Yeah, it's for all the tears that are being cried.
Well, I mean, we've had some games where a lot of it, man, I just realized.
Tell me.
We stepped into mid-game.
Yeah.
Vitality set up a gank bot lane against double TP. Origen response getting 3 kills on the tower. Again. Every single time when we get to mid-game, Vitality makes a bad call and Origen punishes them.
Origen punishes them. You talked about the Soaz story that we've hit a lot, you know. Gank for Soaz, get Trundle ahead. The Rift Herald buff, Glimpse of the Void, that's going to help him as well. That was also picked up in the replay. They traded those objectives.
But because Origen were using Trundle to go down to the bottom lane, they didn't get to really snowball that top lane, despite getting 2 kills on Copper Shot. So right now, Source is actually slightly behind. But as you said, Rift Herald will really help him a lot. Once he gets an armor item as well, he should be fine against Copper Shot. One of the things about Irelia on 613 with the nerf ulti, the much longer cooldown, especially on rank 1, it means a lot in these matchups where it used to be based around you having a much shorter cooldown on your ulti. Like Trundle, ulti rank 1 is 110-second cooldown. Same for Irelia. Now, it used to be much shorter for Irelia, so you could actually all in twice in the span of one Trundle ulti. Well, not in the span of it, but the cooldown of the Trundle ulti, you could all in twice. You can't do that anymore.
Well, Cabo's got some CDR from that Triforce build. It's down to 88 seconds in this match right now. And he's already 1v1 Soaz, but it was a little while ago. And without the Rift Herald up, Soaz is going way deep. You can see a lot of members of Vitality on the map.
It's fine.
So Soaz is just going to push, knowing where his opponents are. So this time around, intelligent split pushing.
But now you have an issue if you're Origen, because you want to keep Victor mid lane as you wave clear, but he has teleport. So technically, he's the guy who's supposed to go to the side lane and wave clear. But because Victor is much better mid and he needs it for mid lane priority against a Sivir who can just instant push, Ezreal and Karma are the 2 going to the side lane every time, but that's not a very strong group of 2 members pushing. Yeah. That means you actually have a very weak side lane on Origen side, and you have a Victor stuck in mid lane, and it's only really Trundle having pressure. And that makes it very difficult for the Trundle lane to actually play the split pushing game. If Nuketook can always push in his lane, if the Sivir can always push her lane, you have 2 lanes where Vitality can always pick a jungle adjacent to those 2 lanes, set up in that jungle, and that's how you get pressure on 2 towers at once.
You make it sound so easy, but we're in the mid game.
That's true.
And that means it's not for Vitality.
Well, they're doing okay. right now because they're actually able to push into 2 lanes. Look at Pekka sitting on top side, trying to push out. If he goes Trinity Force in a game like this, it's a massive mistake. This is an Iceborne Gauntlet game because you're against multiple targets who wants to one-shot you. Like Irelia, like Ryze. You need that to be able to kite back, and also Iceborne Gauntlet, when it comes to actually keeping waves at distance from your towers, because of the AoE it deals, is much better when you're trying to keep these waves pushed out.
A few minutes before we
I
get that
see
question
that.
answered. Double long swords for now. Pekka is still sitting on 1,700 gold. We'll get a very good glimpse in a moment or two. Looking at some of the rest of the items, Cole's still waiting to pop for Police. Rod of Ages stacking for Nukeduck, and the Titanic Hydra for Soaz. You're seeing that sort of pivot for a couple patches now on that top lane Trundle.
And Nukeduck and Coppershot here can be really annoying against Soaz. You mentioned, the Titanic Hydra, he goes early MR boots, that's perfectly fine. But now the problem for him is, if he goes MR, Vitality's gonna try and put Coppershot in his lane. If he goes for armor now, well, they're gonna try and put Nukeduck in his lane. Because it's only Soaz against the 2 split pushers. Again, Victor's not gonna do anything in the side lane, Ezreal's not gonna do a whole lot in the side lane. So Vitality actually has the luxury now to choose, and therefore always get the winning matchup, depending on what Soaz is building as his next item. If you look at his Soaz in a team fight, well, there's a good mix of physical and magic damage on the side of Vitality.
And a lot of AoE as well to deal with. Ryze and Civ are going to have that mixed damage bouncing everywhere. Amazing and Power will both finish those Abyssal Scepters, so that'll at least help a little. Make sure that somebody's always going to be taking more damage from the Victor AoE.
But it requires you to get the team fights, and that's so hard against 1-3-1 comps where you have no map control. This is why, again, I don't like this composition that much with the Victor Ezreal kind of situation, because it's so slow and so passive, and you're always reactive. It's really good if you get to late game. Don't get me wrong, it's fantastic. If you get to multiple items, it's great. But right now, there's very little Origin can do other than rely on Soaz. So he's the hero. We've seen Soaz play this style before.
Yeah, but look at this. The hero for Origin is in the top lane, and the support is coming. Both amazing and hybrid, so this should allow the second tower to fall. Cabo is paying a lot of respect in the top lane, and Vitality content or happy to trade for the Dragon.
No, I like that trade if you're Origin. Get a tower because you need to catch up with gold over a second Ocean Drake. The problem is now defending mid lane. How do you defend mid lane with an Ezreal who has no Iceborne? You can't. So Ezreal can't sit mid, because then he always gets pushed into tower. That means you lose mid tower.
And all of a sudden, Vitality come out in a better position. They get themselves a tower for tower, and they get themselves a dragon.
Yeah. In the end, Vitality wins out. Power Vivo was trying to push out the bottom lane. He's setting up a slow push again. No globals were used for Vitality, so they can easily send one guy down and catch that wave.
I love it. The next big fight, 4 teleports. It's going to come in. Oh, is this...
Slow teleports.
Oh, is this actually happening?
Rushing Baron.
Is this actually happening?
There is no vision right now, but I think that ward near the mid lane saw Origin move from mid down to the river, and therefore Vitality are moving towards it, stopping Origin already. I like the call, though. When you have full vision with triple pink in the river, why not? Like, try and see if you can just sneak that Baron.
Yeah, I guess the waves were pushing away from Origin.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Set the map up. Unfortunately, thwarted.
Yeah.
By one pesky little ward.
That little ward where you didn't expect it to be placed.
It's actually pretty shallow vision. Most of this game, we've taken a look at it. It's just been on the river or like one jungle camp or into the enemy jungle. You can see Origin have warded up the blue buff side. Vitality now have just pushed in and placed 3 wards. Which is very good for them. I think spawning from that Baron play, Baron call.
Yeah, you actually don't really want to play top lane if you're Vitality because there's no tier 2 tower. Your goal is technically to get mid and bot tower right now and then secure a Mountain Drake. It's a little bit too early to rush a Baron in this game here, but I can also catch Amazing.
Well, they can. Nothing else follows. Police either didn't get the memo or didn't care. Takes damage. His shop closes now. Not going to be distracted.
It's a good point, Trevor.
You made it. That's I'm just...
Which is why I'm so surprised that we actually saw someone die to it yesterday. I can't believe we actually saw that. Still, it doesn't matter for this game. You see the setup now, where Victor is in the side lane,
against Rise.
And he can only hold. He can never kill Rise. He can only hold the lane.
But he can die if Cabo jumps on
Yeah,
him.
you can dive him easy. You can TP and dive him. Very, very easy, because you can push him to tower every time.
Rune Prison, Equilibrium Strike, Power of Evil's dead.
Victor side lane is useless. And Vitality punish it instantly. But Origin are still able to trade for something here. They're pushing in this lane. And now it's a bit of a base race.
All right, trading tower for tower. Tidal Wave will slow down Origin. Cabo is interrupting the minion wave while Nukeduck is ushering it to the tower.
Origin doesn't stay and actually take it with 4 members. I think they were afraid of then Police pushing up mid and Vitality moving in and taking a mid tower as well. Actually gave up for that tower, so further behind now, both in gold, dragons, and kills.
So Cabo Shot and Nukeduck don't even need their teleports for a side lane play.
No.
They just walk at Power of Evil. They kill him, they take their 5th tower, extend the gold lead, nearly 4,000. Vitality are making good mid-game plays into Origin's base. The thing is, there's only one inner turret left. So now it becomes harder to press further and press that advantage.
And this is where, again, when you set up 1-3-1, I have like a 6-step checklist I follow.
It's gonna be a while.
So like, step 1 is identify your next objective. So in a game like this, you know, Mountain Drake looks like your next objective, unless you feel that you can actually start playing around Baron. Okay, so that's, you identify that one. 2, you then assign your lanes accordingly. So if you have TP on one guy, you put him on the opposite lane of where you are trying to set up the objective, because you want him so he can TP down for that objective. So in this case, if it's Baron they're setting up for, you have double TP now, so you can actually put both guys in the side lane. Step 3 is you push your lanes. That's what they've been doing now. Nukeduck push bot lane. They're pushing top, slow push with minions. They just push mid. Step 4, you secure vision in the enemy jungle. That's where they're in now. They just moved in, set up some vision. It's not 100% secure, but that is step 4, and they were in there. Step 5, you return to your lanes and push them out again. Where's Police on the map right now? Well, he's just pushing out mid lane. They're pushing out the side lanes. Step 6, you now execute on your objective. So there you go. You got the full steps. You got the vision, you got the push. Origin is also reading my checklist though, so they're actually defending against this invade, and therefore Vitality are not starting anything because they actually didn't get full control of enemy jungle.
Maybe it's just a Danish thing, but
Well,
usually lists are easy. Amazing is going to be taken down here. Repels up, comes down, and Vitality, if they were setting up for Dragon, they were not. The real objective was Baron. Teleport being used.
No,
Power
I said
of Evil.
We're possible. Like, Dragon wasn't even alive.
Shook is going to peel away. So the teleport, 3rd one, if memory serves here for Power of Evil, it stops Baron.
We're gonna go to the Dragon objective soon, because it's spawning. First, they gotta defend the mid tower. Vitality actually did a lot of the steps we just talked about. Didn't get full vision, but got enough to catch out Amazing. And as you said, forced that TP from Power of Evil. Mountain Drake will greatly help this Vitality team, though.
Yes, it will. Speed up those Baron plays as part of the 6-step plan to your next objective. Remember, identify your objective, assign lanes accordingly, push lanes, secure vision, return to lanes to push them once more, and finally execute on your objective.
And then question mark, question mark, question mark, profit.
Yeah, knew how that was going to end. There's not enough space on a graphic for all of those things, so we may need a series.
Wait, we don't have an 8-step graphic?
No. Most people are done talking by step 3.
Maybe I should make some video content about it instead.
Well, we'll find out. Bubble, Soaz walks onto it. Amazing is able to repel away from this attempt. Not enough support here from Vitality. And Amazing is playing with his life as he continues to step forward. Remember, the Mountain objective, Mountain Dragon was the objective. And the vision is being set up. The lanes are being pushed. We're skipping a few steps here, but it's working out for Vitality.
Again, they assigned the lanes, they identified the objective, they're pushed out, they've gotten vision in enemy jungle, clearing out the vision as well. So that is, again, our step 3 here, or step 4, sorry. And now you don't even have to push out the second time because Origin already gave up and you can just get the objective. So the checklist works. Every time you see it, push out, set up vision, back.
Yeah.
In this case, you get it for free.
We'll track it. The objective for now is Soaz just being run down. I think the tidal wave even caught him there. Cabo, with the help of Nukeduck, picks up their 8th kill.
Yeah, and Origin can't really start the Baron because double TP is still available for Vitality. Again, Origin is being run around the map by this split pushing comp, and Vitality, apart from one misplay in the bottom lane earlier, are executing cleanly.
On the hunt, thrown down. Police looking for a target. Repel used by Amazing. He lands on Kasing, is able to flash away to the mid lane, but runs into Nukeduck's waiting hand. A Rune Prison holds him down, and Police locks the door shut, killing Amazing for the third time this game.
So now you have almost every tower outside of the base down, except for this one tower in the mid lane, which will take a ton of damage now. You got every single dragon. You even got dragons that are very good for taking Barons, Mountain Drake and Ocean Drakes, because Baron does not put you in combat, meaning you will keep getting HP and mana back when you are fighting that Baron, as long as OG doesn't poke you. So you have the perfect setup right now to actually take down that Baron, which you need in a split pushing comp to close out the game.
Yeah, and look at Cabochard's build. Trinity Force, Ghost Blade. He's gone all in on that split pushing sort of 1v1 power.
And you should. Double damage item on Irelia is always the way to go. Unless you're like 0-5 and you have to be forced into fights, but then your pick is useless anyway. So this is definitely the right choice, and great game, honestly, from Vitality, and great to see they're a step above Origin, I feel. Judging from the two games here. Yeah, okay, the first game was very messy, but in the end they made less mistakes and won that game, and this game has been much, much better.
All right, Bubble this time not going to catch Amazing. Teleport being used. I think it's Nukeduck that's joining from the flank. Going to run in, avoid the death ray. Hybrid will not avoid death. He's knocked back by Shook. Another great, this time Rune Prison onto Amazing. Repel up, buy some time. Peke keeps throwing the Mystic shot. Teleport's being channeled as here comes Soaz. But this is a fight you do not want. Subjugate's already being used. Cabo's been able to assassinate Amazing on the back line. And Power of Evil's gravity field thwarts more damage. 2 members of Origin down. Nukeduck almost able to kill Power of Evil. Soaz caught by the bubble. Nothing more. And Peke's running out of mana, so he can't chase any further, even with that Iceborne. 2-0 in favor of Vitality.
And now we're going straight to Baron, Trevor. It's being started. Nukeduck is setting a trap here with the pink ward, just trying to zone off OG. Amazing is not alive to steal this one.
No, he is not. Peke doesn't even have True Shot Barrage. This should be very easily picked up. A gigantic shield from Nukeduck allows him to kill Soaz. Police is going to look to run down Peke. Flash forward, Rune Prison connects, overload after overload. The big shield comes out from Hybrid. That keeps Peke alive. Not for long though, as 2 more kills for Vitality with the Baron. They're looking set to close this game out. Plus 10,000 gold at 30 minutes.
Turning into a stomp this one here because Vitality executed that 1-3-1, and the composition from Origin, as we talked about so much in this game, just doesn't have the answers. Against 1-3-1 split pushing, you have no control because you're moving your Victor to a side lane, so you lose every lane now, instead of only losing 2 of them. And right now, Vitality opens up the base. Baron buff, multiple dragons. Perfect position for them. They're looking for that 2-0, which is so important when it comes to getting out of the motion.
And what it would also mean is having that advantage when it comes to head-to-heads. We'll talk about it in a second. This was the ending... No, this is the whole beginning of the fight.
Start of the fight. It's Shook again on Gragas, starting the fight really well. And then it becomes a little bit back and forth. Origin trying to get a few members low, but they're always losing more than they gain every single time. Vitality showing up, and in the end, it's close, but then it's a perfect Baron setup. Nukeduck plays the pink ward, hides in it. You don't even take damage from the Baron because you got double Ocean Drake. And then it just chases a few more kills.
Yeah, it ends like it begins.
You gotta get some dessert as well, man. You gotta get the dessert.
Oh, Vitality making this one honestly look quite easy.
Yeah.
Really good from start to finish. They're 1-3-1. No real counters from Origin. I mean, it was a first rotation Karma Victor, and Power of Evil's not had the wave clear. His teleport has not had an impact, and he's just been jumped on every time. Much like the rest of the team, to be fair. It's not only on PoE.
No, and like it's not on him as a player, it's on the champion. Like, Victor doesn't have lane priority against Ryze once we get to these side lanes. That means you're always going to get pushed back, and then the enemy team can just dive you. There's nothing you can do as a Victor. So it's not on Power of Evil, it's on the pick.
Vitality don't even need to dive right now. They can just continue playing the split push. Nuke Duck
Every
shoved
tower.
in. Supers from the mid lane. Cabo's taken out the bottom inhibitor. Vitality's rest on the team take up the top inhibitor, and now only 2 Nexus towers remain. There's nothing left for Origin to fall back to. Maybe they can pull off a miracle, but it is not likely. Super Minion's already on the Nexus turret. Soaz is the target. Explosive Cask knocks Origin away. And the Ricochet from Police takes down Power of Evil. Baron empowered minions onto Nexus turret number 1. The bubble locks up Soaz. While Cabo and Shook take down the towers. There are so many minions to deal with. Origin, they are just waiting to get destroyed. The body slam flash holds up Origin for more. Only Hybrid survives to watch his Nexus crumble. Vitality 2-0 Origin.
And this is the kind of Vitality we like to see. Split pushing compositions, allow Nuke Dog and Capuchat to carry in the side lanes, but also shout out to Shook again. He's really changed Vitality. Yes, they didn't get many wins last week, but they played much better. This week now, securing that 2-0 over Origin, a lot of it was due to Shook on this Gragas.
Yep.
2 games in a row.
Yep. And, you know, I keep going back to the standings, because when you look at the team right now, Sean's and Gabba. Gabba short shoes.
He actually told me about those shoes. He has won 2-0 and a few 0-2s when wearing these shoes, but he's never tied when he's worn these shoes. And he got a 2-0 today. They are the no-tie shoes.
No tie shoes. Ironic, because he's tied his shoelaces.
Well, that's the difference.
There is a sense of irony in there. But yeah, handshakes around. And yeah, it was good to see Sean's and Gabba, the coach and manager of the team, having a chat. Because what this means for Vitality, they gained 3 points. They now sit at 12 with the Unicorns of Love.
We'll play later today.
Who are playing right now
that's true.
against Fnatic. Half of that game has already been decided. I don't want to spoil it yet, but for Vitality, they also now have a win and a draw against Origin. Origin have 2 losses to Unicorns of Love. So that bottom of the table, Origin may not make it into playoffs.
I mean, looking at the team right now, they won't make it into playoffs. That's almost an easy statement. They have to completely turn it around the next few weeks, and that's stuff we can't predict. Like, it's impossible to predict right now that Origin will turn it around for 2 or 3 weeks and make it into playoffs. You can't. That would just be a wild guess, bold prediction. They never count, ever. So,
well, our not so bold predictions of Vitality struggling or not making it. I mean, looking potentially to be upset as well. I mean, look, there's still
they still gotta get out.
6 series to be played.
Yes.
So,
and this was beating Origin, who's obviously down in the bottom with them. So that's very important and what you need. If Vitality are able to then take down Unicorns of Love, or Giants, or Schalke, like one of these teams, that's where they can suddenly swap around in the standings. But this was super important for Vitality. They played much better than Origin, really deserved this victory. And it's great to see them play like this 1-3-1 style.
It's also important to note, next week, Vitality play Roccat, who are struggling. That's
a must-win.
Should be points for them. And then they also play the Unicorns of Love.
So next week can decide everything.
Next week could decide a playoff berth for Vitality. If they can get 2 2-0s and get 6 points against those teams around them, I mean, that basically sets them up. It's something we'll talk about a little bit later today, hopefully on PGL as well. But for more on that series, Pyrotechnics is standing on stage with Vitality Shook.
Thanks very much, Quick Shot. I am standing by with Shook, who had a massive presence in that series. Congratulations on your 2-0. And I want to ask you about that series a little bit more, because Game 1, it looked really messy. It was a lot of mistakes both sides, but you guys pulled it out in the end. Game 2, it looked a lot cleaner. What changed? What clicked with the team for Game 2?
I just think we realized our mistakes mostly, and like we learned from Game 1. That's why I like best of 2s as well. And we just closed it out cleaner, and I think we really needed this win, so it's good.
You certainly did. I mean, 3 points well earned on the board, so you start edging your way forward. I'll ask you a bit more about that as well. But back in the lineup now, you've been here for 2 weeks, once again with Vitality coming in and relieving Mighty Bear. The team's talked about how they had communication issues, not just with him, but overall they seem to be on different pages several weeks back. How, in your perception, has that changed since you've been back with the roster?
I think I'm more focused on like making sure we get our vision down and do rotations well on towers, and I think we still have to improve on our macro game and everything. Like we still have tons to improve on, but we're learning every day, I think, and we just need some wins now.
Well, it's always a good start when you're able to get a 2-0 out on the board. And looking ahead to the following week, we heard it from the casters a moment ago. Unicorns, Rocket, they're both on the plate next week. If you can take them out, that's a juicy helping of points that really starts to catapult you up towards the standings. Looking ahead towards playoffs, so, what do you think are your chances of making it in there and going deep?
I think with our lineup, like we could do really well in playoffs. I think we just have these problems. Like we stay greed, like we siege towers. Well, they just bought items and they're stronger than us, and we keep sieging and they just kill us by that. And we don't keep in mind their teleports. And if we fix that, I think we have a really good shot.
Right. That's good to see you guys working on those things. Thanks again for joining me, Shook, and an excellent 2-0 on the day. So congratulations and best of luck going into the following week. For now, though, we are going to head and back to the casters to break it down even further and give us our player of the game.
Thank you very much, Pyra. We will. And yeah, those 2 points looking forward. We've already touched on the playoff implications. Player of the game was tough.
Very tough. We had, honestly, in this game, I felt like there were 3 options.
Yes.
Nukeduck, Shook, and Coppershot.
Okay.
Drum roll. Which one got it? No, you're going to say it. I'm going to drum roll. That's a weird drum.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a really weird drum.
It's the snare. Have you never heard it? Regardless, player of the game, it's going to be Coppershot. His Irelia in the mid to late game was great. He bounced back from being camped. And he got a solo kill, then he got camped, then he bounced back, and he was a super impactful top laner.
Yeah, I mean, Coppershot had one of these games where he was, after obviously going down twice, he was then set up to actually do really well in these side lanes, picked up a lot of kills. And Nukeduck was the same story, obviously, for him. And then Shook is just the guy who's constantly starting these fights and setting up his carries. And that's been a fantastic thing.
Any of them could have been PogChamp.
Yeah, exactly. With these guys now, when they play this 1-3-1 with Shook instead of Mighty Bear, the fact that Shook makes everyone else better, where Mighty Bear was focused on making himself better.
Yeah.
But right now, you need a jungler who sets up your lanes instead, and that's something Coppershot benefits from and Nukeduck in this game.
Solo queue jungling versus team jungling.
Sure.
We'll carry on this discussion in a minute or two. Stream 2, EULCS Fnatic versus UL, that's wrapping up. For now, the points have been decided in the first series here in the arena. Before we head to a short break, a reminder that CBLOL finals are taking place tonight between the 4-time champions INTZ and CNB. For more details, head over to lolesports.com.br. After the break, we'll see if Rocket have what it takes. You're allowed to talk soon against the dominant G2 Esports, BRB.
Good thing is if Hybrid is up, we know who to get for a team,
Yeah, actually that's true.
Kazing is gonna be happy.
And then you will get a tiny guy, man.
But no, Kazing will be UK import.
Hello, Governor.
It's jungler on mid-action. The shield from Nukeduck keeps him alive a few seconds longer. Support from Kasing. The ebb and flow heal will keep him alive. Hybrid gets knocked back. Vitality. The support is coming from Origin, but it is too late to save Peke. Kasing gets run down. Hybrid plus the tower pick up 1. Police gets taken for the double.
Finish Nash for the devil drink.
Finish Nash.
W 3 seconds, 2 seconds,
Good
1
shot.
second. You got W?
I come here. Look.
Yeah, go,
I have Eastern,
I'm gonna go in.
I ult.
Oh.
Vitality 2-0 Origin.
Beneath the city, the beast stirs, tormented by hunger. That fearsome appetite, once kindled, will not be extinguished.
Welcome back. Before we turn to G2 versus Roccat, reminder that tickets are on sale now for the European Summer Finals in Krakow, Poland. Head over to lolesports.com for details on how to join us, and we'll figure out how we're going to crown the winner of the Summer Split and figure out who's going to sue Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, we're probably going to crown them by letting them win the game and then give them the trophy, I assume.
I think that's how it works.
Have you changed, maybe?
No, not unless the rule set has been swept away from underneath us.
Maybe.
One of the teams who is looking very good for Krakow and playing next is G2. Let's take a look at the roster before we talk about the team a little more. Expect still in the starting top lane position. Trick, Perkz, Sven, Mithy, Young Buck, their coach. I did not like their Nunu yesterday. It was uninspiring because Trick to me is such a good jungler. Why do you do such a boring champion?
Well, I think the pick and ban phase actually made sense from G2. It was very focused around protecting Sven, but you just saw Perkz getting caught here once. Now he gets caught twice. And one of the reasons this combo actually didn't work was because Perkz got caught out a lot.
I'm hearing that a lot in Summer.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you got to play 5-man together with these kind of compositions, and that was an issue. Then Trick also ended up losing the Baron as a Nunu when you can consume Smite, got caught in River after. So both him and Perkz actually had individual mistakes, and that's where they got punished quite a lot, and that's where the comp then suddenly looks extremely weak. Because once you fall behind with Protect AD carry comps, they do nothing.
And we're starting to see G2 have a pretty bad single game, and then a pretty good, single game immediately after. Not 100% focused throughout whole series.
Or they're trying things for the first one, then change. A team who can't afford to try anything, Trevor, it is Roccat, and they're obviously playing against G2 today. Their lineup, it is still Parang up in the top lane, Airwax in the jungle, Betsy as mid laner, still back AD carry, Raze support, and Grabs is behind the team as the coach. And really, if you're Roccat right now, I like to always look at teams and try and find like a few positives that you can hold on to, and you can kind of say, if maybe they manage to do this one thing, they could like win the game. With Origin, one of the things we always talk about, like the whole camp for Soaz, and maybe he can split push the way to victory. That's a positive. For Roccat, I really struggle to find anything right now. In this very moment, I'm not looking at any specific players to be like, oh, this guy needs to really have a sick impact.
Because that's the problem. That's the problem, is like from game to game, it's different mistakes all the time. Like this is unacceptable from Raze, getting tagged, dying in a tower. Airwax was fantastic at the beginning of the split, then he gives another kill away. These are just things that should not be happening to anybody at this level of play.
And that's where we lack, with Roccat, we lack an identity. I don't look at Roccat and say this is a team fighting team anymore. This is a 1-3-1 team. This is a team with like a star top laner, so they always want to split push. No. I'm looking at a team where like they kind of try a little bit of everything, but don't really commit to anything. Steelback, in the late game, Steelback can carry games, but he's kind of on his own very often. And then because he's trying to always like be the hero, he either ends up going too aggressive and dies, or he stays too far back because he's like, I can't hit anything because we're falling.
I mean, at the beginning of the split, Roccat were able to pick up a couple of wins by other teams sort of letting them get to late game.
Right.
And then Betsy or Steelback would go off.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, as the split has gone on, despite the general level being questionable, teams are not letting Roccat get into a position where Betsy or Steelback can carry.
And we've even seen Roccat actually go late game and then still lose because other teams have just improved their own late game. We've seen a Roccat team who tried more things in the early game, which is actually what I like to see. More aggressive plays. Often with Airwax, he's the kind of jungler that if you can actually follow him, and if you have very aggressive lanes, his jungling style can really pay off. He's very high risk, high reward.
Yes.
He will always look to invade. He will always look to duel the enemy jungler. So if you have like really strong laners in terms of picks, that you can push down your lanes and you can follow him.
The problem is that theoretically sounds great, but they're playing against these guys.
Yeah, who tend to win the laning
currently have. I think this is fair to say, who currently have 4 out of 5 of the best players in their role.
Oh, that's a very easy
Summer.
statement. Easy statement to make. Yes, 100%.
So
what happened to Sven's hair today is a different discussion.
Oh, he looks slick. he could be a vampire.
Man, that's a change. Anyway, he's still a great player. So we're not gonna...
Wow, you judge their playing ability based on their hair?
I mean, you know...
So what's your opinion on Senkux and his hair versus his playing ability?
I mean, that's the classic Danish pretty boy hairstyle. When you're like 16, 17, that's the hairstyle you go for.
Before we go too far, as ironically Perk starts adjusting his hair, picks and bans, 6-13. Right, we are on the same patch. We saw the Nunu yesterday. G2, they're in first place. They got 21 points. Comfortable. If they pick up a point or 3 here, they'll be ahead of Fnatic still.
Should be 3.
And they're playing against the number 10 team in the league.
Yes.
If there were a time to play another Nunu comp, to get experience, to get practice, this would be it.
Yeah, I agree. I think one thing G2 always talks about on Twitter and also when you talk to the players is how losing really helps with improvement or with improving. Because when you lose, you realize a lot of your mistakes, you realize a lot of your issues, and you can then work on them. If you stomp every single game, you don't get to see if you start doing the same patterns, like it becomes predictable, or if you do some mistakes that your region just doesn't punish for whatever reason. So for them losing a few games where they're testing different compositions, it actually doesn't hurt the team as long as they lock in top 2 for playoffs. Like that's the only thing that matters.
They've got a nice safety buffer because G2 and Fnatic are at 21, 20 points, depending on the other result. H2K, they're at 18 at the moment. So there's a full series difference between first, second, and then third.
Yeah.
We're about to jump into picks and bans. Rocket have had Swain targeted against them 14 times out of 22 games. I wonder if that will continue. Swain, not really a high priority pick, but it is a very, very big comfort pick for Betsy.
Well, he is nerfed even more now on 6-13. I don't consider him a very strong pick. I like this.
Is this 3 for 3 now, Malzahar? Towards Rocket?
Can both be targeted at mid lane and top lane. Malzahar top is actually a meta pick, especially over in Korea. It's been used quite a bit in the top lane. But Rocket with Perang, whenever he's played Gnar, he's actually done pretty well. So I'm a big fan of this ban. It's not a normal ban that you go for Gnar, but this is because you're blue side and you can target ban. And because Perang, when he's not been on Gnar, he's been playing weird, honestly almost useless things like Jace top and Echo top right now, which just doesn't work.
7 games of Echo top, 3 wins, 4 losses for Perang. And for G2 with Sivir banned away, and obviously the rising priority on Karma, and the fact Perks ran at mid yesterday. Instantly locked it in. It feels like there's no surprises in this pick ban because Rocket very quickly lock in Jhin and Rek'Sai.
And this is where G2 often saves the support pick for their last rotation, so they can still swap their Karma around and can potentially lock in something like the Tahm Kench. If they see a lot of single target DPS, Rocket has already picked the Jhin. Tahm Kench is one of the champions who can't deny this Jhin from taking down targets with his ulti, like these long-range pick compositions. The reason Rek'Sai is locked in as well is because when you have Jhin, Rek'Sai's Prey Seeker is absolutely fantastic at setting up snares, especially once we get to mid and late game, the very long-range abilities. If you lock in like an Azir for Betsy as well, you get one of these very long-range siege comps that I really like to see. They're very, very hard to execute properly, but when you do, they look fantastic. And if you have a good Jhin player, you can just snipe people left and right.
Well, Betsy has so heavily favored the victor. 9 games played.
I want Azir in this one.
Only 3 games of Azir. All of them are losses. We'll see if Betsy decides to go that direction. Slick-backed Sven will be playing Ashe. Lock that one in along with Gragas for Trick. So, has been played by Expect once in the top lane, but I am anticipating it going to the jungle.
Still, double flexing on the side of G2. Still a very solid composition. I think Ashe is such a fantastic AD carry. Her damage in the late game is great, and also your utility with the arrow is just so good against some of these more low mobility targets. Like, how does a Jhin get out of an Ashe arrow in lane? He can't. He gets it straight in his face, and you just go gank him straight away. Seems like Rocket does not want to commit fully to the siege comp, and I think actually it's a smart change. When you see Ashe Gragas, you're kind of like, oh, that's a lot of engage. Maybe we should not run pure siege. Instead, they are switching and aiming for more traditional team fighting composition.
Yeah, and I quite like the Thresh as well. Keep Raze in the back line, throw those lanterns out, and play the safety net, especially to back up the Jhin with his low mobility. And add some additional security blankets for him. But now, what does Perang run in the top lane as G2 are about to round out their composition?
I would like to see Shen, so I think you should lock in Shen, and then you can actually play 1-3-1 with this. It does open up for Perang to run No, because Nara's actually taken away. Trundler's also taken away. So they've removed a lot of the Shen counters. Irelia into Shen can work, but it's a tricky one. He instead is running the Lissandra. So Rocket is playing a mix of a whole lot of things. There is hard engage top now. You have obviously your team fighting mage in the mid, and then your long range sniper in the Jhin. So there's an element of hard engage, but actually not that much backline dive. Obviously, if Vladimir gets proper positioning with Ghost, he can get to that backline, which is great. But this is going to be a lot on Parang and how he sets up TP flanks.
Going to be a lot of challenge for Betsy, because he's got to get through Shen, got to get through Gragas, got to get through Karma. You've only got so many tools to dodge skill shots with.
Yeah, and we got to keep in mind here, G2 is running a bit like the same kind of composition Vitality did in the last game, where it's 1-3-1 based with the Ryze always going to side lane. And the best way to shut down 1-3-1 split pushing is that you hit it in the setup. You hit it before they get to push all 3 lanes at the same time, and you are pushed all the way back to your tier 2 towers. No, you engage much before that. When you have these wards in the river, you can TP on as a Lissandra. So it's really on Parang.
And if there's one thing that G2 will most likely not fall prey to is being engaged on first. This is a team that likes to play proactive.
They do.
For better or worse, they like to play forward.
Not as bad as last split of getting caught out. Except for Perkz, who actually gets caught out a lot.
Well, your team comps are going to flash on your screen in a second. Expect and Parang, the 2 import top laners, both playing champions for the second time. Each of them 1 game on Shen and Lissandra respectively. Each of them losses as well. So let's see how the players have grown and adapted as the meta has shifted around them. And for Roccat, this is about playing spoiler as well as getting a lifeline. If Roccat can pick up points here, they can try to climb up in the seedings for promotion and get to within touching distance of a promo tournament, of getting out of promo tournament, but the likelihood is so low.
And I'm skeptical here, Trevor, of the Lissandra pick. Because Lissandra will never kill the Shen. But again, laning phase is not always about killing people, it's actually about just pushing very often, having control of the lane, and therefore having the pressure in the lane. Lissandra should be able to push the Shen, but you're gonna need the Rek'Sai to join as well if you wanna dive that Shen on the tower. And the problem now for Lissandra is that she's so focused around TP flanking. Against double TP and even triple technically, because Shen offers 2, it can be very hard for Parang to actually pick off these targets. Like, in many ways, Rocket is like a mix of a team fighting and a pick composition. You have the long range pick with like the Jhin and then the TP coming in from like Lissandra and even Thresh, which is like very often a support who works well in these pick comps. But then also you got the Vladimir for more like team fighting power.
Thing is that it kind of is similar for G2 as well.
Well, G2 is a 1-3-1 comp. Yeah. Like, that's what it is. It's a 1-3-1 comp. Obviously, there's a lot of tools for them to pick off targets. As you highlight, Ash Arrow, Snare from Ryze, Body Slam, Flash from Gragas. Like, there's a lot of ways for G2 to force these picks. And that is why if Rocket are losing the early game and they get pushed back on the map, you're not safe anywhere. Like, you're trying to defend a tower, Ash Arrow in your face straight away. You instantly get dived by Shen Ryze, and there's nothing you can do. So G2 can really snowball this game out of control, but I feel like on Rocket's side, even if they get a great start, it's more to force G2 to the team fight, which would be good for Rocket, than to actually like snowball out of control completely.
All right, so team fights. That's what Rocket's gonna look for. Expect gets rooted. Played backwards, a lot of damage going down. Ignites out as well, flashes away. I don't think it's enough damage to kill him.
No.
So throws out the summoner. Not the end of the world.
Get this there. Respect Flash. He didn't want to risk like the Jhin potentially flashing after him and landing that auto attack, and you then flash slightly later and the auto attack flies in the air and kills you anyway. So to get a flash, a little bit greedy play from expecting to start, but it doesn't change a whole lot of how they want to play the swap. It's still TPing to top, TP to bot lane for Parang, both top laners mirroring each other. Getting that extra second, the minion stays alive, yay, the value. But we get another swap. I always look at first dragon in lane swaps, okay? Because if you're ahead in tempo, once you swap back to the bottom side and take that tier 1 tower, you can often take first dragon. When it is Cloud Drake, it actually is not that useful. You'd rather stay even in experience and farm them. If it's Infernal Drake, you often see teams go for it.
Yes, definitely way more valuable in terms of the stats it provides later in the game. For now though, traditional lane swap, actually fan vote, not as heavily in favor of G2. Rocket fans jumping out to represent. But it's a very difficult situation. Perkz burning through his mana pool. It's a number of overloads and rune prisons in Betsy's face, and the towers will be traded within a few seconds. No real big advantages, although saying that, Sven and Mithy are already halfway towards lane, so this will give a good few seconds to G2.
Ashe is a really good AD carry in lane swaps because you can stack up your Q
Rangers focus.
Yeah, your Rangers focus, thank you.
Got you.
On the minions and then activate it and actually use it on towers. You just can't stack it on towers anymore. That was one change that happened quite some time ago. So she's actually very good at fast pushing down these turrets and then obviously be able to recall a bit earlier. So it is a tempo advantage for G2. Again, this is where we could see a dragon being taken, but in this case, not really. They're just going to push him for next tower, and all that matters is you deny 4 or 5 CS from Parang. He's now slightly down in experience. Will get the blue buff though, and good little trade of Betsy getting on the tower here. That's
trying to just interrupt that recall by a few extra seconds. Thing is though, Perkz has teleport, so he can just come back to lane very, very quickly.
He will, and that's why Betsy's trying so hard to push this out, because he knows that once Perkz returns to lane, Perkz wants to look to just permanent push the wave. If Betsy had stayed, he would just permanent push the wave, because then when Betsy finally had to recall, he would always lose a full wave under his tower, and allowing Perkz even to potentially get a second recall off, or maybe look to go to a side lane, and that's where Betsy got to fall slightly behind. That's the thing about playing against TP laners. But Betsy was able to just constantly push the wave and actually recall in a good spot, and therefore he's gonna be fine.
Yeah. We just saw the hawk shot flying out. A lot of information actually gained from that.
I love it when it shows you like all camps.
Yeah, exactly. Showing those timers resetting on the minimap, giving G2 all of the information uploaded. Also, props to the observers, highlighting Parang walking over that ward in the top lane a few seconds ago. Because the moment, the duos of Steelback and Raze, the moment they showed, allows G2 to back away, and that's what gives Expect this small advantage in levels in CS.
One thing I noticed about Rocket in swaps now is that they spend a lot of time actually auto-attacking minions. And in lane swaps, you want to use almost every single auto-attack on the tower itself and use abilities to kill the minions and get them low. But they were standing behind the tower, actually just auto-attacking, 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 where G2 is not doing the same. And that's one of the reasons G2 are faster taking down the objective. As we talked about, because it's Cloud Drake, it doesn't matter in this case, and they're just going to swap around again. But once again, you get a massive tempo advantage for G2. They're at the tier 2 tower now with the dual lane, and Rocket just recall. And one of the reasons is the fact that you keep auto-attacking on minions instead of towers.
So when you know Dragon is lower on your priority list, you're looking for the Deficio 6-step plan.
Or
what objective are we identifying here?
Well, so that it doesn't work this early in the game. Like the 6-step plan is once you start actually split pushing. That's where we pull it in. But I guess
I didn't know that there was clarifiers now.
Right, yeah.
Before we started the plan.
No, you can't always.
So what's the checklist that I need to look for before I'm allowed to ask you about it again?
I mean, just wait until we get Rod of Ages on the rise, and then we can go back to our checklist.
Okay, right.
Because then he's going to go to the side lane, and we get our 1-3-1 set up.
Okay. Writing this down. Roa, side lane rise.
You put that down, and with the lane swap here, G2 gets very open lanes to play around. Lissandra, while she's good at like setting up ganks, in these very long lanes, because she can't burst anything, it's actually very easy to catch her and put her under pressure as well. So, you're going to one-shot the Shen? Nope. He's not going to build earlier Mars, and then he's never going to die against Lissandra. And it's all about team fighting now for Parang. It's all about TP flanking in. He needs a fantastic performance if he wants this Lissandra to work.
Right, fantastic teleports. Looking at the warding, there's a couple of wards in the red buff area of Rockat's jungle. So if G2 make the mistake of sticking around, there could be support coming in from the south, but of course the pressure's on the lane with teleport, so therefore Rockat cannot actually get out of that place.
And we have to look at this situation now where G2 is pushing in against Parang. They can actually set up a dive with Shen TP. There's a ward behind Parang. If they decide to use the TP from Shen, that's an instant kill onto Parang. The reason they don't do it right now is because they're getting free farm on Expect. It's only right now Steelback sitting in the bottom lane. Now he's going to be joined by Raze. Once they see multiple members, G2 can then say, okay, now we can actually go for that dive, because we have the TP advantage. If you stay on the tower and you allow the other top lane to do it, you might die and then lose tower for it. But in this situation, they're getting free farm and Expect, so they don't have to.
Trick is playing slightly aggressive. This is the strong side of the jungle for Rockat. Oh, and Trick even smites his red buff on the strong side for Rocket.
But there's no pressure right now from Rocket. They were so slow at pushing down that wave. G2 didn't have to make any aggressive plays. They could literally just sit and wait for the wave for their Shen and just let him farm. Let him farm everything he wants. Because Rocket never committed to fully pushing in with 3 members and actually applying pressure on Expect. Look at this big wave, he's freezing. And because, again, of the Dragon, they don't care about losing the river right now on the bottom side. So this is heaven right now for Expect.
Great position to be in, and it's going to allow G2 to go into this mid-game very comfortable. They're trading fairly evenly across the board. However, Steelback is down some CS, thanks to the fact that Sven and Methi have just been quicker in terms of the lane stop decision-making.
And now I want to see if G2 wants to actually push out this bottom lane after this freeze is over, and then use the Shen to always receive the waves that Lissandra is pushing down. In this case now, because they're freezing, it actually means Perkz is going much earlier to the side lane than normal. He's not level 9, he doesn't have Rod of Ages yet, but because you have a free lane coming, he might as well go receive it and take the full solo experience, and you just keep your Ashe in mid lane now. So it's a very early transition into side lanes from G2, but it's to catch waves and not actually to push. You are freezing the bottom lane still. Betsy's coming down now to try and push it all the way out, and Expect has been getting a lot of nice, juicy farming.
Yeah, 46 CS at the moment, level 6, Stand United available. And
they're gonna gank Betsy.
Top lane.
Look at Mythy coming down here. Betsy is really far out. Trick is on his way as well.
Ghost and Flash available. It's gonna be difficult to stick to a Vladimir. There's no real, there's not a lot of damage coming, but 3 members should always be able to do something.
But again, because they could swap Perkz so quickly, they still have pressure on that top lane because they got Shen ulti now. Expect he's not full enough or high enough HP to actually make the play. And because he can still freeze, he's just like, we're fine, we're just gonna keep freezing. We don't need to. They're gonna kill Parang up here or pressure him off tower multiple times.
This is actually perfectly fine for G2 because as we mentioned, we expect as a team, they are better than Rocket. Individually, they are better than Rocket. Their team composition has more options available.
They arrow top lane here.
As this game goes.
Mid lane, go mid lane instead.
Okay.
Okay, miss it too.
Yeah, point blank.
Warning shot.
Not quite sure what that was, but yeah, Arrow didn't find his target. And yeah, as I was getting back to is, for G2, no risks. Don't give Rocket the opportunity to punish, and then just play more decisive and more controlled in the mid game.
And this rotation was so good from G2 sending Perkz to that lane because Perkz is much higher level than the Lissandra who's been in a lane swap. So he had full kill pressure in that lane, and he just pushed Parang back to his tower. Got a lot of free damage on it, could always threaten him, and in case someone tried to gank him, he had Shen ulti available to help him. So that was just a really good move on the map from G2. Small things give small advantages, can always become much more. Because they were setting themselves up for success, and there was really nothing Rocket could do in return. Because how are you going to TP flank or TP gank if you're pushed down to your tower? Tell me, Trevor.
You can't. That's the point you're trying to get to here.
Problem here, man.
G2 have farmed themselves up a 1,200 gold advantage. Just small steps across multiple lanes.
Now we get
Rod of Ages. Rod of Ages. Yeah, we're getting closer. We're getting closer to the 6-step plan becoming activated. It's going to be fun. And for Expect, he picked up that Spirit Visage, so it doesn't matter who he's going to be looking at in one of those side lanes. He's now, I mean, he wasn't really going to be a threat anyway, but this just makes it even more comfortable for Expect to sit in a side lane, press R when needed. He's farmed up a 50 CS lead over Parang.
Yeah, and if you are Rocket, people might wonder, why is Rocket not trying to do anything? Why didn't they push in that bot lane? Why don't they maybe try and go gank the Ryze with the Lissandra and multiple members? Well, the thing is, right now, at least 2 of your lanes are constantly pushed to your tower. So if you ever leave those lanes to go gank, you're going to lose that tower, most likely. Or it's going to be so predictable you're moving that the other team is going to follow you and just take the fight. So there's Shen ulti to buy time with the Ryze. They're going to try and gank Perkz now, but look at mid lane getting pushed in again.
Well, Perkz is doing a Perkz. Overextended. The rest of GT is pushing up. Perkz actually, did he cancel that one? I think that he did. They've been interrupted anyway, but first blood picked up by Rocket in a few seconds' time. Perkz is running for his life. Flashed away to safety. Tides of Blood just out of range. The rest of G2, they're gonna get a Cloud Drake in exchange for first blood.
So that's the trade-off here if you are G2. It's a good little sneak around from Rocket with both Betsy and Airwax, but G2 very quickly made the decision. Just take objective on the bottom side.
Yeah.
We don't need anything else to take objective on bottom side. Sadly, again, for them, they don't get too much value out of it. Could actually get more value now if we get the second one as well, then it becomes a bit more impactful, but these are the kind of situations where you go for that one kill, but you always lose something else because you push back on a minimum 2 lanes. I actually wonder if we just saw expect instant ulti on Perkz there. I'm pretty sure G2 could have turned that around.
Yeah.
Or at least allowed the Ryze to stay alive and let him walk away. But I think Pereng was a little bit too close to expect and could have stopped his recall or stopped his TP.
And just another time that Perkz is slightly over-aggressive. You know, if you look at the Ring of Vision that is still littered by Roccat, didn't have the ability to push out that far.
Well, the thing is, he wasn't even overextended specifically. He was like at the river.
Yeah.
But the entire top side was warded up by Roccat. As soon as he sees Betsy, he knows more people are coming, and Expect is not using his ulti. So Perkz tries to TP out, but again, new TP, 1 extra second. Doesn't work that way anymore, and he ends up going down, and they just get a Cloud Drake. So they still get something. They still have the pressure, and a setback.
Minor setback, I think. Tripping over a small hurdle, finding CS. It actually closes the goal difference for Roccat by a couple hundred. Gives a little bit of breathing room to the rest of the Roccat members.
Oh, we get a new support item. A new old support item. Raze actually upgrading to the Ruby Sightstone. And the reason he's going for it now is because on this patch, it gives you 20% CDR to your active items. So the cooldown on those goes down by 20%, which is quite impactful if you build something like Locket, Mikhails, these kind of items right after. I normally prefer just getting the standard upgrades where you combine your gold per 10 with your Sightstone, because otherwise it's a lot of gold invested into it, but he might just leave this Relic Shield very low down and then actually go for a more impactful item. Like against a Ryze, Karma, Gragas, there's always room for a Locket. Mikhails versus Shen Taunt, Ryze, Rune Prison.
Ash
always
Arrow.
room for it. Ash Arrow, yeah, Mikhails would definitely be a valuable pickup for Raze, so we should assume he's building towards that with this Sightstone upgrade as well.
So it's like investment. Doesn't pay off right now, but eventually, if Roccat survive long enough, then obviously we're going to get some additional value out of those itemization. Perkz is in a little bit of pressure there from Betsy. Uses that desperate power to get the movement speed and run away. And now Betsy is still continuing to push out the bottom lane. Perkz with TP is matching him. And Expect with TP is now going up to match Pereng.
Yeah, but it's not a great lane for Betsy anymore to be in. While, again, Betsy will rarely die 1v1, because he builds Spear Visage first, it's just so hard for him to do a whole lot, and he doesn't have teleport, so it's just a matter of time before G2 makes a play. I think there's one criticism for G2 in this game, and I don't think it's a big thing, is they could have been more active with the Shen.
Yeah.
But because they've been getting free farm in these side lanes and getting the advantage that way, you see Ryze is winning in farm in this one, Shen is winning in farm. There's actually been no reason to force that play. Ash Arrow onto a Jhin as well in lane into a Gragas Body Slam is something you can use to force fights if you want to play more aggressive. But I think they're honestly saying don't risk anything.
I'm not terribly against the more passive play. For a team that has had a couple of games and a couple of decisions that have been fairly reckless over the last few weeks. You know, maybe they've come into this. They dropped the game to Giants yesterday, and that was quite unexpected. So you could theorize that maybe coming into this game, play a little calmer, more collected, safer. Trick actually
good push.
Under a little bit of pressure, not going to be able to get taken out though. The tower gets dropped very, very low as Roccat responds.
But this is just where you play that game where you chip damage on towers.
Yeah.
Like, just a little bit of damage every single time. Eventually it goes down, and the other team gets no chance of actually doing anything. Pereng is obviously on this Lissandra. I haven't seen any TP plays because he's been in the lane swap for almost the entire game. And right now, it gets harder and harder for him to do anything, because once you start getting QSS and other MR items in, then Lissandra just has no damage. Going in though.
He's going to flash forward. Sven flashes backwards. Hemoplague is up. Sand United being channeled by Expect. The tower falls as the fight breaks out. Teleport will finish here from Perkz. Can they get some kills? Roccat have peeled away. A lot was thrown in the fight, but it's G2 that get the tower.
Great ulti from Trick in that fight here. Stops Steelback. while he was sitting there firing his ulti at G2, but no one goes down. Very close in the end. And then suddenly Perkz kind of TPs in a little bit late and ended up just using it to scare Rocket off. But honestly, it's a game, Trevor, where action-wise, we're missing.
We're on the lower count. We're on the lower count.
We're on the lower count, that's true.
There's a sense of reserved calm from G2. The thing is, though, these team fights, the team fight, singular, that will happen, that will determine the game.
Did you ever,
It's going to be very big and crazy.
Did you ever watch the movie Alexander, about Alexander the Great?
So I know about him, but I don't think I've watched the movie you're thinking about.
Okay, so that movie was pretty hyped up because obviously the story is fantastic.
How long ago was it?
It's quite some years ago, but Alexander the Great, obviously a fantastic general, great story. The movie had like one big battle, and you got super hyped for that one big battle. But before that and after that, you had basically almost an hour of just nothing. Like talking, walking around the mountains and kind of looking around.
Building the tension.
Building the tension. A bit like this game, you know, we're slowly building the tension with that one big epic battle.
The question is, was the battle epic because it was a good battle?
It was really epic. It was really epic.
But hear me out. Was it really a good battle? Or was it just because you had an hour of tension build-up? You know, like when you're hungry, any food you eat when you're hungry tastes better.
I'm going to say both.
Okay.
It was really well made. It was a super interesting battle. But it was also because you really needed something to happen.
Okay.
And they were setting up for it. So there was a great one, and then there was like a super small one later with an elephant, and that was kind of the highlight of the movie, sadly. So it got really bad reviews.
Okay.
Sad.
But you loved it though, right?
Well, I loved the history part of it.
Okay.
It's a good story.
Right, so you enjoyed all the build-up and the conjecture.
Actually, no, because the build-up was like drama almost.
You're not selling this film to me.
I don't want you to watch the film. I was hoping you had watched already, because this game is that movie.
Okay, all right. Well, I hope the team fight that you've promised then actually comes.
gonna
The
be
next
epic.
dragon, Ocean. Thank you, graphics team, for highlighting that one. A little bit more worthwhile here for G2. Get some of that sustained because there's a lot of combat. And if G2 wants to start setting up for the Baron bait, you can see some invading into the jungle, placing some wards. No teleport for Perkz though, so that'll be a couple minutes away before he's able to get involved.
But we kind of following the steps now, right? Because G2,
six step?
Yeah, G2 are constantly pushing a lane. They're saying, okay, right now we play top side. That's our objective. We have identified it. We have now swapped the lane. So your TP user is on the opposite side of the map of the objective, which is top side. They push out
assigned lanes accordingly.
Again, that's assigned lanes. They set up the vision in enemy jungle. Go back. You push it out once again. You can look at Sven. Perkz now getting attacked by Betsy, but his Shen ulti, not sure Betsy what they're doing.
Prison, the teleport's late from Parang. Hemo Plague will hurt Perkz a little. Taunt, flash, Betsy's in trouble. He's gonna get a heal though from the transfusion. I think the Hemo Plague too. Perkz was locked down. Ash Arrow from behind. Sven takes down Betsy with the help of G2. Parang follows. Airwax is caught out. The volley comes down and Sven joins the fight. Curtain Call needs to be body blocked. Mithy's in trouble. One more shot may take him down. Body blocked by Sven though. And G2 get two.
Way too greedy by Betsy. One thing to always remember is the Shen ulti is much faster when it comes to the channel time compared to a teleport from Parang. So when Betsy charges forward, tries to fight Perkz, well, suddenly Expect shows up a bit earlier than Parang. Betsy has to flash away, did baiting with the heal from his ulti, but you still lose the fight. This was not the epic battle just yet, but at least we get some fighting. This is actually a poor play from Betsy because he's chasing against this Ryze here with very little vision in his own jungle and against Shen ulti. Look how fast Expect is here compared to Parang with the channel time. Okay, the Vladimir ulti baits Expect with the damage, but now you are out of damage. Parang ultis onto Perkz and did nothing. And Jhin is not even here yet because Jhin has a hard time running straight through that jungle, so Rocket can't move, and this is again why you have these multiple steps. The objective for G2 was secure top side. They managed to do that. They put Shen on the opposite side because he could TP in. Ryze could not. They constantly pushed the waves, set up vision, and then they could execute. As soon as Betsy stepped forward, another thing, Proto Build on Vladimir is actually not that great anymore because he's also been nerfed a little bit, Proto Build. You can no longer charge it up and then like dash forward with your abilities if we actually stop them. And even before that, I think a lot of Vladimir players stopped just building it and actually just went Rylai's Spirit Visage.
The Sunfire Spirit Visage Shen is dealing more damage than Lissandra and Vladimir combined. you have problems if you're Rockettes.
Slow and steady wins the race.
And destroys the base.
And destroys the base. Probably you also get an ace somewhere. Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
That rhyme was a little bit in quotation.
Yeah.
G2 gonna peel away. Death Sentence finds nobody, but the unburrow from Airwax does. Curtain Call dealing a lot of damage, but I just feel like this is tickets for Roccat. Perks trades his life for Parangs, 1-for-1. Sven still full HP. Volley goes down into Betsy. Exhaust will block out some of Vlad's damage. Another volley tags and slows Airwax on the retreat. Expects trying to run him down. Can't get past Steel back though. Body slam, barrel finish. Trick takes out Raze. It's a 1-for-3.
So big battle in the jungle here. Rocket this time around got a better engage, but they're simply right now just lacking damage.
Did Steelback steal that? Yeah, I think he did.
Did he?
Yeah, he did. The Deadly Flourish stole red buff just at the end. Not that it matters.
Well, let's see if we can use the red buff to steal the Baron, because it might be the only way back in the game for Rocket. Airwax is here too.
Smite is available. G2 should have bursting potential. Don't make the same mistakes you've already seen today. 3,000 hit points on
Expect
Baron.
needs to taunt Airwax just before this Baron goes down, and then he can't tunnel over.
Perks coming in from behind.
Oh,
Feels
you're
like
sending your eyes.
G2 are slowing down the Baron.
Just
now
finish
they
it
can
now.
turn and peel. Airwax decides to not try the hero play. They're easily, safely secured by G2.
Clean.
Get a great lead.
Clean. G2 is in absolute control. This was one of the chances for Rocket getting a big team fight in the jungle, where Betsy gets in the middle of everyone. Even Steelback gets to take down Perks, but they're already traded 1-for-1, and now Expect and Trick are very tanky. And while Betsy gets to the backline, Mithy is there with Exhaust, stops Betsy from doing anything, and with this Spirit Visage Proto build, his damage is actually not very great. So he set himself a bit behind. Still, Exhaust means there's very little he can do. Now we get the QSS coming in. We have Locket completed from Trick. Suddenly, Lissandra will not have any proper targets.
No, none whatsoever. Mithy as well. Sven as well. Pick up that Executioner's Falling. Going to do a lot of work. That's all the healing that Rocket have down. Actually, Rocket is starting this Dragon. Teleport being channeled from Expect. He's going to jump into the pit. 2,000 HP. G2 say, nope. This is our Dragon. Trick's looking for a target. Body slams away. Look at Steelback's positioning. He runs the risk of getting caught out. Early smite from Airwax. Jin throws down the curtain call. Sven Hemo Blake, he's in trouble. Betsy may be able to kill him. The Dragon was secured for Sven's life, and Parang gets taken down after. Ray's caught in the middle of the box, gets a flay. Perks, though, gets a double kill. 1-for-2 and Dragon.
So Betsy again managing to get to the backline, sneaks his way in every single time with the Ghost. One of the reasons it's such a good summoner spell for him, but he managed to take down one, and then he can look back and see 2 dead team members lying in the river. And G2 are just winning every single fight. They set everything up by playing the 1-3-1, but then they collapse into fights.
You know, at the end of every game, we have to vote for who we think is the player of the game. Can we just vote for the team? For like a team logo? Because, you know, G2 have just...
Why don't we vote for a coach, maybe?
Oh, we did that once before.
Yeah,
it didn't go very well.
People would love that.
It didn't go very well. Next week is Coaches Week, so we'll do it then, maybe. Rock the vote.
All right, so to get the Dragon, and now like Betsy with Ghost and Proto Build can get to the back line, but Parang in this situation is not able to really follow in with Betsy properly. Ends up ulting himself, and then now they're very split up and 2 members die. You need that Vladimir-Lissandra combination to really work together, and you just one-shot someone like Sven in the start of the fight. He doesn't have flash for the next one. That could be an opening for Rocket, Trevor. We've been getting some fights now.
Yeah, we have. It's not quite the epic one that you promised, but I'm willing to forgive that. I'm willing to overlook that.
It would have been a weird game if we only got like one big team fight.
At Baron, and then
the game would be over. So.
Actually, I've seen them more times than I would like to.
Okay, well, they're fit in that one then. It was more the build-up part.
Also, this Ruby Sightstone from Raze, not really getting the value just yet.
No, I mean, you need some of these, like one of the problems with it is, as a support, getting to 2 items is actually not very easy. It often takes you like a good 30 minutes. So yeah, you might have to build up for it, and now they're gonna get dove.
Yeah, tower falls down, barrel knocks Raze into the rest of G2, and Perks, with Expect, pick up their 8th kill. Parang jumps in only to run away. Raze has lost his life. Betsy will die quickly thereafter. Double kill for Expect. No one could have anticipated that one. The 306 Shen. Parang goes golden before Trick sends him to grayscale. Baron is broken open. G2 have got a 5-on-2 in 35 seconds. They may even look to finish. There's no real pressure or wave clear here outside of that deadly flourish. Steelback is backing away. The rest of G2 are onto the Nexus turret. The first one falls. The second's being knocked on. A clean, calculated, clinical performance from G2 Esports. We'll be finishing shortly, and they go 1-0 in the series.
Definitely slow and steady wins the race. G2 was never under pressure in this game.
Nope.
There was never a moment where we were like, all right, now Rocket will strike and they're gonna win. No, never mind.
Look, I like seeing a clean, well-executed, well-played team comp and game.
This is what you need to see when number 1
yes.
plays against number 10.
I concur.
Every time. Like, you need to see these very clean games where they're never under pressure and you can see them follow the game plan, execute it really well, and you can see a big difference in skill.
And you just have to, you also have to look at the draft. I mean, was it a last pick Lissandra coming in for Parang? He dealt 4,200 damage to champions. For context, the Shen, who built full tank, double that, 8,700. Parang's Lissandra had no impact in that game whatsoever.
No, I mean, in this game here, I'm just looking at the damage dealt as well. Like, Race on Thresh is actually just 50% under the Lissandra. Yeah. Dealt half the amount of damage as a Thresh support, who died, by the way, almost every fight. But it's a problem. First of all, you get lane swapped on with the Lissandra. And then, because G2, remember that when they swapped the Ryze into the Lissandra lane, Lissandra was level 6 and Ryze was level 9. So Lissandra's like, well, I can't lane. She has to set a tower. Ryze literally runs at her every single time, and she can never TP anywhere. She can never set up a fight. And we said it, Parang on this Lissandra, in order to make it work, needs to have insane TPs in the mid game. He was never allowed to do it.
Nope.
And therefore, it didn't work.
The few times we did see, it was from G2. We've got a replay here where Expect jumps into a team fight in the top lane. He uses the Stand United. But this was a mistake from Betsy, I feel. Going very aggressive very early on.
But this is actually after all these steps, you get to now execute it. Either you dive Betsy on the tower, you set up Baron, or in this case, you just have Betsy overextend. And we mentioned this, you know, the Shen ulti compared to a TP channel. Big difference in how fast you appear. And they're just not strong enough, Rocket, now, because they're getting caught kind of one by one at first, and then they get chased down. And this is where the game is already over.
It is.
There's absolutely nothing Rocket can do at this point. They tried like one last team fight, and once that didn't work, well, G2 are showing why they are the best team, and it's, as we talked about, what they have to show.
Yes.
And as a reward, Perkz gets a banana.
That's a guaranteed 1 point for G2, which means they will retain sole possession of first place. They put more distance away from third. We've got another replay, the game-ending fight. There was 1 or 2 more. But now, instead of maybe breaking down the fight, now we start looking, was there individual performances that stood out this game?
I think a guy like Trick is always fantastic to watch. Yeah. Another great game from him in this one. But otherwise, it's team effort, this one. Yeah. Like, it's setting up everyone else for success. And that's really one of the most underrated things in League of Legends. Like, people are always like, oh, this player's good. Put him on any team, and I'm sure he's going to play well. No, that's not how it works. Like, you need your team always to set you up. And in a game like this, each individual player looked really good because they were consistently setting each other up. They had full pressure.
I'm about to set you up for a player of the game question. We will reveal that later. For now, though, let's take a quick look at the action over on EULCS 2, where Giants are taking on H2K.
Because it gives you the early armor penetration. It gives you a lot of flat AD, which is exactly what a Draven wants. It reminds you back of when Draven used to go for the early Bloodthirster, just because you want as much AD as possible. But I mean, it's still nice. The only thing that you lack is the cooldown reduction. And I mean, on Draven, that's not even that bad. You even gain movement speed from the ability. So I do quite like it as a first item. And we'll have to see. I imagine he will go for something like the Ghost Blade next. We'll have to see. Given the nerfs, it seems like Freeze doesn't put as much value on it anymore.
Top tower will finally go down to H2K. Sunstar, oh, yep, okay. Knight comes into the top lane just to try and defend. Maxwell was there as well, but wasn't able to make that happen. So H2K, 3 towers now, taking all of the outer towers. Freezer's almost up to 500 stacks. And when Dravens have a lot of stacks, it makes me incredibly nervous. It's just like you're walking down like a dark alley at night with like wads of cash in your pockets, and it's like, just makes me very anxious.
Wait, for the Draven or?
Yeah, for the Draven.
Oh, because you don't want him to lose all those stacks?
Exactly.
Ah, I see.
That's a lot of gold to lose.
That's fair.
That's a lot of gold. That's like 500 gold.
It's like going into the wilderness with your Abyssal Whip, you know? It's not something you can really afford to do.
Yep. I don't like it. He needs to get a kill, or at the very least, if he dies, then I won't feel as bad anymore, because then it's just like, at least that moment of anxiety is over.
Yeah, I mean, how satisfying would it be to walk into the wilderness, to then find an opponent in full barrows, having a God Sword too, just killing them with your Abbey Whip. It's exactly the same principle.
I have absolutely no idea what you're saying, but I agree. Yeah.
You didn't play RuneScape?
No.
Wow, you missed out on a childhood.
Yeah, apparently I did. It just never appealed to me. Giants are all grouped up. What's the collective term for giants?
Whoa,
That's
just
what I
hang on a
want to
second.
know
Look at the collective. God damn it. Look at the potential flank. They're immediately going to disengage. Move instantly straight to the dragon.
A mountain of giants, perhaps? Such as the mountain dragon here for H2K, which will be a free take. As you said earlier, fantastic prediction, Vedius.
Cheers, mate.
No problem. It's H2K. Easy first dragon. 19 minutes in, though. It's so rare we see like a 19-minute first dragon take when it's mountain dragon. I would expect that from a cloud dragon, but not from you.
Well, H2K clearly in the lead for now, and Jankos seems to be showing up Maxlow.
Well, I mean, Jankos has been on fire the last few weeks, so not really a big surprise. I still think Giants are, maybe not in this game, but then the next game can definitely bounce back.
Yeah,
they have been very good lately.
They seem to be on form. We'll see if they can pull it out. For now, on our stream, though, G2 Esports has 1 point already over Roccat. We'll see if they can make it that clean sweep and secure 3. But before we go, let's hear what champions our European LCS players wish that they could pick.
A champion that's not in the meta, I would say Lee Sin, because he is kinda not in the meta. I mean, he's like good against everything, but not the best against like everything or anything, if you know what I mean. Like, you can pick him always, but he won't always be the best pick, kind of. Like, you can always pick him, but he's like, nah.
I would choose Jinx, because I always loved playing Jinx. With the long range and the ult as well, when you can AoE and kill everyone.
That's the easy one. I would choose Kalista, but she's too bad because she was nerfed in the wrong way, so she doesn't really fit in the meta anymore, because the meta shifted towards not Kalista meta, and her items got nerfed, and her champ got nerfed, and then he got nerfed a bit more for fun.
I would actually like to play Tristana a lot more. It's the best one for positioning yourself because you have jump, you have an ultimate to push people away, you have high range, so yeah, that one will be the perfect champion for me, I think.
Vayne has always been my favorite hero, and so I think it's quite saddening that she doesn't really have a place in the meta, but nah, I'm not sure. I think there's stronger ADs, unfortunately, but she's a lot of fun to play, and I've always kind of liked the style she's running.
I wish Nautilus was in the meta, because that's kind of my favorite champion support, and maybe Blitzcrank too, so it's fun to play.
Ooh, I mean, I used to love playing Javan, and I used to love playing Ringa. That was kind of my 2 champs that I love to play, because I used to really like champs that can engage fights and kind of dictate the game.
If I had, if there's one support I actually want to play in LCS, it's gotta be Celine, because I've always been a big fan. Like, when I started the game in Season 3, I picked up Celine, but no one really played it. All my friends just asked me why am I playing Celine?
I think if there wasn't a support that was in the meta right now, I would play Janna, because I find her fun. Like, she can blow wind and stuff.
Welcome back to the European LCS Arena, where we are standing by for Game 2 between Roccat and G2. Before we get there, the player of the game, no surprises, Trick once more. I'm pretty sure he is the current PogChamp champ.
Now he is. I think Jankos tied him yesterday.
Ooh, and Jankos is playing
And he's
right
playing
now.
right now, and he had a great game as well.
Yeah, Jankos and Trick came into the day with 6 apiece. This will put Trick on 7 players of the game.
And it's
of the game.
so easy just giving it to Trick almost every single time because he's always playing well.
He's always at the spearhead of the maneuver.
Yes.
I watched Alexander in the break, and I learned that technique.
Let's move on.
Okay, picks and bans, Game 2. Lissandra did not work. Roccat this time around
What
on
a
blue
surprise.
side.
I'm shocked.
Okay, so what did they do?
Don't pick Lissandra is step
Alright.
1. I think...
Is this a 6-step plan?
No, this is a 1-step plan. Don't pick Lissandra.
I'm obsessed with the 6-step plan.
But the problem here now is that last game G2 banned Trundle and Gnar, which were the 2 best
They
picks
did.
for Perang. And Perang has been very lackluster on anything else.
Okay.
So I think if you're G2, even on red side, you could actually aim to target ban Perang again because he's just been struggling. Malzahar could even be a ban
Perang
toward
champion.
Perang, potentially because he's being used top lane quite a bit. Obviously, red side, sometimes you gotta consider banning certain other things like Nidalee. In this case, no, because Roccat actually did the favor. So I think Karma was one of the other ones about to mention with the first big option.
Small change here for G2. They banned Trundle and Gnar in Game 1. With Karma being banned out, it means one of those will go through. For Roccat, they have allowed Sivir to be open. Sivir, first pick. It's happened before. It's happened in many regions. It could happen again.
Yeah, I mean, first picking right now is kind of funny because Karma tends to be their most obvious choice. And then, like, Vladimir was the other obvious choice. But after the nerfs, not every team wants to first pick him anymore.
Yeah.
He is open here. I really like this Gnar ban. Again, I stand by my statement. It was by far the best champion for Perang. Trundle is another good one for him. But this does mean G2, throughout the entire composition, can actually build against Trundle. And Trundle does struggle against some of these very long-range control mages, like Azir, even like Victor, because it's very hard for Trundle when he engages into the fight to get onto these control mages. And he very often then finds himself in a position where he kind of just runs around and tries to buy time, and that's it.
Now, if Roccat can buy enough time, they can make him relevant. For perks, though, the world is his oyster. Got a lot of champions to fall back to.
Definitely like Sivir. I think that's a good choice. Oh, Bard is open. Always gotta consider that when you have a support like Mithy. The good old Bard.
And because Karma's banned away.
Because Karma obviously is banned away here, so suddenly some of these other support picks that are still valued very highly, just not as high as Karma, are there. And ooh, this is interesting. I love watching Mithy play Bard. Like Mithy and Mickey, when they pick the Bard, you know stuff will happen. That was a play-by-play statement.
That was a play-by-play line if ever I've heard one.
Everyone who wants to be color casters, write that statement down and deliver
don't say it.
Every cast.
Yeah, don't say it.
Every cast, I want to hear that statement.
You know stuff will happen, ladies and gentlemen, as we load up for the 3rd game of the day.
Did you realize isolated deaths are dying alone?
Yeah. I mean, the word isolated means being alone. I know like English is not your native language, but I'm here to teach you. I can help.
You are the worst teacher ever.
I actually...
also with your own South African accent.
I actually opened synonyms for expect because I get frustrated using the word.
Expect.
Yes.
Do well, yeah.
Anticipate, contemplate.
See coming.
Assume, predict, all of these other alternative words. That means I don't have to say, I expect.
Yeah. I predict expect will get a counter pick in this game here. Sadly for him, obviously, he can't really take the Gnar. You can still pick Shen while he can struggle against Trundle. You can make a lot of plays in the mid-game still. Not the greatest matchup, but actually another matchup I've seen quite a bit into Trundle is like Lissandra top. Funny enough. Because you can push him down and then you use it to force fights in the mid-game again. But it's the same risk you play around. We're still getting used to Sven's new hairstyle.
No, you are.
I am.
I've got no problems with it.
I'm not saying there's a problem.
So
I'm
listen,
getting used to it.
What's your take on this Kindred? Took another round of nerfs this patch, and I think it's fallen off in priority from what I've seen of 6.13.
Definitely fallen off. I see very few junglers who still want to play Kindred over Elise, Gragas, Olaf. You know, Olaf is banned in this and Rex has picked away, but Elise and Gragas were still available. Trick had a great Gragas game before. We had 2 games earlier today on Gragas as well that looked fantastic. Kindred is the Airwax special.
Yeah.
He can play his solo game, but that solo game wins him maybe 1 game out of 10. And it's really risky against G2, especially.
He's played 7 games leading into this. 27 kills, 33 deaths on Airwax's Azir, Kindred.
So,
the Azir, there you go. There's that Azir into Trundle that you were talking about.
Yeah, the control mage, long range into Trundle. And Taliyah has been locked in.
Yay.
Not as exciting as yesterday when it was locked in for the first time. We were all going crazy here in Europe, but it also got moved to top. This will be the first mid lane Taliyah in Europe. And it's funny, because this is actually a matchup I watched in LCK. Rux Tigers versus SKT. And Kuro played it really well and actually had a great game on Taliyah. But it's a matchup that, according to Faker, is actually in favor of Azir. He said that it was really good for them to have the Azir prepared because he had played against the Taliyah in scrims and such. And he knew that Azir would be a fine matchup into it, so he picked it without any problems. So that is interesting. Obviously, their SKT team did also manage to win that game.
They did. We'll find out if Roccat can do the opposite. No? Yes,
Yeah,
it would.
We
it
will
would.
if they can do the opposite.
Yeah, it was like a double negative here.
Oh,
they'll need to win
Gangplank
that
as
one.
well.
And Gangplank into Trundle. Okay, so tell me about Gangplank into Trundle.
Well, this is again another one, another of these picks where we've seen it a bit more in Korea, actually, the Gangplank top. Not quite the same as it used to be, where you used to like stack tons of crits and just like try and one-shot people. After Trinity Force lost his crit, it's obviously changed the build path a little bit. You see like Trinity Force Ghost played very often instead. But into Trundle, interesting pick here. Obviously, Gangplank into melee matchups can always farm. But Trundle is still quite a beast if you get a proper 1v1. So I feel like this is much more for actual team fighting, where a massive zoning ulti from a Gangplank that slows down everyone against a Kindred, against a Taliyah who wants to kite back, and then a Trundle who wants to run at you. Like, there's a lot of members here who relies a lot on being able to constantly move around on the side of Rocket. Gangplank ulti
plus Azir
can really counter that quite effective.
Plus Bod. There's a ton of like AoE zoning CC.
But you have to move around all the time.
Constantly dancing, constantly darting. Roccat, they've got a difficult composition to pull off. And I think they're going to be very reliant on getting ahead in this early game. Because I think the longer that Gangplank and Azir are given to scale up, the scarier and scarier that team composition and those team fights become.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to see Betsy on this Taliyah here, see if he can actually kite back in these fights properly and use her to her full potential, because her all-in damage is great, but then the follow-up damage, unless you can land every single Q, is not the greatest compared to an Azir who's just like standing there hitting. Just a lot about kiting around with Rylai's over and over.
Yeah, kiting around and seeing whether or not Betsy can find those kills. Yesterday, Raze, his teammate, donated a few to Wonder. Said, here you go. Have some gold, my friend.
Maybe he thought like Wonder was a god or something. He had to sacrifice.
Yeah. Like as a good sign. Trick could get collapsed on.
You gotta worry again. Keep in mind, Taliyah, when it comes to landing multiple Q shots, does actually a lot of damage, even in the early game.
You mean like that?
Yeah.
Flash away from the death sentence. I like the fact that Trick respected the potential. But if G2 get caught in a lane swap, that's not going to be massively impactful.
It was window shopping, but remember the patch changes.
Biggest impact ever.
Just
according
saved
to
his
the
life.
Fisher. Why would he be shopping? He has no money.
Well, maybe he's, I don't know. Well,
actually, I think that's the definition of window shopping, isn't it?
Technically, I guess it is. Yeah, you're standing outside.
Yeah. So Thunderlords for Taliyah. Obviously threaded volley, first level. Going to start trying to push in Perkz and keep him on the back foot.
Yeah, so Taliyah, when it comes to very early laning phase, is able to push in a lot of these control mages because of her Q spam. Again, as long as you don't stand on this work ground underneath you, you get these multiple hits. It's actually very easy to get early push going and just like kind of force them on the top. But the problem is Azir can kind of do the same. It's more of it against champions like Victor. You can push him in. Azir, it's like, all right, you can shoot multiple times with Q. I can just put a soldier and start hitting. multiple times, and we kind of evened out, but it is slight advantage still for Betsy. And he can look to get pressure early on, and it's so much about constant moving. If you stand on work ground, your Q does so little. When you keep moving around it, though, you can do so much damage.
This whole game could be defined by zoning and circles, because you're going to have the work ground, you're going to have powder kegs, you're going to have Bard ultimates, cannon barrages, and it's always interesting to see how players start to prioritize how they move around the lane. Betsy actually dancing in between.
Missed that one.
Sand Soldiers, didn't connect to the seismic shove.
I wanted to knock Perkz straight into 2 or 3 extra shots. Didn't manage to hit it though. But again, with Taliyah, another thing to look for is that ulti that is so unique. You can literally block off almost an entire lane. You can actually block off an entire lane. And it's very good at ganking side lanes. She's a fantastic roamer. Also because when she's running near walls, she gets the extra movement speed, starts surfing away. And she's so good at impacting side lanes without having an actual teleport. And that's something we gotta look for. But Sven got a very mobile AD carry to escape. Expect will not be able to run away. If they go for the top lane, that's actually what I want to see from Rocket later on in the game. I want to see them once they get standard lanes, shut down this Gangplank, because Trundle, Pillar, Taliyah, ulti, there's a lot of walls being put up here.
Yes.
And there's very little Gangplank can do to get out of them.
Yeah, as well as even on G2's own team. Azir throwing out those. So the tower's going down in the lane swap. Pretty much bang on even here. There we go. Rocket get theirs. G2 trade, but Sven had already recalled. So 4, 5, 6 seconds sooner, gonna be in lane. Oh, and gonna take a magical journey to speed that process up even more.
So much like last game, again, Rocket with the Jhin, and also auto-attacking these minions quite a lot, slows them down. In the swap, not the most interesting thing, but it does matter. Sadly, again, we have the Cloud Drake, so actually teams don't put that much value on the early objective. It's about denying CS. So we just talk more about Taliyah. Like, Rylai's, fantastic item on her. Pick
first?
Not necessarily first item, no. Okay. Second item, I like it a lot. It is fantastic for the way you like to play with her, where it's so much about constant moving and kiting. If you can keep using this extra movement speed you gain from walking around and work around, and then always get out of it, find another Q that keeps slowing down people, like you can be really hard to catch. And then also it's about, honestly, understanding when to be very aggressive, because you have the ability to reposition in these fights with your ulti and like block people off, but you often have to put yourself in danger while doing it. Because remember, when you're flying on a wall, when you actually reactivate it, if you take damage, you get knocked off the wall. So like an Azir putting up a soldier, they'll take damage. Not the perfect combo, but we get to see what you can do. Put out that little seismic shot behind and knocks him back, or is it toss it's called?
Yeah, seismic shove.
Yeah,
that's the W.
Shove, that's the W. Knock them back into your E here for extra damage. And then when you get people on the tower, because you can fire these shots here over actually like a few seconds, you can use it also to deny quite a lot of CS, because they gotta pick between last hitting or taking the damage.
Yeah, losing out some HP on that trade. Betsy's actually spamming this ability quite a lot. Burned through half his mana pool. In contrast to like Wonder yesterday, it felt Wonder hit a lot of those Ws, was shoving everybody around, Rocket in fact, throughout most of the mid to later game team fights. And Betsy fires out the threaded volley, continues to side forward. Now he's standing on worked ground. Very good little combo, but not the most amount of damage.
Well, because he's on the work ground, he's actually not able to force anything from Perkz. They only get the one shot right after. But laning phase, we know Taliyah will do well. Outside of laning phase, once you get into team fights, that's where it can be harder to execute her. Because again, her combo, as you can see right here, it doesn't cover a lot of ground. So like you put that down, you knock people back into it, and then you kind of run around landing these Qs over and over. But against Azir, who does so much consistent DPS, it's really hard because you are very squishy. You're not tanky like on a Taliyah by any means. So you gotta be so careful when you're moving around in these fights here. Will be exciting to see what Betsy can do. We get our standard lanes, and this is where I want to see Rocket put focus on shutting down Expect. Gangplank is still not a great champion before he gets 2 or 3 completed items.
Yeah.
It is a little bit better now with Ghostblade as a second item, but when you have Taliyah ulti, when you have Trundle Pillar against a champion who only has a flash, I think that's where you put your focus.
Yeah, get yourselves ahead by punishing that lane. But it also means Betsy and Parang need to be on the same page, and Parang needs to step up from his previous performance. Betsy actually just stepped on that workaround, so he didn't find out the single shot before backing away. And with standard lanes, Sven and Mithy, Lucian Bard, 61 CS to 41. That lane swap those few seconds
It matters.
become bigger and bigger and bigger. It means plus 20 there, plus 10 in the top lane as well.
And also because now Rocket with the team swapping back into standard lanes, they obviously had to wait for the wave, so they will catch some of it, about probably 10 down the bottom lane now, and then push it back out. But does mean again G2 can make another early recall and then decide, do we want to go top lane now? Do we want to push on top with 4 members and just like take a Rift Herald after? That's what they're going for now. Expect is getting ganked, but more people are coming from G2.
There's a flash available. Trick flashes forward. Expect flashes out. Parang follows and jumps for first blood. Trick's now in trouble. Sven and Miffy want to join the fight. Exhaust on Parang. Trick should be able to heal up if he can burrow. Manages to use the passive. Airwax will buy some time with Lamb's respite. Sven does a little dance. Moves around in the pale moonlight, and Sven picks up the kill.
Yeah, it's hard to be angry at Rocket because we talked about camping that top lane. That's what they did. The problem is, when G2 recalls from the bottom lane, you don't actually know where they're going. You have to respect that they can run to the top lane. So once they go for the gank, unless they could like almost one-shot Expect and then get out of there, it would be too risky, and they get punished for 2 kills for G2 as a return. And this wave is still pushed towards Expect, meaning Parang will get no farm. So this is their gank on top. Again, had it been a 2v2, great. Problem is the bot lane had already recalled, they had that information. They get jumped, they end up dying. That's 2 kills now over. Airwax trying to flash in, see if he can get a last hit onto Trick. Very ambitious from him. And now this wave coming. On your minimap you see a massive blue wave. Well, that's just gonna keep pushing down towards Expect. He's still standing with that wave. And where's Parang going now? He's just running around the river because this wave is frozen.
Yeah.
So not only did you lose 2 kills, you also put your top lane in a situation where he can't get any farm. Whereas a Gangplank who's just gonna sit there and last hit the Q and stack up.
So Rocket, though, they're going to play a little bit on their strong side. Jin's down bottom. Blue buff secured here with Airwax. He smited that one down. And the rest of Rocket starting to shove in this inner tower bottom. Sven doesn't have the culling yet, but he will fairly soon. Yeah, if they need to wave clear.
And then normally the reaction when someone is freezing is you make a play on the opposite side with a big wave. But Gangplank has ulti now because he's getting so much farm. He can use that to clear this wave, like we see here, meaning that this siege from Rocket that would normally always give a tower suddenly gets interrupted. Perfect use of Gangplank and makes the situation even worse for Rocket. Like Gangplank used to be this guy who would always ruin the lane swap plans because of his ulti.
Still is that guy.
Still is that guy right now. And Parang has not been farming anything for at least 2 minutes.
Yeah.
He's now trying to get a Cloud Dragon. Nope, he's actually not even getting a Cloud Dragon.
Parang's got 1 CS in the last 2 minutes. Expect has managed to pull up plus 35.
And this is where you either send Parang and your jungler to go hard push out the top lane, or
Death Bush.
You wait for this wave on
Death
bottom
Bush.
side. They're trying to get a pick here.
Ward came down.
But then you send your AD carry and support to the top lane. It sucks for everyone, but you might have to do it just to push it out. Expect is still sitting there. They don't care about losing Cloud Dragon. It literally doesn't matter at all for G2. 61 CS. No one is stopping Expect, and now it's almost too late. Either you do it instantly when you're level 5 to level 5 and your jungler joins and you push it out, because you had Taliyah ulti as well to back up in case you need it, or for backup in case you need it, but now they've just kind of done nothing with it, not swap the AD carry up there, not put the top laner with jungle and Taliyah potentially. This must be one of the biggest CS leads we're gonna see in 10 minutes.
Yeah, it really feels that way. Perk's going quite aggressive on Betsy. Slides and glides forward.
Wait, now they're doing it? So you decided to wait until you're 2 levels down?
Now let's see Expect. Cannon Barrage will be available fairly soon. Sitting at about 13 or 1400 gold, getting closer and closer to Trinity Force. By the way, the next dragon being Cloud. We've had no real luck with the fun dragons today.
Oh, seen one Infernal, I think. And now we should need to see Trick on top side. Because the only play for Rocket is pushing out this wave. And if Trick was here instead of actually going to the bottom side, they could have just taken the 2v2 against the level 5 Trundle and made it even worse. If Expect can still keep the wave outside of tower, now Trick is here. It's a little bit too late. I want to see him a little bit before, but they're still going to get it.
They're still going to, indeed. Earwax doesn't even have flash available. Lamb's Respite will buy some time. Expect decides to come back in, looking for the heal and the last hit. Trick flashes forward, a full channel culling. Sven's on a killing spree.
All right, G2 gets what they want. Could have been done. A little bit quicker, but honestly, you get 2 more kills. The Gangplank got one of them. He's 84 CS to 24.
I wonder what the earliest Flame Horizon is.
I mean, we might be looking at it in this game. He's about 40 CS. And we're there.
At this rate, that's not unfeasible.
Problem is now this lane is now pushing because Parang actually got to kill enough minions. And there was a cannon as well coming from G2. So sadly, it got to push out. Sven is gonna follow it all the way into tower. And now all G2 has to do is make sure Parang can't freeze it. Honestly, even if Parang freezes now, you just force plays on the map. You got a level 8 Gangplank with ulti. Parang is out of this game. This is the play from top. We talk about, again, Trick going to bottom side first. Meant it was delayed a little bit, but they still get everything they want. Swim picks up another kill. Nothing Rocket is doing on the map. This is another clear advantage for G2 and just a much better early game.
It's a few minutes late, but the CSD for Expect over Parang was 36 CS at 10 minutes. That actually ties the highest CSD we've had in summer, where Knight actually was plus 36 over Senkai's. So it is more CS records in the summer split, Deficio.
That's all we got here in Europe is CS records. And now we're gonna get a fight, Trevor, because Airwax is invading on his own.
Airwax has actually flashed. Wow, gets caught by the Tempered Fate. Cannon Barrage, as well as Mithy's Cosmic Bindings, will allow G2 to get another kill. That was just so well timed.
Yeah, Mithy is fantastic on board, but such a risky and greedy invade from Airwax, stepping in to steal away a Wolf Camp. Small advantage he could actually get from it. Ends up getting punished. Great trade again from Betty. This time around he got more shots down onto Perkz. But Perkz' job in this game is do not intentional feed.
Yeah.
Farm the mid lane. And just let your side lanes win.
Deficio, side lane, this is a big deal. The CSD record at 15 minutes is plus 51. Look at this wave that Expect is about to catch. We might be able to break it.
I'm so happy you're so excited about this. Mithy predicting the Lantern. Beautiful play from him. And then Raze also gets to flash out. I'm tracking over on the right side. How much was the CS advantage?
Plus 51.
51. It's 106.
He's breaking it. He's breaking it. It's plus 53 now.
Yeah, but it's not 50 minutes yet. Does it count?
It's 30 seconds. If he can hold that advantage for another 30 seconds.
Why? I'm getting
we have the least,
we need 15 minutes.
The least exciting CSD record.
Oh.
Woo, there's one guy.
One guy.
One guy. I love you, dude. Actually, it might be our cameraman. Sorry, I take it back.
Well, we do like our cameraman too.
We do, but when they're cheering, you know, when for the boring statement.
It's happening, Trevor.
It is happening.
10 seconds.
This is going to be close.
And Parang just recalled. He wants it to happen. It's like, just do it, man. Just finish me.
The problem is now I have to do arithmetic. What is this? Is that 64 CS? Yay! Oh, I love you guys. Thank you, Berlin, for helping.
Hey, Danish flag.
Danish flag. So plus 64, if my math is correct, is our new CSD at 10. Flame Horizon is plus 100. Betsy gets locked down with Tempered Fate. Cosmic Binding against the wall and the culling. Lamb's Respite will buy some time. A lot of life-saving techniques. But Betsy's able to walk away with his life.
I can't wait to read about how Gangplank beats Trundle so easily in lane, and that's why there's such a big CS difference. And obviously it's nothing to do with that freeze, and then Rocket deciding to walk around the map for, what, 3-4 minutes? Been kind of like, how do we deal with the top lane? I don't know, run bot lane. All right, let's go top lane now when we're 3 levels down for no reason. Like, they managed to just give Expect everything.
Trick. Good Trick. Perkz is already killed. That was a very good seismic shove. Trick was waiting, but he waited so long. Perkz got caught. Perkz used his exhaust as well. Trick has used his flash already, jumped onto Betsy. Betsy goes down, manages to put out the Unraveled Earth. That'll slow down any further engages. Steelback gets one with a curtain call. Third shot goes wide, and the fourth. Can't see if that one connects. I feel like it did. Expects jumped in the fight. It's a 2 for 3.
So Rocket gets a little bit, got some damage on mid tower, and then Betty with a good combo. Steelback is still full HP, not able to get Mithy. Sven wasn't even in the fight. He's actually sitting bot lane.
So was that 5v4?
Right now, it's a 5v4. And in the end, they end up trading quite a lot. Expect right now is sitting on 7,000 gold. Parang is sitting on 5,000. There's a 2,000 gold difference at 16 minutes between these two top laners. And now you're gonna get your Ghostblade as well on this Gangplank, so that's gonna be even greater for him.
I mean, the gold lead is 4,000 gold, so 2,000 of that difference is just
All right,
top lane.
good little combo, hook into the damage from Betsy, but that's just a one-for-one trade-off with the Gangplank ulti being so impactful. And then they just end up getting another trade. Good engage by Trick, and then Steelback returns the favor.
Have we even seen an ultimate yet from Betsy?
No, we have not.
Okay.
But, again, because Expect got to freeze the wave for like
the
5-6
opportunity wasn't
minutes.
there.
Yeah, this entire game just changes. Because it was supposed to be Expect pushing up, then Pillar into Talia wall, into killing Expect 3 or 4 times. Brang would be fed.
You know what I haven't spoken about since last year? Barrel mechanics, Deficio.
Oh.
Do you remember that buzzword when Gangplank was all the rage?
The barrel mechanics.
The barrel mechanics. When Soaz was showing up Huni back in the day.
I remember that. I remember at MSI when we got to see it as well once from Flash Wolves, and we got the sick barrel mechanics where he was curving it every single time.
Well, Expect just showed us a little bit of mechanics there. Comboing a 3-barrel stack onto Parang. 3-level advantage in that matchup. Thank you, observers. As Expect's going to shove a wave in, Parang will be happy to get his mitts and some juicy farm.
Now you just run mid as the Gangplank. You have ulti. You can put Gangplank
Cannon
ulti
barrage.
behind the tower.
Do it, do it, do it, and they
tower.
do! Rocket are in trouble. Raze and Earwax standing on top of Lamb.
mechanics!
Barrel mechanics gets one for Raze. Even trying to flash away from that. Mithy takes a magical journey.
And Expect is loving his life right now. He's playing for the best team in Europe, and he gets to get free farm on Gangplank the first 18 minutes. And then he just runs from lane to lane, killing people. What a great day for Expect.
Yeah, he's my lead candidate for player of the game, just letting you know.
I feel like you're spoiling it for
Getting on the
everyone.
inside. I'm just, you know, things can change. All right, Steelback's going to start firing out his curtain call. Good damage on Expect.
Betsy.
And Expect goes down. I rescind my vote.
Yep. After one mistake,
that's
you
it.
are down. You just reset, basically.
Uh-huh.
You build up points whenever you do good stuff.
Listen to this.
One mistake, down to 0.
50% of G2's deaths are because of Expect. I mean, that's a lot. Half of them, dude.
Statements.
It is. And because of Expect dying,
Mid-tower
Rocket take
down.
the tower. There's still 5,000 gold down. The rest of G2 actually not responding yet. Rocket looking to put some more damage down. Tempered Fate will slow any further pressure, but the tower still taking damage. Airwax has gone way too deep. It's gone all the way forward. I don't know what you were doing. And the tower stands.
Tower stands.
I actually don't understand why Airwax went forward.
I think he walked in to see if he can get a last hit on either Perks or Mithy, and then found himself on the wrong side of the tower and couldn't get out because Trick was also hovering to the side. This is the 5.4. Gangplank ulti behind tower always allows you to take the tower. G2 wants more though to actually go for the fight at the same time, and then good little combo from Expect. Just missed Airwax though, so doesn't get the 10 out of 10. Gotta be critical here.
Yeah. Airwax was chasing the kill on Mithy.
Yep.
Just did a quick double check.
It's often a safe guess with Airwax, like he was probably chasing a kill. And that's why he ended up being a bit out of position.
0-5-3. Much like Expect is responsible for half of G2's deaths, Airwax is responsible for half of Rockat's deaths, although 0-5-3 is significantly worse than 3-2-3. Cloud Drake picked up by G2. I take that back, by Rockat. The most exciting of Drakes.
And we get another game where G2 managed to win the early game without ever really being under pressure.
Yeah.
I feel like Betsy's been good on Talia though. He's actually been able to set up some good combos and secure a kill here and there. But it doesn't matter a whole lot when you watch, obviously, the top lane matchup right now. ADC has advantage still for Expect. And then suddenly Talia's ulti, when you can't go to that side lane, it's difficult. Race might go down.
Yeah, he might, but look at the damage under Perks. Betsy's doing what he can to carry. Emperor's Divide picks up the kill onto Raze, and Parang's left alone behind enemy lines. G2 lose nobody, despite Betsy's best efforts.
Baron is alive, 21 minutes in, 3 guys are down. This could be the opportunity for Betsy to show off his mechanics. G2 are not starting it yet because 2 members are returning to base. And Mithy dies. That's a quicker way to get back, to be fair, and buy. Slower way to get out of the base again, but It's all about buying.
It's all about buying. He can't have his shopping experience interrupted now because he's dead.
Exactly.
So
yeah,
you see, next level of the analysis. Like the aggressive player from Methy, Airwax actually hops forward to get out of Tempted Fates.
Yeah, Airwax is very close to getting a kill here, but he ends up going in 1v2 and then exhaust, and a good ulti from Perkz secures the kill. And just a little bit too early in the game, I feel, for G2 to actually rush down that Baron. Also with Airwax making sure Mythic could get the items he wanted. Not window shopping, he was actually moving.
Yeah, it was moving. Just caught out. Couldn't window shop anymore. No, he could actually, because he was dead.
Yep. What is it called when you buy a window?
I mean, I guess it's also window shopping.
I'm just asking, maybe you're the English guy here.
I don't know, I've never had to buy a window before.
No, you never had to buy a window?
No, because every building I've gone into has already had windows.
Whoa.
So
maybe when you buy a house, you know, build it up from the ground, you gotta buy windows.
you do, yeah. I wonder where Rocket are in their house building. Crepo had a fantastic analogy yesterday for teams building up their synergy and building up. It's like building a house. You need to have solid foundations.
Sure.
Then you need to have good support from your walls. Then you want to put a roof on, start to like actually becoming a house. That means becoming a team. And then the really good teams are like painting it and putting up artwork
Of
and
course,
like
yeah,
buying
yeah.
windows.
I hope every team would buy windows.
Yeah, me too.
But that is a very,
Yeah,
very
Microsoft
good
would prefer that as well.
Definitely. They will just auto-upgrade anyway. They don't care. They don't care, man. You look away for 1 second, and you got Windows 10.
Hey, we've got a Weaver's Wall, and Sven might be dead. Not just yet, though. Tempered Fate will buy some time. Bitsy and Parang got locked on the wrong side of the wall. I got very excited there, but Sven's able to flash away.
Everyone from Rocket on top side. Sadly, their Lucian pick does have the ability to dash. A lot of damage from Bitsy. That's Flame Horizon.
One CS.
One CS. No, Parang got one. And
There we go. Flame Horizon, 24:02. Don't know if that's the earliest. Raze will potentially go down. Threaded Volley puts some damage on the Trick, but he's already pretty beefy. Indian Zone and Omen plus Cinderhold. Airwax, where are you going? Well, he's got the kill. I will take that back. Airwax gets one before going down himself. Death Sentence connects onto Raze. The root holds Trick in place.
Again, Trevor, never ask where's Airwax going. Instead, ask who is he killing.
Got it. This time round, it was Perkz. Expect barrel mechanics. This time round finds nobody, but I think that's because Rocket dodged. They were able to get away from Expect. And Airwax, he gets at least a kill.
Getting a little bit silly. You know, a lot of
They normally
pushes
do when they're
forward
this
and-
far ahead.
Yeah, and then suddenly you take some fights and randomly the jungler's in your face and he's actually 0-7 and he gets a kill onto you as well. Because these fights like become extremely messy. Stillback is the guy, together with Betsy, who are right now trying real hard to see if they can claw their way back into this game. But G2 are now healthy enough, high enough level to set up for that Baron. No teleports in this game just yet, but once you start face checking here against multiple barrels, it becomes tricky.
Yeah.
Then also all these walls that Mithy can land stunts around. He's been having some great ultis so far, the Mithy.
That'll also be interesting. Weaver's Wall comes down from Betsy, and Mithy goes, thank you, I'll stun you against it.
Yeah, I'll use that.
Yeah.
We've seen one now from Betsy. Was used to try and catch out Sven. Didn't get to do a whole lot. So this is after that little engage in the top lane where Rocket lost out because they lost the bot tower. So they dive in for Raze. And then they actually just end up walking past Airwax until they didn't realize, oh wait, he's actually still over there. And it's a 1v1 between him and Perkz. And Airwax just won it. There's 0-6 at that time. Kindred just 1v1 the Azir.
And when we come out of the replay, Betsy's been caught by Tempered Fate, is in trouble, running away for his life. Raze is already dead. Sven took him down. Sand Soldier sent forward by Perkz. Curtain Call tags Trick. 1, 2. Third shot goes wide, and the fourth doesn't have the range. G2 for 0.
Nice synergy, and behind everything, Expect is running around killing people.
G3, 0. Does play the track. Oh, no, but Perkz has it. The Sand Soldiers and Emperor's Divide. Parang bounces away. Perkz is looking for more. Come on, Conquering Sands forward. 4 members of Rocket down.
Baron will also drop. Follow Rocket down. Close it down into the underground, but I'll say something else, to the afterlife. And G2 are still in full control. I have seen Dustblade once in the US. It's actually killed someone. It was close.
It happened. No, I think it happened last week or the week before.
That's what I mean. I saw it the one time. Where he actually got the kill. So, good engage. Mithy again with the ulti. I mean, every single time a fight is started, Mithy is there. Get a few kills. And then Expect is just running behind the team now. Here's Parang. He's in the game. Cynical.
Yeah.
Is that painting your house kind of stuff?
Yeah. Oh, I wish he didn't parlay.
Yeah, see, but that's
It
where you
would've
got the
been so
reset.
good.
And then he gets so close. Perkz jumps in. Has the same value as a Dustblade. Picks up the kill. And Parang. Again, story of the game for Parang here. Holy moly, man. It's not been a fun game for Parang, but he's also being sold by his own team.
Yeah.
So it's kind of on both.
Well, we're at 27 minutes in, and there's been 25 kills. G2 have completely run away with this game. They started the snowball in the top lane, and it has crushed Roccat at every opportunity. Despite the Stoneweaver being on Rockat's team. Too much of a stretch?
No,
Okay.
I'll take it. We get some clouds as well. No mountains, because we have enough in this game with Talia obviously there. 3 Cloud Drakes for the people.
For the people.
This is where the people riot.
This is RNG. It's sometimes your friend.
Well, again, when you get more of them, it is fine. Perkz getting caught.
He is caught. He is rooted. No Hourglass either. Perkz is going to be able to flash away to safety, and Raze is in fact the one that goes down. Sven, though, gets caught out with a lot of damage. Airwax is on the front line once again. Lamb's Respite comes out, and the Sundisk looking to buy time, looking to put damage down. Perkz sends the soldiers out, takes down Betsy, looking for more. Duskblade will barely scratch Parang. Expect is not done. Walking all the way forward. Steps over the captive audience, and the base is broken into. G2 will be able to use this Baron buff, take down their first inhibitor, potentially taking more actually, because they can just peel around to middle where Perkz is waiting.
Well, right now I'm just looking at Betsy in every fight. I want to see how he plays him. He got another kill before, together with Airwax, and the rest of our G2 are pushing in. Rocket is coming though, they have the Trundle.
There's no
Never mind, they don't have the Trundle.
Parang, he's playing backline Trundle, but look at that damage. 1Q and auto kills 50% of Raze's HP. Expect not going to be able to connect those barrels, despite activating the Ghost Blade. And it really is just a matter of time now before G2 can knock over those last few hurdles.
Yeah, again, tower's almost down. They got Cannon Minion pushing in. A few hits from Azir and it is dead. Obviously, again, you got to respect Rocket with the potential fight on the tower. But so little they can do.
Yeah. Tempered Fate will catch Betsy in the tower. It allows Raze to get caught up. Betsy actually jumps over to the side. Perkz flies forward. Is able to pick up the double kill. Tower drops. And Sven's chasing with Culling. Dashing forward, sidestepping. Gets caught out by the root. And Steelback takes him down. Just a little love tap. Picks up the 9th kill of the game for Roccat. But G2 are up 14,000. We're going to go all the way back with a crazy.
We're going really far back. Perkz got a card, but then it actually turned into a really good combo. Now, look at that from Betsy. I like that. He's been very good when it comes to knocking people back into these minefields, rock fields.
Rock fields. I guess they do explode. That would make them mines.
We need like a Lego skin for this one, and just like Lego.
Lego's made in Denmark, isn't it?
It is, of course.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's a Danish thing.
Danish
I mean, what do you mean, come on?
But like, you push out Lego in front of her and knocks you back into it, like that does a lot of damage.
Little plastic bricks. You can't like expect you to just know this is a Danish pride thing.
I don't know, Trevor. I don't know. I
Is
feel like
Lego
that
a Danish
one,
word?
That one is, I mean, it's not really like a word specific.
Okay. Just a name.
It's just a name.
Deficio.
Common knowledge, I'm just saying.
We've hit a bunch of like CS records this game. I'm going to change the tone just a little. There's a 3-way tie for the most deaths this split in a single game.
Okay.
Do you want to know how many deaths that is?
Well, who are the proud players sitting tied?
Find that out for you in a second. My stats knowledge doesn't go names. I didn't know there's a 3-way tie.
Oh, okay. I thought you had the name. That was part of the story, right?
No, no.
Oh, that's the story.
It's just a record. Because
now the story is
the
terrible.
record is 9 deaths.
All right, I'm
and
going to guess
is on
Airwax
8.
is part of the one. I'm going to say
surprised.
he's one of them.
Stats Bender. Where are the names? Move, Hylissang, and Freeze have all died 9 times in a singular game. The Weaver's Wall comes out. We're looking at Airwax. Will he join the illustrious crew? The answer is yes. Airwax goes down for the 9th time. Betsy is dead, so is Raze. This is the final team fight for G2. With Super Minions pushing into the base, they won't be able to break that record, but they will be able to break the Nexus. G2 onto the Nexus turrets. 26 kills in 32 minutes. There was never any doubt. The shoehorn maneuver. Perkz will not connect with Steelback, not go down though. And G2 ace Roccat to take the 2-0 and 3 points.
As we talked about, when you are the #1 team, Trevor, and you play against number 10 in the league, these are the kind of games we want to see. Yeah, okay, this one got a little bit silly in the end, but G2 were so far ahead. They played a much better early game. I credit all of it to Sven's new hair. For the, focus and mindset of the team. And good games, a lot of kills. And Airwax, as you said, tied now?
Tied with Hylissang, Freeze, and Move for the most deaths.
Yeah, I remember the Freeze game. That was the Ashe game.
Yes.
Against G2.
Yes.
Funny enough. Where he got.
But that was also because the game fell apart around him, and then he got jumped on a whole lot.
That's fair. But he made some mistakes too. Anyway, it's not about him. It's about G2.
Yes.
Because this is where you just talk about the positives.
Look, I think you look at G2 yesterday. They dropped that game to Giants. Danish flag in the audience. Yes, well done. We all know that now.
We love it.
We saw that guy at All-Star wearing that really weird suit.
Yeah, I wonder who that guy was.
To the world. I don't know.
I feel like no one knew who he really was.
It's like Superman. No one knows his true identity.
Maybe one day he will reveal himself, but for now, he won't.
No, not for now. But yeah, I think, you're going to go back to what you said. For G2, clear 3 points. You expect G2 to be the clear favorites, and they showed that in both games.
Yes.
Despite the craziness.
The casiness.
But what's very important now is G2 are very clearly in control of first place. They're at the top of the table. They've got a points buffer between second and third, and they've got a few weeks to, cement that top 2 and then start experimenting a little bit more.
Again, this is where, as G2, you can take chances the next few weeks. You can try some different things. If you lose, then obviously switch back to something that works for the next game, get the 1-1 at least, and then keep that top 2.
To Fisher, we've talked a whole lot about G2 for obvious reasons. For Roccat, though, it's now starting to get further and further away from even making it into, top 7.
Yeah.
So, the team has just had struggles, individual players as a team. Like, now they've got to start setting their sights on challenger squads and promotion tournaments.
Definitely. If you are Roccat, keep in mind, they made these roster changes coming into it. They weren't forced to make any of them. They made them because they felt like this would be a much better lineup. Got Steelback as well. So, we were like, Steelback and Betsy is going to be a great combo. Obviously, Raze and Pereng have not been showing up, which has been a big issue for Roccat, but it's a team issue.
It is.
Honestly.
And just as a bump, next Tuesday and Wednesday, we'll have the Challenger semi-finals. For now, though, we're going to head on to stage where Sven is standing by with Pyrotechnics.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. Sven, a big 2-0 on the day. Obviously, when you're facing first against 10th, that's got to be the clear favorites, but you guys pulled it off, and you looked a lot cleaner than you did yesterday. Can you tell me a little bit about how you guys have kind of got up and prepped for this on the short notice?
Yeah, like last 2 weeks, I think all our practice goes into getting a lead. It's easy enough, and then playing the lead out without dying randomly here and there and getting caught here and there. And that's what we practiced all week, I think. Just snowballing cleanly without getting caught. So it didn't go so well against Giants in the first game, but I think these 3 games we played afterwards were pretty good, and today was good too. They made bad mistakes in lane swap, and it was easy to execute after that.
And you certainly were able to come on ahead. And, it's easy to forgive you some of the mistakes. Sometimes when people say snowball, you might think Nunu is going to be the correct answer. But experimentation's always appreciated. You brought back the Lucian the last couple of days. Obviously, it's been cycling around in the ULCS, but we hadn't seen it from you as much. Why are you starting to go back towards that direction?
At first, it was more like pick Sivir if it's open, and it's been banned a lot. So sometimes you don't want to be immobile. So you don't want to pick Ashe or Jhin or these kind of champs that get caught easily. So I just go for the Lucian, because I think Ezreal sucks. So I go for Lucian instead of Ezreal, and Ashe and Jhin are too immobile sometimes. So that's kind of where Lucian comes from.
All right, Lucian and Ezreal sucks, man. Tell me how you really feel. All right, so it's good to see the performance. So stepping up, you had a massive game 2 especially. Last one I want to get over to you. So looking ahead, you've got some tougher opponents on the horizon. You've got Splyce, you've got H2K coming up in the following week. What are you doing to prepare for these specific opponents, or is it just kind of like a blanket strategy for everybody at this point?
I mean, it's not really like everyone has their own niche champs. Like H2K has the Draven, Splyce has the Talia, you know, so you have to look out for different things. But in general, it's the same plan. You do your own drafts and you play the game same way as you play as the opponent is good, you know. You don't make plays based on their 10th place or their 3rd place, you know. So it's the same play and same drafts most of the time. So we play with respect for opponents always.
Play with respect and don't fear anybody. Congratulations again on your win. Still in first place and looking forward to see how you guys develop going towards the end of the split. For now, though, we are going to go ahead and send it back to the casters to break that one down again.
Thank you very much, Pyra. Great interview, and I like hearing some honesty from Sven. You know the way we measure like distance in measurements of Teemos? How many Teemos taller is Sven than Pyra?
Yeah, that's a big question. It's kind of like this when he's interviewing.
Yeah, this is the opposite. Normally I have to look up at him the whole time.
I'm going to say, so Teemos is like what? In-game he's like this big.
Yeah.
I'm going to give it like at least 5.
At least 5 Teemos? Okay.
Yeah.
I hope
4, make it 4.
I hope somebody who's got some Photoshop expertise can jump on that one. We are at that point in the day where we have to talk about player of the game.
See.
Like when you're again in this like really heavy-handed, one-sided matchup, where do you go? I voted for Mithy. I thought his bard.
I too voted.
But we're not the only ones that vote.
No.
The real winner was Expect, actually. Showing up on that Gangplank. I think he was set up to succeed.
Yes. But he had some,
and he carried it through.
He had some great executions of barrel mechanics.
Yeah.
Some good ultis as well. So he definitely took the advantage and he ran with it. You know, he had a great performance. He's definitely showing up against this competition. And he's looking better and better every week.
And this is one of those situations where democracy wins out.
Shout out to Mithy, though.
Yeah. Props to him. He did very well. We've waffled about this game enough. Let's take a look at how things are going between H2K and Giants on EULCS2.
There's the ultimate in from Ryu, chasing down Maxtor. Second charge will land, but is now out of range. No one will fall.
But this will result in a dragon for H2K, so this will be their first Infernal of the game. And unfortunately for Giants, they just tried to force a play in the mid, which was again just a little bit too overzealous. The coordination wasn't exactly there. Knight wasn't in a position to provide the same sort of support, and he was forced to use his ultimate onto Maxlaw, who was, fortunately for Giants, able to get out of that sticky situation. So I think it's smart from Giants to concede this, but now the next Infernal Drake is going to be really important because there are 2 on the board. The third will give a big power spike to either team that's able to collect it. And so teams just need to ramp up. And looking at Sunstar, who's already stacking up that tier, as well as completed the Iceborne Gauntlet. That tier nearly completed. By the time the next Drake rolls around, he will be at a big 2-item spike. Nidalee decided to go for the Rylai's, also a big spike. SmittyJ working towards his 2-item spike as well. So we're seeing a lot of spikes, a lot of sharp stuff happening all across the map right now. And I think that next Drake could really be the big deciding factor in who gains the momentum moving forward.
For sure. We've had a lot of dragons so far, with the first one being picked up very early from these 2 teams. But I feel like we're in for a slightly longer game here. Last one was, I feel like, fairly fast just because there was a lot of kills happening. With Giants, with just really good fights around those big objectives. SmittyJ, of course, still has his buff, and Maxwell may be called out. Good ultimate in front freeze means the rest of his team can capitalize, and the CC chain will keep him in place. Maxwell goes down. Just a great pick from H2K.
Unfortunate for Maxlaw, trying to get some vision down and ends up getting punished for it. Just caught completely unawares. The chain CC coming out from H2K was enough to get themselves the kill, and now they're trying to put a bit of pressure down onto this tier 1 in the mid, but the poke coming out from Sunstar and Hustlin is actually enough to force Ryu back. And meanwhile, SmittyJ was able to push that minion wave underneath the turret, and that's going to result in Odo Omni.
So a few quick things. That scoreboard tells me that Giants beat H2K. I've heard that there was some Baron shenanigans responsible for that. Giants are leading in game 2 against H2K. If they pick up 3 points now in 2-0, they are in the running for a top 4 position at the end of week 6.
Of course, we got
that is mind-boggling.
We got a lot of teams now around that top 6, even teams just outside, like Vitality and Unicorns of Love, who picked up quite some points. The Unicorns were 3-1 this week. Like all these teams, the music was about to play.
Yeah, the
when I was
music.
like,
So this
"Good
happens.
God,
This
the
happens
love."
in like award shows where they play you off. We will be taking a quick break. When we come back, it's our final series of the day between Schalke 04 and Splyce. Let's hope it's a good one. Don't go anywhere.
Today my play my feel good.
Nice. You carry me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hello, can you guys talk?
Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, it's good now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sven does a little dance, moves around in the pale moonlight, and Sven picks up the kill.
And now we're gonna get a fight, Trevor, because Airwax is invading on his own.
Airwax has actually flashed. Wow, gets caught by the Tempered Fate.
No flash, no flash.
Yeah.
I ping.
Okay.
Can block.
No, yeah, no, beginner. Nice.
We're looking at Airwax. Will he join the illustrious crew? The answer is yes. Airwax goes down for the 9th time. Betsy is dead, so is Brave. And G2 ace Roccat to take the 2-0 and 3 points.
Welcome back to the European LCS, where we are about to get into our final series of the day, Schalke 04 versus Splyce. And it feels like it's 10 p.m., but it's actually like I don't know.
It's like 4 o'clock?
It's 4 p.m.
Yeah. Just teleport from the caster desk over here.
Yep.
And this game is really interesting because when I was looking at potential, match of the week for this week, I was actually looking at this one. Not only me, obviously a lot of people decided, but I was looking at this one as like one of the really exciting ones. Obviously, it doesn't stand out. It's not G2, it's not Fnatic. But these two teams are actually playing really well, especially Splyce are looking better and better.
Yeah, I agree, and it is commendable the fact that yesterday, obviously, they had that game versus Rocket. They are the last place team in the standings, but they tried something new. They tried it to Taliyah, and Krepo was mentioning how it's good for a team to start evolving before you're under the curve, and in preparation of playoffs, starting to add layers to your play.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, one thing about the Splyce guys is that all of them play a ton, not just scrims, but just in dynamic queue as well, where they test a lot of different things. So, like, obviously, they've been playing a lot of Taliyah, seeing as they pull it out on stage. It was even banned the week before, and Wonder actually had a good performance. So if they can flex that to 2 lanes, we just saw Betsy have a pretty good game on it as well. He didn't win, but he had a good game at least. It is a champion that is super exciting and can really surprise people. So I like to see that from Splyce. And I think also it's confidence. These players are now good enough and have enough confidence on stage they can actually pull out new picks.
Yeah, very interesting to just look at the growth of Splyce when they burst onto the LCS, when it was a project, and now that they are at the point that they know that they can make it in playoffs and trying new things. On the other side, Schalke, of course, they had some up and down weeks and some really good performances yesterday. The tilt, I think, was really hard to control for them, and understandably so. They almost made it in that Nexus. 45 HP got saved them by Jankos, but they should be able to find their footing a bit more. They need to learn to rebound from that, I think.
Definitely, I think Schalke is too inconsistent, and it's the biggest weakness. If we look at Schalke, they often talk so much about how if they gank the mid lane early, they just take over early games and snowball out of control, but that's not enough to consistently win games because it becomes too predictable, and Fox actually didn't have the greatest game yesterday. So that's definitely something where they need other ways to win. But I think for Schalke, it's a lot about just improving on what you're doing already, and stop making some of these silly mistakes that can cost them games.
Yeah, we don't know if it was a mistake or luck, what was at play there, but we're going to take another look at that Nexus saved by H2K at 45 health.
Everything has gone wrong for H2K. It started so well, but at the end of the day, Schalke absolutely out-execute. Exhaust coming down. Can they buy the time? Can they turn this around? 2 members hitting the base. Rallis hitting the base. Will he drop? He's going to drop. Can they turn it around? They're so low. They have the CC. Can they turn it back? Triple kill. Yes, it's going on. Oh my God! It's happening. Another one. Quadra kill. And EU just keeps delivering.
Did you cast that one as well?
Yes, that was my first close Nexus game, though. I sadly didn't get some of the other ones, but they're always fun. But at the same time, right after the play, you're like, okay, who messed up?
Yeah.
Like someone, that one hit, who was it in this one here? Your Ryze dies to tower, 100% to 0. One hit from him, the game was over.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Schalke can do better in this one, regroup. Obviously, it was yesterday. They had a lot of time to think about it. A matchup we want to look at, Steve versus Wonder, not just for the crowd chants. And you mentioned Wonder before, and I love to just look at some of the Splyce members individually from time to time. Senkux was a big focus on us before, Thrashy a couple of weeks ago, but how has Wonder evolved this split?
Well, Wonder has become honestly a very good top laner in Europe. Start of last split, a lot of people looked at him as a weak link on the team. He then improved over the spring split, and now here in summer, he's actually been a very, very good player. And many people consider him at least like a top 5 player. If we look at the top lane itself, he's consistent in what he's doing. He has a good laning phase. He obviously has a quite wide champion pool. And one thing I really like is that we see just Splyce mature, and it's no longer just like random plays they're trying to pull off, or one guy trying to go like crazy and he gets a few kills. No, it's actually very consistent the way they're playing. It's what Yamato Cannon said like when he joined the team a year ago, what he wanted to do, and he's actually been able now to do it. So I think Wonder has been benefiting from that, but also his own individual performance has really been much better. Same for Steve. Not as impactful maybe as Wonder specifically, but he's steady, I was going to say Steady Freddy, but now it's Steady Steve. Steady Steve instead. We see that, like, this guy is very much like what I call like a teamwork player. He always seems to do what the team needs him to do. He can play these different kind of picks that they benefit from. So I think he might not win you the game. I think Wonder can win you the games. Steve is more like assisting everyone else.
All right, we'll see what happens. I'm keeping one eye on the monitor because H2K Giants is in a very
Another
interesting
Baron fight.
Any case, stay here if you want to watch Schalke, though. As we head inside for Game 1, Spratel tells us how leveling up to the big stage doesn't happen overnight.
I think just like us, they got a lot more experience. Like people from the outside just think you can go into LCS and just catch up with everything that you need to know, but there's actually a really big difference from playing just in Challenger Series or a solo queue to go into LCS. Like there's just so much information you need to like catch up with and learn. So I think just one split, they did well. Like they placed 8, I think, so they had to go through the relocations, but still like they made it. And now they picked up Mikey X, which I've seen a lot in solo queue, and I really think he's a good player, and he seems to really fit with Kobe in bot lane. They're really strong. So yeah, I just think like experience, a bit, I like a pickup as well in support, an improvement. I think that's all you need basically.
Hey everybody, I'm Pokemaniac Pyrotechnics. This is Scientist Stress. We're gonna bring you a double battle here between Schalke and Splyce. I can't wait.
I've only got Magnemites though, so I hope you brought something that wasn't
Really?
Steel Electric. Otherwise, we're a little bit out of luck.
That's about it.
Okay.
All right, so maybe this one won't be quite so hard. As the players are preparing for picks and bans, let's take a closer look at the teams. In the blue corner, representing Schalke 04, of course, also in their normal color, we have Steve in the top lane. It's his birthday, by the way. Gilius in the jungle, Fox on mid, Mr. Rales, the AD carry, and Spratel, we just heard from him on support. Coached by Nif as well. This is a team that, despite the setback yesterday, they definitely have been looking stronger and stronger, and as Spratel was saying, you know, it's a process.
Yeah, it seems to be a process. We'll see if they can pick up a birthday win for Steve, but they're going to have to go through the team on the opposite side of the rift, on the red corner, and representing Splyce. It is going to be in the top lane, Wonder. Jungle is Trashy, mid lane, Senkux, AD carry of Kobe. Support Mickey X, and their coach Yamato Cannon.
Yeah, this is a team that's definitely been leveling up, bringing a lot to the table. They beat up on Rocket yesterday. I'll see if they can do it again against Schalke. But these are two teams that should be fairly evenly matched. They've been, you know, kind of on our radar as these teams that have slowly improved started to, you know, clear out some of the weaknesses that we saw from them last split. Obviously, falling way further down in the standings then, but I mean, there's a lot of time to go still.
Yeah, there is a lot of time. I like the discussion about adaptation and how do you change your playstyle. Yesterday, I was very critical of G2 for doing it. There were some execution errors, so I still am on the fence about adapting too much, but for Splyce specifically, my criticisms of last year was they're trying to run before they can walk, doing too much before they've learned the basics, and honestly, this split, you can say they have shored up a lot of those weaknesses, and they're picking better comps. They're also looking for different strategies now that they've learned about map movements and team play, that kind of thing. So Splyce in general are looking better.
Yeah, there's a lot of variety though for both teams also. We had that featured matchup, Wonder and Steve. That'll be a really interesting one to take a look at. And they do a lot of varied things for their teams. We have Wonder playing 8 different unique champions this split, a mix of those tanks, a mix of the carries. Steve has gone all the way to 10, but you know, the picks and bans, they're coming real fast, so we'll go into that one a little bit later. Bard's banned away, Vladimir, we kind of expect these. The Aurelia is taken away from Wonder, but it's all jungle on the side of Splyce until they follow up with the Shen finally.
So with that Shen being off the board, no Talia ban away from Splyce. The analyst desk were talking about
Or
how it
Sion.
could potentially be a flex. Sion bans I'm not expecting quite as many anymore. We had that week or so where people have been banning it away, but still a lot of options. Karma is available. Deficio had a piece earlier about how you've always got to consider that. The Karma, the Sivir that we've seen time and time again, all available for this series.
Yeah, but one thing that's been left out of the pick and ban, or rather the ban pool, it gets snapped up quickly by Schalke, is the Azir. The Emperor goes over to Fox, who has had quite a very good split himself.
He has, but now with 2 junglers banned, I'm looking towards Splyce. Do they want the Rek'Sai in this scenario? Trashy has only played 5 junglers. Rek'Sai has been a 10-time pick for Trashy, so could be another setup for him here. Splyce do have a lot of options. As we said, Karma's still available. Could be an option there if they want the Sivir as well.
And we've seen a lot of Karmas picked in the first rotation. It will be no different this time around. And there is the Rek'Sai. You could call it a comfort pick. I think for Trashy, it's the comfort pick. He seems to look so much better on it. The global pressure he can provide is immense.
It has a lot of dynamics that fit the exact playstyle Trashy wants to do. He wants not only that global pressure, he wants the ability to gank early, the ability to clear fast, and to counter gank if he needs to. Rek'Sai covers all of those bases very well and allows Trashy to use the information that he has to actually follow the enemy jungler around. It's not so much a carry jungler, but it's very good for what Trashy wants.
So the question becomes for Schalke now, what do they take on the other side? They don't have to pick up a jungler now in this rotation, obviously, but the pool has definitely been shortened.
It has been. I mean, there's still the Hecarim, a couple of other picks now. Interestingly, the Gnar was into the Talia that we saw yesterday that Wonder played. So this actually was a matchup that Wonder kind of crushed, saying that. It was a lane swap. Janna died to tower.
didn't manage to keep herself safe and gave Wonder a lead. So maybe we'll see that go slightly differently if the Taliyah is in fact locked for top lane.
I was going to say there's always the possibility of mid. That's where we've seen it much more. In the LCK recently, it started coming up, and it has a really unexpectedly high amount of burst, it seems.
Yeah, Sky's been playing a lot of that pick over in LCK, and the games that we've seen has really good roaming potential, really good ganks for bottom lane, that kind of thing, but as well, the burst you're talking about, that WE combo in the lane is fairly difficult to read if you're not in the right position to avoid it, so it is a fairly decent lane into the Azir as well. So there are two options here that Splyce have for this Taliyah. That is the lane matchup that we've commonly seen over in LCK, and it's gone Taliyah's way a lot of the time.
See if that is going to be the case, or if it's Wonder that'll be throwing those rocks. Kabi gets the Jhin locked in for himself. There's a lot of damage on this side of Splyce right now. The Trashy occupying that tank role. Only a few questions left to answer on Schalke's side. They've got their support locked in, so don't be fooled by the Braum hover. Still want to see what we have in the jungle and at AD carry.
So there is a fair amount of versatility now on the Splyce lineup. They could be looking to run a side lane setup here with the Rek'Sai and with the Taliyah, regardless of whether it's mid or in the top lane, which leads you to question what the next pick is going to be. Yesterday, Splyce ran a Kassadin that would give them more mobility and somebody that can build somewhat more tanky if they're looking for a mid laner. If they're looking for top lane, looking at what you could run into Gnar, maybe we'll see the likes of a Rumble coming out from Steve, but honestly, I think they'll probably just take the, for Wonder, maybe they'll just take that Taliyah up there, as we've seen time and time again.
Well, now they know what Splyce, or rather Schalke, is bringing to the table. The Ashe is locked in, Gragas as well.
So I'm going to talk about a hover here because there is another potential that we missed. Karma could go mid here, and the Jhin Sion lane that we've heard so much about could very well be the pickup. This might actually be the game where we see it. I generally don't like to talk about it until it's locked in, but Jhin and Sion have so much kill pressure in lane, it is unbelievable. You kick a minion at somebody, follow it up with the W, the Q lands from Sion, and suddenly you're locked in place for over 4 seconds and you get chunked down. I want to see it, and I want to see whether it works. Will it be this game is the question.
Well, it's definitely been something that teams have been opting to ban against Splyce, and if that gets locked in, unfortunately it doesn't, so we don't have to talk about it now, but the Kassadin's the choice. We do have Taliyah back up in the top lane.
I hate it when option A was the first one. We were talking about the Kassadin, about how they ran it yesterday. They could run it from more side lane. I wanted to see it, but oh well. It was not to be in this scenario.
Wait another week for the zombie bot lane.
Well, maybe we'll see it next game.
Yeah, you know, maybe. There's still plenty to play for sure. So Splyce and Schalke, this matchup definitely looking pretty hype right now. And there's just a whole bunch of damage on Splyce's side. Schalke's definitely not hurting for it, though. They have some ways to catch and destroy.
And really good team fight setup for Schalke. When you look at how they want to win this game, they've got Engage coming from pretty much every single champion here. For Splyce, it's a lot more about dragging Schalke across the map. Don't let them group. Do not give them team fights and look for objectives over on the side lanes. Then regroup behind Schalke with the Taliyah, with the Kassadin, with the Rek'Sai. Bring them in, start the fights.
As Yamato and Nif shake hands walking off the stage. Their job done for this game. It'll be interesting to see who's able to come up on top in this one. Very, very close in the standings, these two, despite the heartbreak Schalke suffered yesterday. Now, if you think they're going to be able to come back and give Steve a birthday victory here in game number 1, tweet hashtag S04win at LOL Esports, or will Splyce continue their hot streak? It'd be number 6 if they do it. Hashtag SBYwin. And we're about to find out if this Taliyah is going to make another big impact.
We'll keep a track of that. Obviously, it's one of the champions we've only seen a handful of times here in Europe. We are getting ready to go in, but we do have a very brief moment, hopefully, before we actually get things started with a pause.
Theory crafted up for me.
Okay.
We talked about what Splyce's composition wants to do. Talk me through a little bit more of Wonder in this Taliyah role in the top lane specifically, because we talked about the flex possibility that didn't come to be.
Well, that's one of the scenarios here that is slightly different because he's picking a mage top laner that, yes, has a lot of potential to cross the map, but also isn't going to be particularly tanky at the same time. It's more of a damage role that we're seeing come out for it. So that's why we see it supplemented with the likes of a Rek'Sai, with a Kassadin who naturally gets fairly tanky as well. But for Wonder, if he gets ahead like he did yesterday, Schalke are going to have a fair amount of trouble actually keeping his damage down because Taliyah from the top lane typically is building the same kind of build that a mid laner would, so you get a lot of damage, a lot of potency when it comes to being out on a side lane in a 1v1 and trying to hold on to that if Schalke actually can. So we'll watch it. This is only the second game we're seeing from Wunder. The crowd are getting baited. We're not quite ready to go in again.
They're getting excited.
Yeah.
Difference, come on there, Stress. I mean, it's nice to see Schalke and Splyce both kind of like, not just building up obviously with fans, but building up in their playstyle, building up in variety. We talked about how many unique top laners they both kind of brought to the table. One reason we wanted to zero in on that matchup. And of course, how much people like to say Schalke's top laner's name. I won't say it anymore. Also, the global pressure you touched on for Splyce is kind of augmented here because they've got the double teleport set up. Obviously, it's something you want to run on the Kassadin, but...
The funny thing, Pyra, is I can see where you're going on the double TP. It's great. The double TP is good too.
I saw the look in your eyes that said, don't go there.
No, it's not don't go there. It's they've got 2 TPs. They've got a Kassadin who's incredibly mobile as it is. You've got a Rek'Sai with an ultimate. You've got a Taliyah with an ultimate. This is not just 2 TPs, Pyra. This is a lot of mobility.
Well, okay, so you've got Weaver's Wall, you've got Void Rush. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to get across the map.
And it's not only get across the map, it's get in behind the enemy. Because if Taliyah can cut them off, Rek'Sai goes in, gets the unbar on multiple people, you can follow up with Jhin, Karma can allow you to reposition. So it's a very temperamental composition, but could be a very fun one to watch as we get into this.
Well, I think both these two teams are looking to have a lot of fun. The crowd's looking to see how much it's going to shake out, how much fun that's going to be. We are finally, after our pause, heading onto the Rift, and here we go. Schalke versus Splyce.
I'm looking forward to this one. Should be a good setup. There's a couple of things that could go wrong for Senkux on the rest of Splyce if Senkux gets targeted out here. Obviously, Kassadin has a fairly safe 1-6 now these days. But if he gets ganked a lot pre-6 and gets put behind, it is still the old adage of Kassadin. Mickey wants to go aggressive here.
Yeah, he's got the karma. Spraddle does manage to swim away through the river. Rallas and Spraddle there will be able to clear off the first ward as things start. We don't see the makings of any lane swap, just a little bit of shenanigans and love taps back and forth.
I kind of want to see standard lanes, because I want to see how Taliyah lanes into Gnar. It's not a matchup that we've seen too much, and I hope viewers will excuse me because we finished last night. We went straight home and came straight to the studio, so I was casting with you on the other stream while Splyce
It's just
were playing
one long
Taliyah.
day, in all honesty. Yeah,
So
I kind of missed out on it too.
I haven't caught all of the nuances from yesterday's game, so please bear with me while we watch this match.
Wonder was kind enough to lock it in today, so
Yeah,
we get to understand a bit more at the same time. We do actually see the swap coming in, though, at the end of it all, but it also looks like Rallas and Spraddle are going to mash this, so we're going to end up in Australia lanes.
But they're also the kind of standard setup where we get the lane matchups, we get to see it. So you can see Jhin, Karma going to go looking to invade, stop a Gromp start, but Schalke have already pulled back away from that. Means Kobbe and Mickey are going to be a little bit late. But look, Wunder's already down in the bottom lane, already there, getting the first creeps, getting the first push. Could be a fair amount of damage traded onto Splyce as they try and enter the lane here. Look, you can see Kobbe gets tagged by the volley.
Yeah, they've got a lot of damage themselves. Spraddle and Rallas are actually split up here, but they give way better than they take. And to start things off, they're getting the bully on.
Getting the bully on. There you can see the worked ground. For those of you that maybe haven't seen a whole lot of Taliyah, of course that will manipulate a Q.
It's pretty cool on that skin.
And what it does, yeah. If you cast Q not on worked ground, you fire 5 shots. If you only cast it on worked ground, you fire 1, but get a little bit of mana back. So, Mickey caught up in the top lane.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage on him. He's going to have to Nama Biscuit to get some of that back here. Rallas and Spraddle really pushing them back, and Steve, he's holding out under tower for now. Everything else pretty standard as we get into this laning phase. Kobbe gets caught on the bubble, does not take a volley shot. Safe and sound behind the minions, but they are very low.
Yeah, they are kind of struggling at this point to keep up in farm, but it's not necessarily about the farm. They are trying to stay up with the experience here as well. Trashy's going to try and assist only on the 1 buff, so this is a little bit of a differently timed gank to normal. They can set up the Jhin lockdown. This could be an early first blood.
Here he goes, the bubble, and he's going to flash in, gets exhausted, but they've got Fish on the menu. It's first blood over to Mickey X.
Good punish from Trashy, utilizing the early gank pressure out from this Rek'Sai. Only had 1 buff, but it was all he needed at that point to get himself into the lane. Good follow-up from Kobbe to get that lockdown, and good early kill to start. Yes, it goes over to Mickey, but still it's going to help out in that duo lane.
Yeah, Splyce. It's worth noting the last time these two teams met, it was quite a while ago, but it did go Splice's favor. Schalke, they're going to want to try and catch up the standings this game, but if they can't knock out an equalizer in this week, it'll make it harder for them to pass a team like Splice and try to get good pole position for playoffs. They're definitely one of the teams that's gunning for that right now.
Yeah, gunning for it. And honestly, coming into this split, I don't think we really would have expected that. Splice were one of the teams that perhaps made the least changes, changing their support, and we were like, okay, not sure how we feel about that.
The least changes on the roster, right?
Right. But the most changes when it comes to growth and behind the scenes, and that really has been the key for when you're watching Splice as to what they've improved on. Is like, hey, they actually know how to play the map a little bit better than they were before. And it rounds out a lot of their individual talent that we started to see shine through the spring split, and they make for a much more well-rounded team than we were seeing last split.
Yeah, it's definitely nice to see their evolution as a squad coming into this summer split and to see what they're able to do going into a playoff situation, because remember, this is only their second split. They've not had a chance to showcase a postseason for themselves. Still a lot of league to go before that happens, but they're certainly on track for it right now in this game a little bit. Even as Gilius gets the cheeky smite, there's been a lot of smites where people just walk up and steal stuff.
Well, that was an easy walk up and steal because Sencux doesn't have his 6 yet, only level 4 in this game, so can't Rift walk over for the damage to actually secure it. Also the fact that he just wasn't there to throw out the Null Sphere as well, so fairly easy one, well timed by Gilius, just recognizing that Sencux was off the map.
So Splice get a little taken away from them here. Sencux wants to maybe get a little bit of revenge onto Fox. He does have a level disadvantage for the time being, but this is, like you said, kind of a safe thing for Casten, fairly safe for Azir, pre-level 6 in general.
And he's also now at a CS disadvantage because of the way that he recalled. Bort tried to go blue and didn't TP back into the lane at any point. It means that he's fairly far behind. Normally the advantage in the laning phase for taking teleport is that you basically get a free recall. You get 1 in the laning phase and it allows you to shove out and kind of get ahead on farm. This game, not the case. Sencux wanted to save that TP for a play, so we'll see if it has an effect. Perhaps looking at top lane would be the area that it would, because he's trying to shove Fox back to give him the space to do so. But Trashy doesn't look like he wants to go aggressive in the top lane yet. Maybe after Wolves we might see that play, but it is still fairly risky without seeing Gilius first.
Well, this is one thing we commended Splice's composition for, being very global oriented, able to get across the map very quickly, but there'll still be some time before they want to make these big flashy plays. Now Trashy is heading towards Gilius, and he might want to try and grab the crab back for himself. And now he's actually in a fight here in the Rift Herald pit.
He's out.
But he's perfectly fine.
And one of the reasons here why there wasn't an attempt at a gank top lane is you can look down the levels. If you were to skip back in time about 20 seconds, Sencux and Wunder weren't quite level 6. Neither is Trashy, Cobby not level 6, neither is Mickey. They also wanted to go back and buy. So at that point they didn't feel overly confident that they can go for that play. Cobby and Mickey recalled out of the lane, didn't want to get caught out perhaps by Mr. Rales having a decent trade potential and an army being there to stop them. So didn't want to make an aggressive under the tower dive, which I think is fair for Splice. Now they're going to be in a lot better a position when it looks towards trading and fighting, because you need more time on this Kassadin.
Yeah, well, it's only 7 minutes in. I feel like there'll definitely be a lot more time to come, but it's definitely been one of those slower starts. Bullying in the top lane and the equalizing answer onto Spraddle all aside. Steve has actually definitely has work cut out for him dealing with this Taliyah. You can see the CS differential starting to climb there. And he gets a breather.
He does get a breather at this point, and one thing that Trashy, the jungle side of things, is going to be able to assist him with now that he's got a Sightstone is that vision control on the lower side, if that's where Trashy wants to focus his work. Trashy's picked up the Sightstone before finishing his jungle item. There are 2 schools of thought when it comes to Rek'Sai, depending on how the early game has gone, either pre or post jungle item for that Sightstone. Early on is what we see junglers like Maxwell, like Trashy, actually pick up for themselves. It allows you to control the vision for your lanes a lot better than having your own survivability, and that is a conscious choice that Trashy makes to make sure his lanes are in a safe spot from the enemy jungler.
That suits the Trashy style as well. He's very much that supportive jungler, and being the primary tank for this team as well, role-wise, is kind of suited him well. Although he's yet to really have much of an impact in that bottom side, does get a fair amount of vision cleared out, and look at how much Splice have actually gotten their sights up in this top side.
Yeah, a lot of vision control, 2 Sightstones out already, but I was going to say, is it Steve's birthday or is it Trashy's? He just got 2 free pink wards cleared out of the
well, he got a
enemy
present
side
either
of the
way.
river.
Schalke, I don't know if they meant to give him that one.
See if he re-gifts it to Steve later in the bottom. We'll have to track that one. Not a whole lot of action outside of that first blood for now, but again, as we said, Splyce wants a little bit more time, and honestly, their composition comes into its own much later into the game than we are right now. Once you've got the outer towers down, just side laners can push the waves out and then cut in through the enemy jungle and come in for the flank on the fights. It's a lot more of an optimal play to do that rather than try and TP in from the front and go. That's not exactly what you want from this, so Splyce have options if they can control the vision at least.
Yeah, certainly doing a good job of it here. Steve will get bopped up onto the well, it's now worked ground, but I was going to say the landmines.
Yeah.
Is that too cliche?
Nice little combo though. It's fairly obnoxious to lane against, and it's actually fairly difficult to do for a noob like me. The number of times I was trying to use that seismic
It
shove
happened against me a lot, by the way. I had a Taliyah support the other day on the other side, and it was pretty brutal.
It's a fairly difficult one to hit, but once you've got it down, is really frustrating to lane against. The damage that comes out from those mines is fairly frustrating. Steve. Coming back to lane. Hang on,
well,
here's
Wunder and
Trashy.
They're going for the gank squad. Steve instantly hops and flashes out of danger, but close call for him.
Early flash, didn't want to get caught out by the pushback from that seismic shove. Wunder would have had it available. But look at the CS disparity. We were talking about this matchup and how yesterday we saw it perhaps go one way because of a Janna kill that really shouldn't have gone over to Wunder. Wunder is crushing this match right now.
Oh yeah, and he's not just showing it on the tower damage, but in what he's been able to do to Steve, and the CS numbers are a big part of it. Just getting word, by the way, we're getting joined by everyone from Stream 2, so welcome over to EULCS1, where Schalke and Splyce are only about 10 minutes into this game. It has been a fairly quiet affair so far. Senkux gets his blue there. He was denied his first because Gilius decided to take a bit of a trip and got himself a reward for it. But it's been very, very close with the exception of Wunder really giving Steve a hell of a birthday hassle.
For now, and you can see Steve is going to give him a present in the form of a proto belt. Yesterday, we saw Wunder go towards the Morellonomicon as the first item. Interestingly enough, Froggen on some of his public accounts has been spamming Taliyah overnight, trying to do as many builds as he possibly can.
Yeah, he's a fan of the jetpack.
I've seen like Leandri's, proto belt, Ralai's, like all different starts from him. So interesting to see that proto belt, like on Rumble, is a viable option for Taliyah in the top lane as well. Close some of that distance, but here comes Schalke closing distance on mid lane tower.
Yeah, they've got a lot of damage here. Trashy's coming for damage control, but will it be enough? The Weaver's Wall is activated. Separates everybody, and Fox is going to have to cruise over it. No one's going to get bopped by the combo.
I like it. Wunder chooses not to ride the wall. All it is just a defensive wall. Cuts them off. You shall not pass at that point, and no tower for Schalke.
It's hard to get through that and start taking down the objectives. They need a Horn of Joramun for it. Or at least a few seconds till it falls.
Oh, that's funny. I thought we were... I honestly thought...
I thought I was plumb out, to be honest, but no.
Considering our location, I thought we were going a different way and going like a little bit more historical with walls. But for now, maybe we'll leave that one for another game for later. But nevertheless, Wunder with a nice wall, didn't ride it. It was the right decision. Didn't actually want the fight here. And honestly, we hadn't really considered that as a possibility. A lot of the time we see the Taliyah use that wall. It's to come in behind people and actually start to gank off. Very rarely to disengage, so nice little play there.
Yeah. And as a result, they keep their tower alive for now. Trashy looks to contest on this red buff. Gilius will get the smite off, and Curtain Call's coming in. Rallis and Spraddle, it's going to be canceled there.
Yeah, what happened there was the initial hit from Mickey allowed the W follow-up from Jhin, and it kind of baited them into thinking Rallis was on his own in that lane, so wanted to put the damage down. As soon as Spraddle came out and showed he could block the shots, there wasn't too much more from that. Got to be careful of that arrow as a follow-up there. Mr. Rallis did not take that.
Wonder
physical.
Will be able to finish off this turret. Steve has definitely had a real hard time. First objective in this game going over Splyce's way in the bottom side. Wunder just keeps on pressuring here, and he's going to get some help from Trashy. Steve will have a hard time to push back against it. You can see where the vision started to shift down into this jungle. And Schalke are stacking pretty heavily on the top side.
And look at this, every time they try and make a play on the bottom side, Schalke are making good plays towards mid lane. This time, Wunder can't stop them from doing it. The damage was already done to the tower, so they take the lead that they've had from Fox in the middle lane, and are now going to push Senkux even further back. The danger for Schalke right now is that they allow the rest of Splyce and Senkux to sit back and actually not do anything for a little while, and they don't punish it for them. So if Splyce are given time, this Kassadin will get extra time to get into the game, already had his rod completed. So Schalke need to keep this kind of constant momentum, constant pressure up.
Well, they're certainly on track to do it right now. 1,000 gold is the lead. It may not be super significant, but they are slow and steady, just pushing their edge here. Wunder will back away, able to spend some of that hard-earned gold for himself, as he's still 30 CS over Steve in this game. Fox heading back towards the mid lane. The Sun Disc goes down. Sad to say, no more fun.
No more fun, for now at least, as Splyce will be given a little bit of time. But so this is where Splyce kind of want to be, is Senkux goes to the top lane, their duo sits in mid lane, Rek'Sai bounces in between, and Wunder can utilize this laning advantage that he has to kind of always push back Steve. And for Schalke, the way that they're going to have to win this game is by grouping as a team. They need to group as a unit, because this Gnar is never going to be able to contend against Taliyah, because Taliyah has just been so strong in this game so far that there's really no stopping her. So grouping with a Gnar flank is really their only option here, and if they can somehow get onto Jhin and Karma, that's the kind of fight they need.
Well, you said it in the pick and ban phase that this is a team that has a real high amount of engage potential. Let's see if Splyce gives him an opening here as Gilius gets shot out of his health. Oh, he's going to throw the big barrel, flashing, follows. He does get tagged by one more shot from Mikyx, and that's going to be the kill.
It was the order of the Lotus Karma, but the order was Spiritfire at that point, takes him out with a Q over the wall as Mikyx up to 2 kills. The only 2 kills in this game have gone over to the Karma, so allowing Mikyx to be a little bit more mobile on the map with those MOBA boots, plus the Sight Stone.
Well, they are MOBA boots, but every boot in this game is a MOBA boot.
Yeah, Moby boots, sorry.
It's okay, I couldn't help myself.
It's been a weird day, Pyra.
Yeah.
It's been a long,
LCS
short,
is on, it's at a different time.
4 p.m.
Trying to reconcile that in my head. So not used to this still. Mikyx and Kobbe, they're going to make work of this turret along with Senkux Trashy come to join the party. And this is a real quick reaction from Splyce here to try and extend their lead up. Really no chance of a contest. And you can see Rallis and Spraddle are going to back away. Another tower over to Splyce.
Another tower, and that is the kind of plays that Splyce need. Now the outer towers on the side lanes are down. Gilius is going to have a lot more trouble. And you can see already when he tries to come out into the river, just the vision control from Splyce is enough to know where he is, pick him off, and put Schalke in a tough spot. They are still down in this matchup, Schalke, and without a good team fight where they group, it will remain this way.
Well, I think just based on the team's head-to-head and how Splyce have kind of developed, they definitely seem to be a team that is a little more clean at executing, a little bit more consistent than Schalke. It's always going to be an uphill climb, especially after what happened yesterday. A really, really rough break for them in game number 1 versus H2K, but you can't afford to fall apart like they did. You have to think Schalke, they're going to be coming into this game thinking we've got to be able to execute quicker and cleaner. See if they can do it. They still got plenty of time, as 16.5 minutes is all we've got on the clock.
Yeah, plenty of time left in this game for both teams to get this working, but again, Schalke are now grouping on one of the teleport users, and they're going to be able to push Senkux away from this tower, unless there's a full commit from Splyce.
2v3, but they're spooked. Schalke's going to back off, and meanwhile, Steve...
Wait, Wunder used his ult.
We need to see that one again.
Hang on, so Wunder used his ult to get towards red buff? We are going to need to see that again, because that is not a kill that should have happened. Wunder is like way ahead in this lane matchup.
Yeah, I wonder what that was.
Use his proto belt, didn't use his flash? Was he low to red?
Maybe he was watching top lane too.
I mean, possibly, but he just ulted into the enemy jungle on the bottom side. That is so weird. I'm trying to CSI the scene, we'll get that in a moment, but the hold was top lane from Schalke. From Splyce against Schalke. Schalke didn't get punished too hard from it. I really want to see it.
All right, here we're going to roll this one out.
So, Wunder catches Steve, so the damage comes out. This is why Wunder then goes through on his ultimate.
And we don't get to find out.
We're not getting the end of that.
On the next time. It's a cliffhanger.
That was a good one. That was a good one. I hope we get that full replay.
Well, we at least get some more action as Steve and Meganar is going to get caught out by Trashy. Mikyx is here for the follow-up as well. And Kobbe is collapsing. Flash away, and there's the wave. Will they ride it? It's going to be enough for Steve to get away with the help of Spraddle.
Oh, it's kind of been a bit of a stalled moment for Splyce here. They haven't got a whole lot more when it comes to their kills, any kind of objectives. Schalke with the 1 kill from that bottom side mistake, but Splyce are going to look to turn it around Bit of an Ocean Drake for themselves here, so decent Drake to start. Nice little prize will give them regeneration, which allows them in the side lanes, obviously, when they back away from combat to have that extra regen. I'm taking a look on your screen as you are so gracious to show me, Pyra. I'm going to report back on the finding.
All right, well, Professor Stress is at it.
Okay.
Oh, we get to play out. Okay, here we go. Once again, starts out. Steve gets chunked pretty low, but look at that Narbar. It's getting close up there.
So Wonder now rides the wall in. Yeah, it's the Narbar that does it. But okay, Wonder missed the damage, did not respect the Narbar. And I mean, that's one of the real tough parts about running a mage in the top lane that does not build tank is you are unable to take on like a Mega Gnar when you get smashed into a wall and the damage follow-up comes out.
1v1 me on my birthday. Steve knows better, or Steve rather, has much better to say about that.
Yeah, he got a shiny Hex Drinker for his birthday. It kept him in good shape. All the other kids
He's gonna bring the hammer
jealous.
down too. He's got a Frozen Mallet. It's gonna be tower now for Schalke. They get number 2 for themselves. So starting to close that gold gap a little bit more. And Steve, he's playing with some more Moxie after that 1v1. I think he's happy with what just happened.
It's kind of apt how this game has started. As I was going to comment that the last time I saw somebody with this control of the Earth and that domination over territory was Kuvira, but I guess this kind of has ended that way as well.
It's been a while since Avatar. Are you saying Steve is Korra?
Well, I was saying the actual downfall there ends up fairly similar. The Kuvira overextends and no spoilers.
Well, speaking of elements, Cloud Drake will be the next, but that's a while before anyone's really going to be too interested in it.
There's Schalke Nulfear right now. Pyro. Last split.
Fine, Stress.
You think you can make
Have it your way.
puns? I'll one-up you.
Have it your way. Oh, don't worry. I'll go back to the drawing board. Okie doke.
The drawing board.
I do actually have a drawing board.
Well, at this point, what we do have is Splyce, again, running this side lane composition, trying to get themselves out there. You can see Kassadin pushing up. A little bit more fear, perhaps, for Wonder, where you look at exactly how he's
Sometimes
playing
you have to
in the
wonder
lane.
where he's going.
Yeah, and I do that every game.
All right. So, back to the action, though. Senkux was leading a wave of minions up towards topside, but you can see already Schalke are looking to collapse on this one. Splyce are still happy to drag them across the map. I mean, a few mistakes they made, but they're holding on to a gold lead here. And it seems like they're not really getting challenged too much by Schalke, outside of individual mistakes.
That's really their objective in this, is don't ever allow Schalke to group effectively. This is the kind of composition that, or at least a grouping composition was undone yesterday when we were watching the G2 series that wanted to group together, and honestly they just kind of fought back and didn't really let them group. So when we look at yesterday's series and today's, it's fairly reminiscent, but Schalke are looking at trying to group around Steve at least, but Steve is still struggling somewhat over in the side lane, still down in CS, but he is managing to hold Wonder from being able to push that turret down, which is a fairly frustrating factor for him, I believe.
Wonder's not been able to work as much ground, at least not over on Steve. The combo missed on that last engagement there, and he's just kind of respecting the distance a little more. Give him some personal space for that. And it's been enough to really stop him from pushing too far. You see, Will, where Splyce is attempting to kind of ingress in to the enemy territory. They've got a lot of Rek'Sai tunnels around the edge of the jungle. They've still got some deep wards here, really on both sides, but Schalke kind of stalled them for pushing any further.
And what we haven't seen coming from Schalke too much yet is the engage coming from Mr. Rales. Like, he hasn't been firing off Ash arrows when somebody was out of position. Granted, a lot of that is Splyce being fairly mobile, flashes are up. You're very unlikely to hit just a stray arrow out of anywhere. But the more this game goes on, the more opportunity that Mr. Rales is going to have for that. And I'm interested to see how they actually use that, because, you know, there are teams that just throw out the Ash arrow. They're like, okay, it's low cooldown, let's throw it out. Let's just try and get a fight started. And then there are teams that are a lot more calculated with that Ash arrow. Only throw it out when you know you're getting the engage. And if that is the case, they're very rarely going to find those opportunities against a Kassadin, against like a Taliyah, like all of these champions with a little bit more mobility.
Yeah, Gilius, speaking of mobility, he hops over the wall and looks to take on Trashy, but I don't know if he wants to tangle with too many enemies close by. Still, Schalke moving as a unit in here. They're going to try and push out in that mid. The tower's been long gone. Let's see if they can get anything else done. Splyce mobilizing for the defense. I mean, this is a team that they can scramble very quickly. With talked about the multiple globals, the teleport. There's that arrow, but it's going to go right by the left ear of Mikyx. But Gilius, he's going to go in and try to separate him from the pack. In comes the wave. Kobby's going to have to ride it, and Fox needs an auto, but he goes so deep, divides. He does get the kill, but Trashy manages to finish him off in the end, and Wunder on the backside, flashing away from Steve, sending out a volley. In comes Senkux, and this game has blown wide open as they turn towards Throttle, taking him down, and Wunder starting to get on a roll here. Mickey at his back, Senkux at his front, and Steve's down. That's an ace at 23.
Splyce couldn't, or Schalke couldn't quite get the fight finished before the rest of Splyce actually regrouped on the teleports and the ults behind them. So Splyce now even looking for the Baron for themselves. Trashy is back healthy and is looking to close in. They have a fair amount of damage here and can just juggle it up whilst Schalke are still respawning. So Baron going over to Splyce 24 minutes in. Gilius nowhere near in time. Should not be able to get anything here to steal.
It's a slower Baron. It's only 24 minutes, but still, Gilius coming up after the end of it all. Shouldn't be able to get there in time, as you said. Spotted on the ward. It's smited down. Wunder even gets the last hit on it. And with the empowered recalls, they're able to get out with exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, that was everything that Splyce wanted. Look at how long Kobby actually survives for here. So Gilius gets a great start to this fight. Ult comes out, catches Kobby. Mickey managed to get himself away. But look, Fox goes all the way in. At that point, doesn't quite connect until the end of the ultimate, and it's enough time that Fox gets taken down. Wunder is in the fight already. Senkux is here. You can see Trashy was still alive at the end of this, so was able to get himself back out for that Baron. And it doesn't matter that Steve is fairly tanky in Mega Gnar form here, because he's got 2 carries and a support running around him. There's no way he can deal with all 3. And that's the end of the fight. Results in the Baron for Splyce.
Yep, it'll pull one over on them this time. Let's see what they can get done with the push. It looks like we're settling in for a good old 1-3-1. Senkux is going to be hard to contest with, but Wunder as well. Thunderlord's procced on. He's got more than one element in his back pocket, but he's going to be in some serious trouble here as he gets knocked within a tower range, and Steve will take him down with the help of his trusty boomerang.
Wunder a little over aggressive. Oh man, I love that sign.
How many E's can you count?
I didn't have it on screen long enough. My vision is also really bad, so I can't see it while we're in here. But
I'm sure it was enough. That's the correct answer. Maybe not.
Was it 40 cheek? That's normally the answer to everything.
Life, the universe, and everything. But the answer for Splyce is another tower. They get one on the mid-outer. Schalke cannot contest here. And the 1-3-1's actually been stopped for just a moment. They may actually opt for this Cloud Drake. It's very easy for them to take right now, just to clear it out and try to get a new one.
Finally, though, Steve has turned this lane matchup back around. He's got himself a lead. It's because Wunder's kind of been going ham in the 1v1 rather than just pushing in the Gnar and being content with it. Wunder is just going aggressive and thinking he can kill him before Mega Gnar actually procs, and Steve just punishes him for it twice now.
It's the kind of thing that, you know, Splyce is a team. Obviously, they've not been making massive mistakes altogether. The decision-making seems to have showed up, but those are those individual mistakes. This is the kind of thing that can still hold them back against better teams, even against Schalke, though, as Trashy goes in here. And maybe wishes he didn't. Ash Arrow's going to connect. They have the bubble. It's not going to land. And that will actually be the end of that one. The Siege is back on mid. They're going to try to get some more chip damage on it, while Wunder's still doing work up top. Schalke will push them back for now.
We've seen a lot of teams running this style where they want to run double TP or high mobility, and all they do is sit mid. One thing Splyce have been doing pretty well is Wonderware is continuing to push the top lane. You can see Senkux bouncing between bottom and mid. Yamato likes what he sees here with Senkux going back down to bottom lane. Doesn't have TP, but he's Kassadin. He's mobile enough to cut through the jungle fast enough that he and Wonderware can group just in time for the tail end of a fight. It's the Karma that makes this also fairly difficult to punish, because she's there providing Jhin that extra escape as well, the movement speed, a little bit of peel. You've got the heal coming out from Kobby as well, so there is enough security to keep them alive. Now Trashy just comes to the bottom side, assists with a tower push, and it's an objective over to Splyce. Good usage of this mobility out of the team.
Dragging Schalke once again around the map. They still get a little bit more damage dealt onto this tower. The Baron power play, 2,500 gold they managed to pick up in the interim. We're approaching the 28-minute mark. And Splyce are still controlling this lead, keeping it and extending it. Not really letting Schalke get anything but a strike kill here or there. For now, it's going to be hard for them to come back into this game. The way Schalke, or the way Splyce is playing, rather.
And they've rarely let Schalke have a fight. They had one in the mid lane. And from that fight, it was almost an overextend. Here comes the disengage from the tower.
Curtain call, they're gonna snipe over the wall and just take it out. Zoning Schalke away, clearing waves. And they're able to get away without taking any damage.
Again, they use an ultimate in exchange for the tower, which for now is worthwhile. They use 2 ultimates when you look at the Jhin ult as well, but the key factor in that one being one of their mobility ults to utilize the global presence. That's not going to punish them right now because Splyce are somewhat grouped together. This is not the kind of fight that Splyce really want, though. They're going to try and take it. That is a long way back in the lane. Azir Sundisk has come up.
Oh, man.
Splyce may just want to bail out of this.
He's going to have to rift run if he wants this fight.
Schalke, they are still 7k behind though, so Splyce should have a little bit of potency, but you can see Splyce aren't taking the fight head on. They just want to back away because they don't want to fight against this composition.
Woo! Kabi flashes the arrow. Okay, they're going to see if they can fight this one out, but you're right, don't straight up it, just keep on poking away and collapse the trap. You see Senkux and Trashy around the side. They don't want it though.
So many teams in that scenario would say, screw it, we use the TP, go for it, we're far enough ahead, we can play this out. This is Splyce, a very different position from what we've seen in previous splits, where normally they were a little hot-headed, going aggressive. I like it, they just back away. The fight wasn't for them. Schalke were never going to get much more on the objective counter from that kind of play, so Splyce get themselves the dragon, they back themselves away, and they live to fight another day. There's no real way that Schalke can get back in the game properly from that.
Yeah, I mean, they saved the tower, crucially, as well, for the cost of that teleport. And you're starting to see this Splyce squad maturing. Rookies no more. They don't dive in heedless. How much of that is the experience? How much of that is Yamato talking and making gifs of himself? Having gifs made of him.
I don't think the gifs really helping on a strategic level.
No, probably
not. TPing a top lane.
Oh, okay, Fox wants to chase this one out. TP spent by Steve, but Wonder is here. Would be a 2v3, and add the rest to Splyce to the party. They find Steve jumping on him, trying to get more damage, and he flashes away to save his own life. A little low on health now is him and Fox. Splyce trying to look for an opening to push another tower here. They might get it.
That was a really weird TP out from Steve. He could have stayed in the bottom lane, pushed down bot tower to get Schalke a little bit of gold generation, and then look to TP top, because Steve wasn't in Mega Gnar. He didn't have the ability to engage. Remember, TP's on a longer cooldown. Ash Arrow has hit Senkux, but there's the wall. Gilius is trapped.
Oh, he can't get onto the other side right now. Not enough damage being dealt to him, not a lot of a minion wave, but there is a big barrel popping the rest of Splyce to one side, and it's going to be Gilius eliminated as he gets seismically shoved to his own demise. Wonder still pushing away the waves. Steve trying to boomerang it out, but this is going to be tough to hang with. Waves are cleared here, but not enough damage dealt to the tower, and Senkux actually just says, forget it, we're going to shove mid.
At this point, with the amount of damage on Wonderwear, is it a seismic shove or a seismic toss coming out here? Because he is slamming them right back down to earth.
Oh, it does more than 40 damage, but I get the analogy. Baron's live, though, and look at where Splyce are headed. So much mobility, and they don't miss a beat.
They don't miss anything. Right now, Kassadin zoning away as well. Splyce continuing to ramp up the pressure here. And honestly, I wouldn't say that Schalke have done too much wrong in the last couple of phases. Perhaps the Steve TP up to the top lane was one of those areas. Steve's punished Wonderwear fairly well as well, but this is how difficult it can be to run a team fighting composition into a 1-3-1 setup that is 1-3-1ing effectively. And the the three-man stack is difficult to lock down, because all it is Mickey and Cobby just kind of standing far enough back that they can keep mid lane pressured, but also in a safe zone. So Senkux gets hit by this. They use the wall to back them away, and Splyce are already grouped for this fight. They're able to take down Gilius fairly easily once this fight starts, and the rest of Schalke don't even properly engage upon this, because all of the rest of their ults have been used apart from the Azir one, and Steve isn't in Mega Gnar.
That's pretty much the story of it all. Splyce have been controlling this pace, and they're slowly squeezing, suffocating Schalke out. Maybe they need to change what kind of snake's on their logo.
Yeah, perhaps that's the case.
The 1v2, it looks like, as Senkux says, thank you for the assist, but I will take the kill.
But the assist is now just going to allow Trashy to stick around in that bottom side jungle. They haven't got a whole lot of vision control right now, but that's because they haven't gone back to buy in a little while. There's no real wards left on a lot of the Sightstones, so Splyce will have to regen those at some point. But look, now they utilize the Rek'Sai down on the bottom lane, while they've got the Rek'Sai ultimate. You use Talia up in the top lane, Kassadin goes to mid. There's no TP on Kassadin, and Senkux just came back from the Fountain, so he can just Rift Walk down mid lane for a while. Very good usage of this triple global composition. They have the right people in the right place at the right time.
Consistently, they keep on pushing in. 3 fronts right now is the battle, and Schalke are just trying to keep their base alive. They will regen on those turrets, but very, very slowly, and they can't afford to lose any more ground on this one. A massive gold lead for Splyce, and they just keep chipping away at these towers. Arrow is dodged again. Rallis has not been able to hit too much as Senkux deletes him from the map. Spraddle uses Surf, but it's not very effective, and the rest of Splyce are closing in to try and end it right here, right now.
This one's pretty much done. Fox is gone.
Tries to get the divide, but it's not going to be enough. Can't divide if you've only got 0 left to work with. Another inhibitor falls. The mid will as well. And Splyce, there's nowhere to go but Nexus. They're pushing for the end here. Steve is trying desperately to save the day. Even a big Gnar will not be enough to stop Splyce from pushing in to end it all.
Man, this has been a real fun game to watch out for Splyce at least. Schalke just were never able to group, and Splyce used the global super effectively.
All said and done, they take the game cleanly. 34.5 in game number 1 versus Schalke.
I really liked that game. Like, that was an enjoyable composition to watch from Splyce. Not a perfect game, but I like what they were going for, utilizing the globals. Very rare you can see a team actually do that quite that effectively against a team fighting team. Normally there's an opportunity where an AD carry is a little pushed up, caught out maybe, and you
they
can't stay
denied
alive.
them. They denied them so many times. It was hard for Schalke to really get an edge back into this game. They were starved of gold. When they were able to make a few proactive plays, push up mid when they know they're going for a dragon. Oh, okay, we'll just teleport Kassadin in the back. That scares them off. And like you said, they tempered their own aggression to a level that, we started to expect from them this split, but it's just so different from what we saw when they were rookies, and it's nice to see this evolution coming out of this team that, in all likeliness, is looking like a good playoff contender.
Really nice. I'm used to casting a lot of EU Challenger series as well, and that's
a bit more action-packed.
Well, no, what I mean is that's the kind of play where you see the TP come in and they're like, well, let's go for this fight anyway, and they like all fight under a tower that the enemies just put up. So I'm glad to see that Splyce have been making big strides away from that. For Schalke, I think maybe a few more Ash Arrows coming out. They are difficult to land, though, on a lot of these champions.
Well, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. You've got to go for more than that. We didn't really see Rallis using it. You don't have to on cooldown, but a bit more often, I agree.
But the other side of that is like Gilius was trying to engage. He was looking for the engages, and a couple of times Wunder was just using the ult, not riding it, just getting that wall up, blocking them from actually starting a fight. And at that point, Gilius is kind of scared because he doesn't know whether he wants to go aggressive. He doesn't know whether he can, whether his team can even follow him. And the one time that Schalke did manage to get it, it was a reach. Far too far into the middle lane. In came the TPs, the ults, everything to punish Schalke, and they just could not get their team fights lined up at any point in this game.
So unfortunate game at 1 for Schalke. We'll see if they can bounce back now with Splyce. 1 game up. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the analyst desk to break down how it all happened.
Caught it. Yeah. We're happy to be joined by Mithy here from G2 for that analysis of that game and the rest of the day as well as PGL. Thanks for joining us. Maybe first, what did you think of your games today?
We won, so I'm happy.
Tough games.
Yeah, I think Roca didn't play so good.
Yeah, well, they are a bit down and out. We can talk a bit more about that later on. Now, though, we're going to turn our attention to Schalke versus Splyce, and Splyce again coming out with a victory. How much of that could you foresee by looking at the comps?
The game wasn't decided in pick and bans at all. I mean, I definitely felt like Schalke had enough ways to actually play out the mid game with using the Ashe in the side lane with like assistants pushing the Kassadin, but the one time they actually managed to push it in and roam mid, we might as well just grab the replay, which basically decided the entire game. Schalke ends up moving to mid lane with the Ashe and Azir and Mithy. Take us through it.
Here, I think after the arrow misses, they should just go bot lane and take the bottom tower, that tier 3, or tier 1, but they instead just overforce in mid, and there's a TP ward behind them, they get double TP'd on, or Talia ults, doesn't matter, they just get collapsed on and just die.
Yeah, and at this point here, actually this fight results in the mid tower dying as well for Azir, so like mid lane, Azir no longer has protection, Kassadin is fed now, Talia was fed as well.
And Nash, no?
They got Nash as well
Yeah,
from
so
it.
at
So
this
you,
point,
you basically win the entire game because now you have 3 winning lanes as Splice, and there's nothing Schalke could do at this point.
Another victory for Splice, and another problem for Schalke. Obviously, yesterday you could say they don't make the right decision in overforcing. You could say that Nexus yesterday, well, they should have gotten it. I mean, it was.
tell me about it.
So, do you think that they could make the wrong decisions in the mid game often, and that's the main focus of their problems now, or?
Well, the funny thing is, Mithy and I were talking about this during the game, how Schalke seems to be very focused around like early snowballs, especially around mid lane with like Gilius ganking the mid lane. That's what he's talking about himself in like the features, saying, "Oh, if I get Fox ahead in the mid lane, you know, we win every game." Don't think that's 100% true, but I can see the logic behind it. But as Mithy was talking about himself during the game again, once Schalke gets to mid game, the shot calling and their understanding of how to play the game seems to be suffering.
I mean, I think they have a good idea, but they just need to go a bit deeper into, like, just take things a bit slower. This game, they had a good idea. They kept their mid tower alive. They were playing 1-4 correctly, but they should have just rotated the dual lane after pushing out top into the bot lane and trying to get the tier 1 or tier 3. I actually don't know if it's a tier 1 or tier 3. The outer tower, right?
Yeah,
the
tier
first
1.
outer tower. And instead, they just overforce mid when both the Kassadin and the Talia can double TP behind them, and the game was just screwed up there. I think it was a good game by them, but then it just died.
Yeah, in general, it seems that Schalke seems to pick up a lot of these losses. Giants now jumped over them in the standings. They also just 2-0'd H2K over there. So what is it that there's a difference between a team like Giants, who, if you look at it objectively, doesn't have as strong players individually, I would say, because we looked at Fox yesterday, for instance, even though Knight has been doing well. What's kind of the differences? What should they use to work to their advantage if they can't seem to have the kind of communication get fixed that quickly? That's, yeah.
I mean, obviously, it's super hard to say exactly what Schalke needs to fix because a lot of it comes down to you need to have as Mithy was just talking about before, you need to understand like when should you overforce? Almost never. Like when should you just take the easy rotation to the side? Because they are a team who likes to play like very forward, aggressive, especially with Gilius leading the charge very often. It becomes very inconsistent because if you keep taking high risk, high reward plays, you will never win every single game. You'll always, very often, just go like 50-50, and that's why they get a lot of ties as well. So I feel like just a lot of it actually comes into watching replays. I assume you guys are doing that a ton. Whenever you have certain plays, you sit as a team, you rewatch it, you figure out, was this the correct play? Like not how did we lose the fight, but why are we fighting in the first place is what you got to figure out. And that's the key thing for a lot of these teams. And Schalke seems to just get the fights all the time.
Usually what we do as a team is we don't really look at individual misplays, but we try and look at was our decision as a team the proper decision? Was it right to fight here? Was it right to take this fight? Was it right to do this or do that? And then individual misplay is something that everyone can just look at themselves and just try and fix. And some games I'm going to underperform, some other games someone else in my team is just going to underperform. That's just how a team works, right? So that's kind of how we approach the game. And I'm sure most teams do that too, or I hope so, because the other ways I think it's pretty bad. So yeah, I just think Schalke just went too deep, and a team like Giants is, I think, or it just seems to me that they are very good at knowing how to end the game or what to do when they have a lead. And I think that's what is giving them games. A lot of teams are making mistakes. We made mistakes. Giants took a game over us because we screwed up. And I didn't really watch the H2K series, so I don't want to talk so much, but I'm pretty sure they screwed up and Giants just took over the game and just snowballed it perfectly.
We'll take a look at it later as well. I do want to touch on Splice, of course, as well. A lot to talk about. Mikyx is our player of the game, consistently growing within that team. We talked about it in terms of a project. You had that project when they come into the LCS, just trying to work on the fundamentals. But it seems like these individual players are stepping up. What is your impression of Mickey?
I think he's going to be the best support in Europe at some point if he gets his brain working together.
So yeah, the main problem when watching Mickey seems to be
another
like
problem.
Mechanically he's fantastic. Like mechanically he's doing really, really well. But when it comes to sometimes understanding where to be on the map as a support, like he's a support who dies the most on his own because he like invades in alone, like puts 2 or 3 deep wards when it's a little bit too risky. He ends up dying for that. He plays very aggressive, most of the time. So he obviously ends up losing out here and there, but mechanically he's so good, and I think the more he gets to play on stage, the more he gets used to also playing like, these LCS games where it's not like a scrim always, because sometimes I feel like he's playing a bit like it is a scrim. That's where I feel like Mickey can keep improving and growing.
It depends a lot on how he approaches the experience he takes, because the experience you get can either hurt you or make you grow. For example, him being over-aggressive, for when I play against him in scrims, I really have a lot to learn because he's very strong mechanically and goes for a very like all-ins that I don't expect, and he's just really good. But translating that into LCS, when you go for an all-in and you fail the first time or you fail twice in a row, then you get scared to go for those all-ins again that you did in scrims, and then your whole mindset just crumbles, right? So you need to like find the right point and have the right mindset, and then you can just improve a lot. And I think he has the potential, even though no one likes that word, but I really think he can be the best.
New Mithy.
The new Mithy, Mickey. Wow, we'll see how that evolves and if they can also lock up the match here and game 2. We're going to hit recall and regroup, but when we come back, we will have our final game of the day between Splyce and Schalke. See you in 3.5.
Let's go, Nash, guys. Actually, they can do Nash.
Okay, thank you. I told you they could do Nash. I was more confident.
They can't do Nash, guys. Calm down.
Baron Nashor has been slain.
They can set up the Jhin lockdown. This could be an early first blood.
Here he goes, the bubble, and he's going to flash in, gets exhausted, but they've got Fish on the menu. It's first blood. Over to Mickey X.
I'm coming, Wonder. Kite to me, kite to me.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Ash is half HP.
I'm going for Ash.
Greg has no flash.
Get Dash, get Dash.
Now maybe?
Yeah, I'm coming for now.
Actually, now
I'm going for now.
Nice.
Rollins has not been able to hit too much as Senkux deletes him from the map. Spraddle uses Surf, but it's not very effective. And the rest of Splyce are closing in to try and end it right here, right now. All said and done, they take the game cleanly. 34.5 in game number 1 versus Schalke. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we gear up for our final game of the night here in Berlin between Splyce and Schalke 04. And Splyce, they're on the cusp of a perfect week. They almost had the same last week, with just the one game lost against the Unicorns.
It was a really solid performance in game one as well. You know, the analyst desk were talking a lot about Schalke and how when they were looking for fights that maybe was at the wrong time, and then like the one time they managed to do it, it was an overextend. I kind of agree with everything they were saying about that, and I want to see now how Schalke can bounce back on the other side, because I feel like this series could very easily be a tie, but if Splyce play like they did in game one again and Schalke can't really keep up with it, then this is pretty much a 2-0 in my books, at least.
Yeah. Schalke had a hard time getting the ball out on the other side of the pitch, that's for sure. Splyce will look to close them out here as the picks and bans start. We have a Trundle and an Elise taken away. Rek'Sai now banned by Schalke, so Trashy will have to dip a little deeper into his champion pool. Jungle still being hit heavily.
Jungle being hit heavily. Now, if Nidalee stays available, this is basically forcing a Nidalee first pick out. Depends on what we see Trashy actually leave available in the pool here.
All right, Shen's banned for Splyce's last. Global pressure possibility has definitely been moving his way up in the popularity. 20 seconds left on Schalke's last ban. Do they opt to remove the Nidalee? Give this over as a first pick to Trashy.
Bard would be available in that situation. And even if Nidalee is up, they may just give Mickey the Bard. Like, honestly, there's a lot of first picks that could be available for Splyce here. There is the Nidalee ban. So it's either Bard or, ooh.
A Karma first pick. I mean, it's not like that's an unusual thing, but, you know, when you're looking at a player like Mickey who has been able to make some magic on the Wandering Caretaker, it shows that they really opt for this Karma instead.
It also does give the flex potential. Senkex has played the Karma as well, even though Mickey did just get player of the game on it. So they could very well look for the Bard, put the Karma in the middle lane. Sprattle has only played one game of Bard this split so far, so interested to see how that'll turn out for him. It was a loss. A win. I misread my paper.
50-50, it's okay.
It's okay.
But I may get his hands on it this time. We may see what it is, but not this round because the Lee Sin's locked in for Gilius as Steve takes, or rather, Ralez takes the Jhin.
Okay, so we heard Jankos talking earlier in our little feature about what champions do you feel like you want to play but aren't meta right now. He was saying that Lee Sin kind of doesn't beat anything but also does well into most things at the same time. And it's not a top-tier meta champion that we've seen in a long time, but it's Gilius.
He's always there.
It's Gilius. Gilius has always been known in Europe as a Lee Sin main before joining the LCS. He always was pretty much known as almost a one-trick.
And on the other side, Trashy kind of sticks to his tanky roots. He does take the Gragas for himself. And we have a Sivir locked for Kabi. Heard a little early in the day, I was interviewing Sven about that and how Sivir is kind of just such a very powerful pick. It's maybe not first pickable, but always very valuable and usually does not get through the ban phase.
A lot of people would argue with you about not being first pickable. Giants would be one team that did. They first picked it today. Vitality first picked it today. I'm sorry to throw you under the bus on that.
Nah, it's fine, man.
It's one that has evolved today more than anything.
I got tricked by the Karma.
It's okay. Karma is also first pickable. And obviously, we've seen that a whole lot.
So very speedy comp already.
Sivir, Veritas was talking about Sivir being the top 80 carry right now, and when it's banned away, and typically is Ashe. We do rate Jhin fairly high as well, and that has been locked in for Schalke. I like it as a takeaway from Kobe. They don't want to give the Jhin Karma composition, or at least setup, over to Splyce again.
And the Azir is locked in for Fox, followed by a Thresh for Sprattle. So there's some comfort.
Taliyah is back available for this game, but it would have to be blind picked, so Wunder could very well go for the Gnar that we've seen time and time again if it were going top lane. If they were putting it mid lane, it would be into that Azir, which is a good matchup that we've seen over in LCK.
I love this Sion Hover, because it's still possible. We get the Karma mid, right? And then they go...
I don't know. It's not as possible right now, or at least it wouldn't be as
not with the Jhin.
Valuable, yeah, because the Jhin isn't there as the combination here. So this is more of just an homage to the band Sion in weeks gone by.
This time gets to hover it at the very least. The Kassadin definitely did what it needed to do for Senkex. I don't think he'd be opposed to taking it again. As timer ticks down, we'll get to see if that's what he decides to lock. and switch over to Aurelia for Wonder. So we do get to see our final picks there for the Splyce side.
Very similar concept to the last game. Get strong side laners, get them into the game, get them ahead, and push Schalke before they can ever stop you. So this could very well be a repeat performance. A few less globals, no Rek'Sai, no Taliyah in this setup, and I prefer Irelia as that kind of blind pickup into the top lane. There are still a few things that you can play into it. We've seen a couple of matchups. Trundle not available in this one. We've seen the Gnar matchup go in Irelia's favor as well. So what do Schalke have left? If they want to play a tank, they could go the Malphite route, the very, very old lane into Aurelia, which only contains and is based on team fighting. Do they go for the Swain we've seen a few times, which is based on sustaining?
Nerfed again, though.
Yeah.
And I think the switch over makes a little bit of sense here. They've got the Olaf, and they will lock it.
So, Olaf top lane then, in that scenario.
Battle of Bruisers.
Yeah. Well, the one thing Olaf can do is kind of take it to Aurelia fairly early on. So we'll have to watch that top lane matchup.
Very dangerous champions when they're low on health.
They are fairly dangerous at that point. I'm interested now to see, like, Lee Sin Olaf, when you look at that 2 versus 2, that's a lot of damage in the early game. You hit the Q on Lee Sin, you just go in, everything's Gucci, you just put him down and get yourself a kill and walk away. For Schalke, everything else is kind of fairly long range. You've got a Jhin, you've got an Azir setup until you go in, obviously, with the Shurima shuffle. So Schalke playing a different sort of style, but it's a little bit more unorthodox. It's not quite so unilateral, like go in for a team fight, get all the crowd control and win it that way.
Yeah, putting all their eggs in something a little bit more complex this time around. Remember, Schalke, they've had a very rough week so far. They're just trying to pick up a tie here and salvage a point on the week as Yamato Cannon and Nif shake hands one final time before we load up onto Summoner's Rift. Also one final time for this week.
Yeah, they're putting their eggs in baskets. I put my poker eggs in some incubators, 10 kilometers on that one, though, so I need to get out for a jog maybe after.
Well, we'll have plenty of time, but first we got to get through that last one. Hashtag SPYwin if you think Splyce is going to knock a 2-0 out of the park, or if you think Schalke will come back into this. Hashtag S04 is the way you want to go. So, with these two compositions, Splyce are definitely looking to move all over that map once again. They've got some engage, but they've got the split push. I'm excited to see what they're able to make work with this composition. And Schalke have their work cut out for them as we load up into Summoner's Rift.
So, Splyce looking to end this week with another 2-0 on their list. Will it be the case, or will it be a tie?
Well, I know you love ties.
A lot of people are hoping for not ties, so that would mean that you'd be rooting for Splyce if you don't want a tie. Unfortunately, those are the only options for you right now.
Yeah. Well, they have another chance to move themselves up the standing. A little bit further anyways. 3 points on the board is definitely very valuable. Would put them up at 20. And, you know, this is a team that we have to start talking about realistically. The top 3 in Europe versus the bottom 7, that whole narrative, that's collapsed, right? Everything is a little bit more of a free-for-all now, with maybe the exception of G2 being the dominant factor. Splyce are definitely making a name for themselves this split.
And that's the funny thing. We had that period of kind of weeks 4 and 5 where everybody just picked up a point every day. And nobody really dominated too heavily apart from Giants. And Giants climbed up. And now over the last couple of days, we've had a good few 2-0s. So the standings have had a bit of a shake-up after some of today's series. Splyce, if they do pick up 3 points, puts them 1 point behind Fnatic. Oh, Mickey.
Uh-oh. Oh, he doesn't see it.
Oh, you're so bound.
Runs right into there, and that's Kobbe taking a lot of damage. Exhaust instantly onto Rallis, but not before they get a huge chunk of damage. Kobbe is going to have to spend his back real quick, and Spraddle just keeps on flaying him.
They just couldn't quite get the damage down onto Kobbe. Actually, only the exhaust used. Exhaust traded for Ignite, but obviously the timing of it is critical here because Schalke will have either the duo lane setup or now the faster push into the turret. Look at where Splyce are heading. They do not want this 2 versus 2 now because they'd be so far behind on experience, but they're also so far behind on the push. However, what this is going to end up doing is Steve won't be able to join without his teleport now, and they'll have to balance that out with summoner abilities because Schalke are expecting the standard lane setup here.
Yeah, I think Splyce were expecting it until about a minute ago as well, so this is going to opt into a bit of an interesting trade for a little while. Fox taking a chunk of damage from Senkux, but as we mentioned before, this matchup relatively safe 1 through 6. Steve and Wunder will battle it out, looking like nothing's happening, but surprise! Here comes the bot lane.
He has to ghost away as soon as the bot lane appear. And now how does that adapt? Look, Schalke immediately start pushing this wave back out. Likely will use the teleport to get Steve down to the bottom lane. Otherwise, they'll end up behind on the play because Schalke expecting standard lanes to continue. There's the TP coming out. It forces them now to exchange that summoner in response to be able to match Splyce's speed.
I really liked what Splyce did after getting so far behind in the level 1. Gilius is making a beeline down towards this bottom side. He might run smack dab into Trashy, but Splyce, they're so far ahead here on this tower. See if they're able to get something back. Schalke here, as Gilius tries to get a bit of counter jungle on, he is spotted by Trashy, and at the end of it all, we get ourselves the tower trades. Splyce slightly in the lead. A few seconds, see if they can work with it.
Yeah, Trashy had to get his red buff, otherwise he would have essentially been 3-buffed at the end of that because he never would have been able to come down to where Lee Sin is right here at this point. So he had to get it before ending his jungle clear the first time, so fairly important for him.
And they're going to give him the gold too.
Doesn't fall behind. Yeah, bottom lane, it is going to be Steve that takes it. Top lane, Wunder will get it as well.
All right, still have some bruisery matchups alive. They'll be on par with each other gold-wise. Steve denying the wave farm here as he gets the gold, and Wunder doing the same. Try to lead those minions and stack them all on top of each other. Senkux and Fox continue to trade out, and that is really going Fox's way right now. Massive CS advantage for him.
Equal timings on the towers going down, so you can see Steve drops into the bush just to check whether he's got enough time to take this wave out. You can see he is tempering exactly what he's getting out of this lane, trying to hold it just in position. Now that he's spotted Karma and Sivir, he will back away as soon as he's feels like he is safe to do so. This will be the moment where Steve's like, I don't want this anymore.
Nope. Mantraq's hurt. He's a little bit too low on health, has to back away after it all, but Rallis and Spraddle are there back up in the top side, so Wunder's going to get pushed back, and we might settle into standard lanes after a delay.
Oh, I don't know about that. Infernal Dragon on the bottom side. Splyce are going to look for the push and maybe get a dragon for themselves. So with Schalke up in the top side with their duo lane, Splyce will continue to push. They wouldn't want to concede that lower side of the map presence when you've got such a valuable objective there. The difficulty, though, is that their mid lane is getting shoved in. That's the problem with the Kassadin this early on, is you will just naturally get shoved in by a lane like an Azir. So the fact that Fox has been able to do that is a good factor for Schalke. Now Fox will be able to back. It'll alleviate some of the presence in that middle lane, and that would allow Trashy and Senkux maybe to have a safer path down towards the dragon. But of course, everybody from Schalke is aimed on that top side. Not really too much difficulty on contesting when it comes to Splyce not getting that dragon.
Yeah, so we definitely had a lot traded here in the first 5 minutes of the game. It looked like it was going to be very different. Kabi taking a lot of tower shots. After the back of it, they'll finally wait for the minions to arrive and get right back on the tower. Should be able to turn to Infernal, but a little bit low on the health bars there. For Schalke, though, slim gold lead for them. Should remain that way. And it just seems to be off the farm differential. It's still a pretty significant factor here for Fox, but it's kind of the matchup, as you said.
Trashy's recalling, which will prompt his bottom lane to recall now, which means nobody actually gets dragon control from that setting. You can see Gilius is expecting them to be on dragon. That's why he's pathing down here, looking for wards. Fox comes with him as well. This is pretty good scouting out by Schalke, and as soon as they realize there's nobody there, not even any sign of somebody doing dragon, they're going to fall back away, just assume control of the vision, back themselves away. And Schalke are very likely to be the team that will take control of this because we've had the reverse swap again. We've swapped up to the side to Splyce, conceding control of the objective that they really should have had available to them.
Yeah, they're going to be looking to play this one out a little bit longer than last time. They had control of that game for pretty much all of it. And Schalke definitely making a much better play this time around as Steve gets double teamed here. Exhaust is on. Can he get out with the Ghost? One more auto. That's first blood. Happy birthday. Kill goes to Kabi.
Way too early for Steve to handle that kind of gank. He was too far pushed up. Does not have access to his ultimate yet as he's only level 4. Easy pickings for this Karma. They had to use the exhaust just to make sure he didn't get too far away, but still they'll take that trade every single day. Ghost for exhaust plus the kill. means Splyce get that first blood. This time, thankfully, it went to Kobbe. Last first blood, I believe, went to Mickey. And they just kind of stacked kills on their support. Helped them with
Karma
the
with kills just becomes a second carry.
Yeah, helped them with the vision control, early Sightstone. But here comes Gilius, bottom lane, looking for Wunder.
Yeah, Trashy's joined Wunder though as well. And you can see Senkux around the side. Teleport being channeled. Spraddle, though, he was caught a little bit low. Gets the flay back. Wunder, the hook! And they get him! Morales will pick the kill up. And all of a sudden, 4 Schalke members right here on this tower. Can Trashy and Senkux defend? It looks like for now. The answer is yes.
Important little section there as Wunder went aggressive. Flay came out into the hook. He was trying to pick off a low health target, but didn't quite have the ability to get through that crowd control. Got locked down, gets taken out under the tower. And I mean, Schalke, realistically, with the number of defending players, they shouldn't have got that. Gilius!
Oh, he pinballs him, and now Senkux coming around the side, waiting to finish the job. Senkux will do it.
All the work Fox has done to put Senkux behind in this game, forcing him back in the lane, getting a CS advantage, all undone. Gilius was too far aggressive in the enemy jungle, and Trashy caught him out with that first ultimate of the game. Good setup from Trashy. This is the bottom lane, so Wunder tries to kill Spraddle because, of course, he's seeing a low health target, but out comes the flay into the hook. Gilius damage came through as well from the kick, and it was enough to just shut him down. So a little over-aggressive by Wunder, but he was trying to get what he could out of that situation.
Seen a bit of a scrappier game so far. 8.5 minutes into this one. Fox still trying to push Senkux in, but that gold difference that he's picked up from getting the kills certainly helped him climb back into it. Deadly Flourish will stop him for just a moment, but he's able to walk away from it and away from his tower, which 3 Schalke members are trying to push on, but he's come back with friends, and they're out.
Yeah, Fox tagged with the auto.
Whoa! Have to flash that one. Mantra Q was hurt.
No team yet prioritizing this dragon control. It is Splyce that have a little bit more in the way of vision control in the pit. Schalke did have good vision wards, or at least wards behind the pit, that have now died. Only 1 remains here, so we'll see whether Schalke can get themselves out on the map and get that in their favor once again. So we're starting to see Tiamat, Lee Sin come back. It's a solo queue setup. A lot of people have been talking about how you can get Tiamat. You can sometimes build Sightstone as well out of this, and it kind of gives you enough damage in the early game. The problem with that is always what damage-based Lee Sins are going to have is that unless you can snowball by getting kills like this, it always ends up wearing out.
Hashtag worth for now. Gilius is playing the solo queue hero. Splyce will trade for the dragon right now. And Senkux is trying to defend this top turret without Wunder's help any longer. Splyce are able to get a little bit back for it at the very least.
Yeah, they get some back. And honestly, Splyce, I think, will take that. I think Infernal Drake in exchange for 1 kill is fairly straightforward.
So this composition, I mean, let's go a little bit beyond the Lee Sin, because this is a composition that we talked about being a little bit less binary or less singular. There's a lot of complexities in what Schalke are going to try to do in this game. What do you think is their big win condition apart from snowballing Lee Sin?
For Schalke? Or Splyce.
For Schalke.
Sorry, for Schalke, yeah. No, it's, again, a similar thing where you're looking for the flank with the Olaf, and the Lee Sin goes in as well. They have 2 damage-based champions on the top side of the map. The fact that Gilius isn't building tank may come back to hurt them slightly. But then again, Lee Sin is never the optimal tank champion either, so...
Especially not when he's building Tiamat.
No, exactly. So the build is actually Ravenous Hydra. You get yourself a Deadman's Plate, probably a Hex Drinker in there as well. Throw everything in the damage. Mickey.
That's Kobbe looking for the chase down teleport, and there's a lantern now, but Trashy stops it, and he bops him to the side, finishes it with one big Q. Senkux, though, will pick up Steve on the backside, and Fox follows through as Wunder kills Spraddle. It is a real bloody mess in that river, but it's a 3-for-1 in favor of Splyce.
3-for-1 goes Splyce way, and Kobbe had to use both summoners, but again, everything seems to turn around in the Splyce advantage. They are only ever so slightly ahead, though, when it comes to the gold lead. Mickey was posturing around mid lane to come up with Senkux and maybe try and push Fox back.
He's tanking tower shots here, but they've got a couple of minions still healthy. Senkux Rift walking away from the soldiers. Mantra Q comes in, Fox forced under tower, but he keeps on firing back, and he saves it for now.
Saves it for now. So we're looking at how Schalke ended up getting caught out here. So Gilius, this is one of the problems with him building damage at this scenario, is he goes in on Mickey, and Mickey has enough survivability that Gilius can't really burst him down quite yet with that tether on. It locks him in place, and the rest of Splyce can catch up. This is going to be the sort of game for Schalke where they need Gilius to get like 6 kills. Or at least Steve too. But the problem is both of Steve and Gilius are the ones that are dying this early on.
It's a tall order. I mean, Splyce is a slippery team right now. Schalke are looking to siege up the mid though. Barrel roll
Hang on, this is board for a TP.
Another TP comes in. Sencux, they just delete Fox off the map right now. Both TPs gonna finish channeling or no. It's Wunder canceling his, and Spruttle's got to flash away from this. Gilius with the kickback. Splyce still on the chase.
Splyce chasing, but honestly, they can turn around and look for that mid tower now. As soon as this Azir loses the mid tower, this is a fairly similar thing to the last game where we saw Schalke looking for some kind of play mid lane, and it actually ends up backfiring and costing them their mid tower, which is the safety against this multi-lane setup that Splyce wants to run.
They went in heedless. I mean, maybe we should call them Schalke Have Some Fear just to give them advice. Wunder, he's running away, and here comes the Jhin ultimate. Wunder dodging, but he does have the flash to get out of danger, but the rest of Schalke are the ones who have to bail out, and they get a big barrel on top of Spruttle's head. One more kill for Splyce.
Importantly for now, though, the tower has been saved. Fox is here, and he holds mid lane, and that'll force Splyce back away. Sencux wasn't in that fight, and meant that Splyce couldn't continue to push, but this is where Sencux now wants to be for the rest of the game. He wants to be over in a side lane, one will be over in the other. The problem is they don't have teleports available right now, but Sencux is huge. Already 3 kills on the board, has himself a fair amount of gold, sat on just under 1600 as he's pushing out that side lane, so we'll see what he ends up getting in the end. But big ult from Trashy. Gilius gets held in place, blasts Sprattle back into the rest of the team, and can't hit too many better ults than that. Steve, of course, is in Ragnarok.
That gives another meaning to pop the champagne. Sencux now, he's very, very big. He's going to be hard to contend with in the solo situation. Schalke, this is a very different game, but it feels, in a lot of ways, they're starting to run out of options as well. The bait and switch really did a number on them there.
And honestly, Schalke keep getting dragged into these fights where they think they have the advantage, and they just aren't really recognizing what they're playing against. And Splyce kind of TP in, and Steve didn't get there in time. Gilius forced to now
another defensive kick.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll be up pretty soon, but all the same, Schalke, they're using a lot of their tools to get out of bad situations. They do have a lot of vision in this river, up and down it, but I mean, there's nothing really to take here. The Rift Herald's still going to be up for some time. I guess you could give it to Steve to try and stop the Sencux split push, but it seems like they're in damage control mode.
Seems like it for now. Look at Schalke, though, pushing out in the bottom lane. This kind of gives a little freedom mid lane because, you know, it's only the Azir defending. But with Olaf also showing, gives Sencux as much time and freedom as he wants in the top lane because everybody has showed on the map. And Sencux is in no danger of dying. So despite him not actually having too many aggressive wards, only the one by Raptor Camp, which would spot somebody coming from a long way, but nobody coming a short distance, means that Splyce got away with a little bit more than they should have in that scenario, perhaps.
Schalke are really manning up this bottom side, though, looking for the next dragon. It's going to be Mountain spawning in about 15 seconds. Look at the ward investment they put in here and how much they continue to buy these wards relative to Splyce, in all honesty.
Yeah, it's a lot of investment on that vision control, and Splyce haven't been able to quite establish the same as they had in Game 1, but a lot of that is the fact that their top laner, the other limb of this multi-lane combo, has been put so far behind. Even though he's got a kill, Steve has still been up in farm. Wunder doesn't have his Trinity Force yet. He doesn't feel like he can be in a scenario to trade with Steve too effectively, and he's not going to get access here to that Rift Herald either. It's going to be a trade. There is an attempted steal coming up.
All right, this is interesting. One team's starting to fight over the Rift Herald. It's stopped for now. And so is the Mountain Drake. Gilius going a little deeper into the jungle now. It's actually just going to take some farm away.
It takes Raptors. At that point, Splyce didn't have vision on Gilius, so they didn't know that he was on Mountain Drake.
Some good global gold there. Schalke was able to finally polish off the mid-turn. I mean, those two have been standing for quite a while. 16 and a half into this game.
Oh, Wunder.
Oh, okay. He gets divided, and the rest of the team is there to conquer. Fox gets the kill, and over goes Sprattle. Schalke, one-man advantage.
Yeah, Schalke with a good pick there. That will result in the Mountain Drake going over to them, and will give them a little bit of a comeback here when you look at this game setup. They have just drawn into the lead ever so slightly. It is an even game. As Schalke will take a Mountain Drake. Splice have themselves an Infernal from earlier on, but the Mountain Drake, you have to feel they'll be fairly happy with that one. It will allow them to take objectives fairly quickly after fights, and Schalke can have some cleaner fights. They should have no problems with taking anything down after.
Let's take a look at that one again. Wonder spotted by that ward, and instantly they pounced.
Yeah, Wonder just had a pink ward, but was greedy, was thinking to himself, oh, why is nobody coming to... Oh, right, I'm on a ward. As soon as that ward goes down, he knows. He's pretty much doomed. 3 people are going to collapse on him.
Speaking of doomed, Senkux now, Glimpse of the Void. Anybody who tries to 1v1 him is going to have a bad time. Still 3-0 on that cast, and surviving the laning phase does mean so much for him. Able to now push up, and it's really kind of the key to Splice's continued success here. But Schalke have managed to grab something back for themselves and edge the gold game back in their favor. A Mountain Drake doesn't hurt either.
No, does not hurt at all. At this point, though, Wonder needs to get stronger. Splice want to be able to contend. It was good decision-making from Steve and Gilius to just constantly punish Wonder. Despite Splice taking some objectives and fights on the other side of the map, it still is working out in their favor because it's slowing down what Splice want to do. They cannot get out onto 3 lanes properly because Wonder is just too much of a weakness right now. Double TP is up for Splice, so if they can maybe get Wonder into a freezing scenario in the top lane, if they can have him sit here, get a little more farm. He does have that Trinity Force, so he does have some sense of fighting potential when he can end up coming in, but they don't really want to team fight with Wonder on this Aurelia. They don't want to team fight with him now, especially.
Schalke are much more interested in knocking down the towers as well, but they may have to have a team fight for it to happen. Senkux and Trashy still trying to push back the waves, and they will be able to do it as Steve turns his attention back inside this jungle. Splice being heavily invaded here, losing some territory, and they're losing out on mid-tier 2. Slow to react, that's going to be Schalke's.
Yeah, with that Mountain Drake, a little more damage down on it, but Schalke don't quite get the final hits. As Splice just got Sivir there in time. That is the real wave clear potential they have. Aurelia won't cut.
He's caught into the box. Flay back though. Spraddle is going to get popped over to the other side. Teleports are flying. Mickey real low in this, and the curtain call opens up. Trashy tanking 1, tanking 2. Kabi for the 3rd. And that'll be all. It's going to be the tower now. Finally for Schalke, they finished the job.
Yeah, they also got the TP coming out there from Wonder. It was cancelled, as Wonder would have ended up smack bang in the middle of that fight. The thing is now Schalke are going to do the fast transition to the bottom lane here. This is what we were seeing out of Splice. Bit of a turnaround is fair play here as Schalke will look for bottom lane. I don't know whether they're going to be able to all in on this, although there is no chance of a TP coming, so they have the numbers advantage. They know this would be 5v4. Big damage from Senkux.
Yeah, Fox is here to zone. Spraddle really low. They're going to get inspired by it. And they go on to Steve. The health bars are really dropping here. 2 quick kills. Gilius and Spraddle on slivers of health. Senkux, force pulses. Gonna hop for another. A double kill for the Kassadin.
Gets the 2. It wasn't pretty. He missed a jump at the end, but it was fine.
No one saw that stress.
It was all good. Wonder was pushing top lane. He's evened up some of the CS difference there as well. Splice are going to go for the Baron.
Oh, man. It's only 20 minutes in, but they've got everybody but Fox spawning back on Fountain. And he can't contest this one on his own. He'd have to have a hell of a Shurima shuffle to even stop the Baron from happening.
They just chose to forego the turrets that they could have got in top and mid now for the Baron. As long as they secure this, this should be the much more beneficial trade here at 20 minutes, just past the mark. It should be a very influential Baron buff for them.
No hesitation on Splice's side, and after a massive collapse for them, they will pick that up just under 21 minutes.
Man, I was so caught out by decisive decision-making, my voice started to go in there. Had one of those.
I know what that feels like, Stress.
It's all good. Okay, so now that kind of is going to augment Wonder to a point where he should be able to take the side lane trade. Wonder's going the Ghostblade route on Aurelia, which is not my favorite, but is good for cleaning up low health targets. And there aren't a lot of tanks, and that is pretty much exacerbated as an example in this fight, because look how low everybody gets. Very quickly chunked through. Senkux gets good flash. Oh, he actually got that one. Oh, it must have been a spectator issue the first time around then. Because it looked like he face planted the wall. Unfortunately,
Nip is
like
face palming.
Kind of face palming.
Yeah. Oh, Senkux, okay, he might get chased down here, but he's got the Rift Walk. And now Splice are going to move up towards this top side. uncontested here. Steve could teleport into the back, but if Schalke want to fight this, they've got to move quick. Looks like it's not going to happen with the Baron empowerment. Wunder is making short work of the tower.
Once again, Splyce kind of smell the weakness and are just spreading out now across the map. They just say no, Schalke can't handle every single lane getting pushed in at the same time. They tried to commit 2 to the bottom side and Senkux held on. For that, they lose the top tower. They are soon to lose potentially the middle tower.
And the bottom.
Azir is still there. Tower is still on full health, so Splyce are going to group for bottom tower here. Senkux goes in.
On the hunt for Kabi as well. That just scares away anyone from trying to contest this. Fox does hold the line in the middle, but Schalke are rapidly losing ground in this game, and it looks so good for them too.
Oh, it looked really good the way this game started. I mean, they put Wunder behind. Okay, there was a couple of kills that came out onto Gilius, onto Steve.
And that's about
just gonna leave that. I thought Yamato was confused because he was like, shouldn't it be nighttime? We can start hitting the bar after this, but nope. Just gonna hit himself with his forehead into his elbow and dab.
You accurately described the dab.
Yeah, that basically is what it is. It's like face palming with the crook.
It's a happy
elbow.
face palm though.
I guess so. Yeah.
In a way. And Splyce has a lot to be happy for this game. 6,000 gold ahead, 11-4 in kills. Definitely out fighting Schalke, who have really struggled a lot this week, but not for lack of trying. They have just been outclassed in several counts, and Fox once again pinballed into Splyce, and there he goes.
There he goes. I mean, not a lot he can do against that. Had his flash, had his ult, but neither could come out fast enough because Trashy blasts him back and the rest of the team has enough damage to deal with him.
Trashy has been so on point with these ultimates. It has set up so many of these skirmishes into these fights. I really got to give Splyce some credit for this composition that they built. The Sivir Karma, so fast. And Trashy is run in sprints.
And the execution from it as well. Like, Trashy is a player that a lot of the pros here in the EULCS actually say is one of the most underrated junglers. Having real strong performances that allows him to set up his team properly. So, wouldn't be too surprised to see a lot of people singing Trashy's praises. The Baron power play in the top right of your screen is not an infinite Baron, don't worry. I'm sure.
And it's gone.
Yeah, exactly. Baron did just, I believe, expire.
You know what's not gone? Glimpse of the Void.
Yeah.
Senkux
How long is
dead.
left on that?
It should be a little bit more time. They got it about 14, 15 minutes in, so about...
It's like still 2/3 of that buff.
Yeah. No, he's got quite a lot left to go, and he can just continue to solo out here. Very valuable for the Kassadin, who's had such a massive impact in this game. 5-0-2. They just can't catch the guy now. That may change here. Shuffled over, and they bring the Gromp with them. Senkux finally getting shut down. Teleports flying, though, and Wunder collapses around the side to equalize. 1-for-1 now. Steve trying to stay alive. The low health Viking. Wunder flashing, and that's a double kill for Aurelia. All of a sudden, this has turned into a party in the bot lane, but everyone's been invited way too late. Schalke lose 4-for-2.
Massive damage comes out from Wonderwear and Senkux before Senkux can fall, and that allows them to even it up. He bought just enough time for Aurelia to arrive. That's going to be a first inhibitor of the game going down for Splyce.
Might even be more than that. 25 minutes, they're on the inhibitors. They will be able to take it down. Rollins is the only one standing for the next 10 seconds. Splyce can just walk out of here as quick as you like.
I'm not sure what was going on in that picture-in-picture. I really don't know. I'm sorry. It looked fun, so I'm glad people here in the studio are having a good time, or in the arena.
That's what we're all about, people enjoying their time. And unfortunately, Senkux is not enjoying as much time. MVP for Gromp on the assist. And in goes Wunder, and he pretty much does Aurelia things.
He does. Wunder actually gets blasted back into Rales, and he had this moment where it's like, do I want to kill the low health Lee Sin, or at least get that damage down? That was the option he goes for. Trusts in his team to get the rest of it. So... Splyce in a fantastic position right now. Doesn't matter that Senkux died. Okay, he does lose Magi stacks, which is the other side of upgrading the Dark Seal, because normally we don't actually upgrade it, but Senkux is like, hey, I'm 5-0, I'm on Kassadin. Why wouldn't I get that? Now he does get punished for it, but still, he is super strong. Problem is, he hasn't been able to farm too effectively. He's nearly like 80 CS down.
No, not gold anyways.
Yeah,
I mean, he has been down, or not creeps rather. He has been down in gold to Fox, but what he's made use of it has been so huge. The Glimpse of the Void buff, he's had to have people collapse on him to really get anything done, and you could see the price that Schalke paid for that.
And the reason is because Senkux has been out in the side wave, kind of just pushing it as fast as he can and then TPing in, whereas Fox has been sat in the mid lane, just taking wave after wave of farm. The actual gold difference, the actual difference is 500 between the mid laners in Fox's favor. So it is still a decent lead for Fox coming off that big CS disparity between the two. But Splyce still very much so in the lead for the overall game. With 30 seconds left on Baron before it comes up, Splyce showed a very decisive play coming to it last time. We'll see if they can get the bait or a pick first and do exactly the same again.
Oh, Schalke, spiraling out of control here, are going to have to contest, but they will be spotted on every front. There is a forest of wards inside of their own jungle, and they've been pretty much relegated into the base. Splyce can play with this one however they want. They may just try to rush it. Steve is back on Fountain. He does have TP available, but they're still super streaming in to the bottom lane, and they're going to start this one. See if Splyce can take it down before Schalke arrive.
And you can see, look, top lane was shoved in, bottom lane still pushing in as well. So Splyce, they're strong enough to be able to kind of bait
Ilias,
this.
he can't even get to the pit! Wonder just deletes him, teleports in, and they don't need to take the Baron anymore. They've got the team in their sights. Spraddle, Fox, Rollins all trying to run away, but how far can they get? Oh. Barreled back in, a four-man flay for Spraddle, but he cannot get any more than that, and a barrel roll comes out. Steve will take one down with him. A double kill for Fox on the back of it. Mickey and Wonderfall, but that is an ace for Splyce.
And that's probably the game here. Splyce pinging the bottom side. 3 members stand, only 13 seconds on Gilius, but I don't think the Lee Sin is going to be enough at this point. Splyce, they're looking a little second-guessing at pushing in here, but 27 seconds on Azir.
They've got
20
damage.
on Jhin. They have the damage to do this. Splyce are going to 2-0 on the week.
28-45 just about. They're going to finish this game off in style. Quick decision, quick thinking, and Splyce will wrap up a perfect week.
It's going to take another moment, Pyra. There we go. 2-0 on the day, 4-0 on the week. Splyce just secured themselves 3rd place.
That's something they can certainly be happy with. Massive performance improvement, split over split. The whole team, small changes in the roster, but really, really big differences on the Rift.
Remember this, we can come back from fucking anything. So get in there. 1, 2, 3, Splyce!
You can see them working a lot better as a unit, working together very well now, and that 2-0 will mean a lot to them there. Big, big win as they take down one of the people that they're competing with right in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, you got to say Schalke played with a lot of heart there, but after yesterday and today, it just wasn't enough. And unfortunately for them, they're unable to come out of the week with a win. Splyce looking a whole lot cleaner and looking like, in all honesty, one of the better teams we have here in Europe.
Yeah.
Still got one thing to learn, though. Yamato's got to teach him that dab.
I'm not an expert on dabs. He didn't look like the best, I'm going to be honest. We'll have to ask Shox and the rest of
there we go.
about it. Was that a better one?
Yeah.
I looked away.
Yeah, he did for like half a second, man. It's about as quick as it took Splyce to start turning some of those fights.
But is it really that effective if you show a less good one first?
Well, it's a work in progress, like all things.
Yeah, well, what's certainly a work in progress is the Lee Sin pick coming out, I feel, for Schalke. I mean, it has its place. I would say it's solo queue.
Yeah.
Because, so it is something that a lot of people are playing in solo queue. I saw a lot of people, including Gilius, tweeting about it. Very, very good for in games that have a lot of snowballing to it, a lot of insecurity on fights where you can just get these scrappy kills, get like 6-0 and great. You're strong enough to delete any carry. The problem is you're also not strong enough to get deleted by like a 3-0 Kassadin.
Well, or however far he went. I mean, yeah, he had 10 stacks on the Medjay's, lost some, sure, they shut him down. But, I mean, Schalke, it seemed like after a while, they weren't really able to go anywhere on the map without being punished because Splyce have just been so quick at closing those gaps and getting involved. The double teleport certainly helped. Getting a Kassadin safely out of the laning phase and on a couple of kills certainly helps. But they're the ones who seem to be more hesitant to pull the trigger, Schalke's side.
Yeah, and Splyce on the other side seem very comfortable playing in this kind of style where they can run this 3-lane setup, bring themselves in. And the side of that I quite like is the fact that Splyce have it with a couple of different options. Okay, the Kassadin was seen in multiple games, but when you look at top lane, they got the Aurelia. This game wasn't so good. They got Taliyah. We also know Shen is the kind of champion that can do that as well. So Splyce seem very comfortable in this style.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, with all that, we want to hear a little bit more from them and see how comfortable they are. Kabi, he's standing by with Sifa.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Of course, happy to be here with Kabi. Now, I feel like so many weeks you were the center of attention, so many cleaned up team fights with this Caitlyn, but this week, playing a little bit more back roll with the Sivir, how does it feel kind of switching between a more utility style champion and more that carry style from Caitlyn?
First of all, I think Sivir is really strong in the current meta. And I have no problem at all like going into more supportive style. Whatever fits the team the best is what I would do. But it's not only like utility, like you can still carry from Sivir. But I'm completely fine with playing that.
Yeah. I mean, good to have both as an option, right? And obviously, I mean, you're still putting up great numbers, great score lines, so proving that you can carry as that Sivir without a doubt. Looking towards the team as a whole, you guys have been putting up consistent score lines week to week, steadily rising up the standings. What's been the secret for you guys?
I feel the past 2 weeks, we've improved a lot. We had some really big issues last week, where after we solved that, it seems like it has only been going uphill since then. But yeah, just we needed the experience from Spring Split, and now it's just starting to pay off finally.
I mean, good to hear. You guys, did you know you're now in sole possession of 3rd place? How does it feel to finally be a top 3 team in Europe?
It feels good. I'm not sure if, like we played 1-1 against H2K last time, and now Giants are looking strong as well. So, like we still need to face all these top teams. So that's where the true test will come. But right now, I feel we can be happy with where we are.
A good place to be, but of course that true test is coming next week. You guys are matched up against G2 and Giants. Now tell me, now that Giants are on the rise, what does your prep look like for this week? How are you going to prepare for both of these teams that are kind of near the top of the ladder?
I don't think our preparation will change a lot. Even if we play a bottom team or top team, we prepare an equal amount. So yeah, there's not going to be much difference.
I mean, good to hear that it's kind of just going to be a standard week for you guys. Excited to see what results you can put up. Thank you so much for talking to me. Of course, guys, we are going to step away for a brief break here, but do not go anywhere. We'll be loading up into the post-game lobby right after this.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the post-game lobby where I'm joined by Krepo, Vedius, and G2's Mithy. Hey! Yeah, that logo was hanging for a really long time. Oh, Stress.
And StressCast gets a free plug. Follow Stress on Twitter.
Follow me.
It's Mithy XD, isn't it? On Twitter.
G2 Mithy.
G2 Mithy. We're gonna see it right there. Boom. Voila. There we go. Fantastic.
Yeah, that's right.
Did you know that you had a 2-1 and 26 KDA, Mithy?
No, I didn't.
Fantastic KDA.
Yeah.
That's actually 28. I did the math.
Tell us.
Nice, man.
Tell us in your replays how much you look at KDA to determine who has to improve their play. I'm kidding. I'm trolling. Anyway,
KDA is useless.
Yeah, that's what I was implying. I know that you guys feel that way. Let's take a look at some of the matchups, though, today and some of the KDAs. Starting with the match we just saw in Game 2 between Schalke and Splyce. A better start for Schalke in that second game. A lot of focus on the Aurelia.
Yeah, we were just watching that match here, Mithy, and when Wunder dropped here on the first dive, like, he got killed, and then later they killed him twice, so we were kind of saying Schalke should have this game in the bag.
I mean, here it was like, okay, he's a bit screwed up after the bot dive, but now this one here, now he's really, really, really far behind.
Is this where you pause the game in scrims and you just go to next?
No, here's when there's like this 10-second silence where everyone is like, and then everyone just tries to talk a bit, and whenever there's another bad action, it's like, can we pause, guys?
Can we go next?
Well, we can go next in terms of replays as well, because how did Splyce manage to turn it around? I said the team fights were very good from their end, or was it Schalke not pushing through when they could?
I think just their jungler is always finding picks, you know, in a lot of these fights. I think Splyce also, they just work as a team. Like, they follow up whenever, even on the back end of that first dive, there was a pick-off, you know, from Trashy going in. He's the better low econ style. You know, Trashy and Gilius have a very similar style, I feel. I don't know if you agree, Mithy. They kind of set themselves behind to gank for their lanes and then hopefully play some tanks with CC as opposed to Spirit and Trick, who seem to be more farm heavy in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so, but I think just Gilius just had a bad game, honestly. I think he screwed up, he got caught when his team got a good lead, and then he did a good play by going topside, but there was no other play anyone could do because the other team was just getting Infernal Drake. And I just feel that Splyce's team comp was so much better. They could just roll over Schalke. So
yeah, even the Kassadin, because that was something that you guys are like, whew, I might have wanted to see another champion here, but Kassadin?
I think Kassadin's just like a champion that can lose you the game.
He is the one that takes a while to scale up, especially against an Azir. The lack of wave clear can really hurt you, and we saw a couple of times where, especially when the Aurelia was so far behind, where you get in a situation, the Kassadin is sitting underneath that turret, and they nearly lost it almost immediately if it wasn't thanks to a good response from the side of Splyce. So, I mean, they played around it well. He did get pretty strong as the game progressed, and I know Mithy was mentioning how he would have preferred something like a LeBlanc in that game.
Well, the main issue with Kassadin is that you lose mid tower early, so they were forced to put the dual lane mid really early, which put Kassadin in a long lane when he didn't really have the Rod of Ages yet or anything. And the good thing that Splyce had going for them is that Thresh Jhin can't really do much against Kassadin, whereas if they had a Lucian, for example, they would have actually been able to push in the Kassadin, and the Kassadin would have been really, really screwed over for the rest of the game. And I just think that when you lose the mid tower so early against, or just, I think the tower was chunked down to 20% HP at 9 minutes, so that is pretty bad for the rest of the game.
Yeah, definitely could have been a lot worse. I think what Splyce did great is finding some picks as well to get back into the game, and they seem a lot more proactive than they were in Spring Split. Our next replay as well, you know, there's a Sivir ulti being used to clean up some of these fights in these games.
Oh, look at that Ricochet.
Yeah, Ricochet AoE damage. Kassadin goes in and out, and then they obviously will have the mobility from both Karma and Sivir to chase down. And once you put this comp on the back foot, it's so easy to chase, it's so easy to roll over them. Fox was out of position too.
They need to be together as a 5-man unit, or at least a 4-man unit, and be able to kite towards the tower or to maybe an Azir tower, doesn't matter. But their comp is just so easy to be rolled over. It's really hard to make this comp work against 1-3-1.
Player of the game for us is Trashy. We could all agree on that one, as you called it out. He is able to find those picks so good, and just in other aspects of the game, he's also quite good. He's not an aggressive all-out jungler, so to say, but he's really good controlling. Is that the right way to put it?
Yeah, I mean, he's just like playing some vision game. Usually plays tanks too.
Yeah.
He's played the Nidalee like a couple of times where I still think he's trying to find his footing more, but he's yeah, a really good supportive jungler where you take a hit personally, you know, you go for some wards, you go for some ganks, Rek'Sai, Gragas and the likes, but he makes it work, and he has the laners to back it up, seemingly. I'm so surprised yet again that one single roster strap swap can get a better support for sure. Mickey is really good at the game. Unleash Kabe and then all the lanes are just thriving with the pressure being relieved.
I really think Trashy is just good. I really think he is just very good, and even though he plays a low supportive style, I think it doesn't really matter. I think it's just kind of how the team wants to play around, and with the resources he has, he's very good at knowing when to initiate, when not to initiate, how to initiate, and just in general, I think he also does a lot of calls for the team, so I think he's just a really good player, and this game showed.
Because what I actually find really interesting is last split, Trashy was not the jungler that a lot of people were talking about. And so as someone who played against him last split and someone who's now playing against him currently, is there something that you've noticed he's shifted a lot in terms of his playstyle? Or
I think the team itself has become good, which makes supportive roles such as jungler and support be able to shine more, because when you're actually a good team and you're not just like losing the game because someone gets caught, someone does this, someone that does, and you're actually able to play a macro game, then it's when support and jungler shine, because you are the ones initiating the plays. And
yeah, it's the difference between jumping in as Braum, saving your teammate and walking out alive, or just jumping in and dying to like a bunch of skills. Yeah.
Well, in any case, good job by Splyce. Final things maybe about Schalke. That is now 4 losses in a row this week. A very, very bad week from them, and almost all off that, if we could say, jump-started by the tilt of that Nexus not fallen yesterday.
I mean, one doesn't know.
True.
Maybe no.
Projection.
Obviously, it tilts you. I mean, from my own experience, it sucks. It really does suck.
Yeah.
But I mean, for us, it was easier because since we already had some wins and it wasn't as bad to tie. Because we even tied, we didn't lose. It was just a tie, so it wasn't so bad for us. But for them to lose and then not even being able to tie and then lose again today, I think they're in a rough patch now and they need to get their mindset together. Yeah.
I think all of the teams who have gotten
It's a nice dodge on the S word right there. Yeah.
all the teams who have gotten bad wine. Did you? Are you throwing him on the bus?
No, I like he wanted to say something.
I'm really trying, like,
and he dodged it, and I just want to
He's
compliment
doing
him.
such a good job.
Yeah, I just want to praise him. It's really hard not to swear.
All right, we were talking about teams that need to pick it up because playoffs are just around the corner, and with that, we also had the battle OG versus Vitality, who both went 0-2 yesterday, and OG, they just can't seem to crawl out of that hole. They are digging themselves. It was Vitality, on the other hand, that got a clean 2-0 sweep, although the first game was quite close.
Yeah, first game was close, but like if you look especially at like game 2, where we'll eventually get some replays from, that's where the Cabochard show started. The fact that it just went from bad to worse for Origin. They stayed competitive in game 1, but then game 2 there were solo kills in the Aurelia versus Trundle matchup. There was ganks working out. Like the OG gank got countered by Shook sweeping in, so Shook killed Power of Evil, and then Kasing roamed up to support, you know? So Vitality was playing against these plays as a team, whereas Origin completely unhinged. I don't know what's happening with them.
So, because I was casting during these games, I didn't get an opportunity to watch, but yesterday, Nukeduck in particular was really stepping up on that Cassiopeia. Did we see a similar sort of performance from him today?
I think he was good today.
It's okay.
He was good. He
gets the MIDI seal of approval.
he was not playing bad. Let's just say he was doing his job. He was not making any fakers, like super highlighting play, but he was doing his job and not screwing up mechanically. So that's all he has to do.
I just want to ask, like, formally of like Origin, obviously, you know, what do they need to fix? Like, where is it like going wrong? Do you think?
I don't know. I'm not in the team anymore, so it's hard for me to say.
Yeah, hard to judge, obviously, when you're on the outside looking in. And it's hard to judge for us as well, because it seems that at this point, so many different things are going wrong. And some of our casters have already come out and said, I don't see them in the playoffs whatsoever. And you very harshly yesterday just said you think like this
I think right now they're in preparation for spring 2017 because they're not going to make playoffs. I don't think they're like.
Can they? Can they not? How does it work?
I mean, they can still technically, mathematically make playoffs. I just don't think they will. I think they're playing too poorly, and I still think that they're not. It's not like they'll get relegated. I don't think Challenger can bring them down unless there's like going to be some massive internal turmoil on the back of these results, because it gets depressing. And so as came out that he's like struggling with dealing with these results too. You know how motivation is being affected. But it's just a big hit for the organization.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. On the other hand, Vitality getting some individual players, team play, or that
line, and because he had this Karma, Sivir, Zilean setup, it was so difficult to escape him, and the way in which the bombs were used from Knight, and the way in which he was always providing that support was just so impressive. These late game team fights from Giants were just something that we were not used to seeing from them, and even though they suffered some early deficits, they did a great job of coming back into the game.
There was this one phase where H2K set up a pick. They were waiting in River to pick somebody off, and they engaged on the Olaf. Olaf escaped, and then everybody from Giants entered that fight and ended up flashing out. And that was a fight where, in the end, they went 1-for-1 in a trade. And the whole point I want to make is, if this was Giants 3 weeks ago, if this was Giants last split, they would have gotten rolled, split, and then one by one, they would have got sucked into the fight, complete ace, game over. But right now, they're individually kind of stepping up, and as a team, like, they make their team fights work. Like, they had super good synergy, moving in at the right time with the bomb. If you're Smitty J, get revived by Knight, you know, and they're playing together, because the game 1 should have been a whitewash. Jankos was 2-0-2.
Yeah.
Like, he survived on a sliver of health. The Odoamne's Rumble survived on like 10 HP too. At that point, H2K had complete control of the map, and they handed it over.
I really think Giants is just a very strong team. In general, like, what I mean by team is that their decisions and their decision making is either both consistent and also straightforward. They don't hesitate to make a decision, and they know how to close out a game. So that basically makes you a top 4 team in Europe right now.
Yeah,
and on
closing
top of
out.
that, their individual skill is not under the average. So
that's something that I really want to emphasize, the fact that their ability to close out games really is impressive, because it was in game 1 in particular, it was somewhat close. It was very back and forth. HK seemed to have good control. They then get that Baron play, they get the 4-for-1 fight, and then off the Baron they just do not let up. Constant pressure, easily walk into the base of H2K and close it out. They do exactly the same thing in game 2, and it was just amazing, because this is something that we have been lacking in Europe. And while there are still some mistakes that they do make on an individual level, where they get a little bit too over-aggressive, sometimes they misjudge things, as a team, they're looking like one of the strongest in Europe.
From what it seems, though, it seems like the early game is kind of glued together by Maxlor's style, where it's very vision-centric. Like, I actually was watching some of the games, and I actually wrote Maxlor on Skype. I was like, dude, like, why didn't you go for camps here? Like, you did something else. It's like, because you could have trashed the enemy jungle. It's like, no, man. I prefer to play for my team, get some wards out. He often also builds a second Sidestone. Mithi, is it good sometimes to start playing in the metagame where junglers start bringing Sidestone? Does it make it easier for you as a support to kind of make plays yourself and just get the map under control?
It's not about the support. It's just that as a jungler, from what I've heard, right? I'm talking here without knowing so much, but from what I've heard is that as a jungler, if you ward the enemy jungler's jungle, you can counter gank and also like just move around the map, and you also open up opportunities to dive because you know on what side the enemy jungler is. So that's kind of the whole Sidestone tier 2 boots meta.
But
right
from a support perspective, like I feel like if you have to play, especially like 1-3-1 comps, one Sidestone felt like too little to actually properly execute that.
Yeah, on top of that, the double Sidestone, I always appreciate more words. You know, as a support, it's always like these small things that you actually enjoy. That you see the whole map
lighting up
words.
like a Christmas tree.
Yeah.
We can talk some more about Sidestones later because I believe we have a tweet about it as well. One last thing about Giants. We had an interview with Huslan afterwards, and he said, I always knew we were this good, of course, but he especially talked about his relationship with Sunstar, and like obviously Sunstar is someone that we criticize, and I think rightfully so, when they just came in, or the bottom lane in general, and he just said that he felt like it was finally coming out what they could do, and he was quite underrated. How do you think they've evolved as a bot lane?
Well, I would like to point out Maxlor and Smitty J. I'll come back to your question because I think Giants plays very good around Maxlor and Smitty J. Especially Smitty J is carrying the games a lot, and this makes Sunstar look bad because once you play to one side of the map, it makes your AD carry be a low resource, like low eco style, like husband calls it. So that kind of makes you be low eco and look bad compared to your other teammates.
No, I definitely get it. Similar happened last split, you know, with Origin when they camped for their bottom lane, who was constantly crying for ganks. Poor Soaz looked so bad all the time.
But if you look at Soaz this split at the start of the split, Soaz and Amazing were carrying most of their games, and if you look at Origin 2 splits ago or 1 split ago, it was usually plays being made through us on bottom lane. So it just kind of shows that people just flame randomly, but there's always a team style or a team strat coming into different games depending on draft. And in Giants' case, it's their bot lane that gets the least resources, and that kind of.
And what's actually most interesting about that is a lot of strategies recently have come in towards just banning away a lot of Sunstar's comfort picks, because he does like to play these low econ style AD carries like the Sivir, like the Ashe. And when those were taken away from him today, he was forced back onto the Ezreal. And early on, he did struggle because it took him a long time to get the items that he needed to have an impact, but he still played in a very similar style of low resources on the backline, constantly trying to provide the utility for his team.
Yeah, it's definitely a skill to play from behind well, because everybody can snowball. But I think we can definitely notice within Giants also just the communication getting better. I think it's not that Sunstar has always been this great. I think you can aptly criticize a player when he's playing bad, but then you should also just, reward him for growing. And I think that's what happened. Like, his communication is much better. He was randomly getting caught out all the time at the start of the split right now, and right now, even when he's at a farm deficit, he's just much more aware. And with some of the meta picks like Sivir and Ashe being used for utility, it just fits into that style.
Lothar also congratulated his team and tweeted after today's win, "Thanks to my teammates, I got my first win against H2K after 14 losses in a row. With them, everything is easier." Of course, quite a long project in the Giants to get there, but that's a lot of losses to overcome that. So we have to look at the side of H2K as well.
I would celebrate if I was them.
Yeah, it just reminds me of that Joker, like something like, you may have beaten, the great Giants 14 times, but nobody beats the great Giants 15 times.
One final thing then about H2K. I saw Jankos tweeting, I think, sometimes it's better to get like an 0-2 and really improve than get a tie. And first, I know a couple of weeks ago, another player said that, and I thought they were joking, but is it so that you maybe rather have a full 0-2 where you can have like these 2 games that you can actually dig into than that tie with that one win that you feel kind of iffy about? Is that easier to look at? Or
I mean, I don't know how to answer this without bragging, but I haven't lost yet.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Yeah. We don't take it as bragging. I just realized.
You haven't answered it without bragging.
You're just Does anyone else have an opinion?
Coming from somebody who is used to losing a lot, yeah, I think if you get the mental, if your team needs like that shift and you get a little bit lackadaisical, or you rest on your laurels, then definitely, a 0-2 smack in the face is needed. But remember, every 0-2 smack you get, like, your opponents get 3 points, as opposed to like the thing with a tie is like, yeah, you feel like you lose 2 points, but you also take potential 2 points away that your enemy could have gained, So in that sense, maybe just, try to improve regardless of winning or losing, just like Mithy.
I mean, one of the best examples to look at is the Unicorns, who initially experienced a lot of 0-2s, and now they're looking like a much stronger team.
Let's look at the standings and see where they all end up, because it has been shaken up here today. So G2 and Fnatic still 1-2, but then Splyce is in 3rd, have now overtook H2K, and then followed by the Giants. And then we have Roccat, Origin, Vitality, Unicorns of Love, and then Schalke in 6th. Well then, this is your top 6 in week 6 of the European LCS.
Who would have guessed?
Yeah, what is the biggest surprise out of everything?
Giants.
Giants.
For sure, I think.
Yeah, hands down.
For me, the Origin one is the most surprising, personally. I think the fact that they've dropped down to 9th
no, you could choose
is very surprising.
Do you want to change your vote?
Nah, I'm good.
Yeah, how much do we think that this top 6 is going to change? Who out of the top 6 is do you think is locked? Yeah, most likely for you guys, or most deservedly?
Wait, to leave or to stay?
To stay in the top 6.
I think Giants
G2.
almost
deserves to stay.
So G2.
I think Giants are almost certainly going to stay in at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like it's hard to tell. Like, at one point, I think all these 6 teams are so likely to stay, but if we gotta choose one that can maybe drop out, maybe due to the tick that they got, Schalke can drop out. I think the team that's most likely to make it in can be Unicorns, because they have the most, like, I feel like, variance in their play. They can upset.
Chaos.
No, not like that. But like, when they do well, they do really well.
Yeah.
You know, if like right now, if Roccat gets the lead, there's a good chance they'll lose it. Origin gets the lead, there's still a good chance that they'll lose it. Vitality, same thing. Like, out of all these teams, like in the bottom 4, Unicorns has the most variance in their play to make it back in. However, I think this will stay will still be our top 6 at the end of the split.
I think after this week, maybe Schalke has a chance of
dropping out. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. And in terms of Giants, I think that if the meta stays how it is, where it's mostly top focused and carry focused on top side and utility based AD carry on the other side, they're gonna stay for sure. I think they're a very strong team. But if the meta shifts and it's Sunstar's time to get the resources and show how good he truly is, then maybe they will slack, maybe not. We will have to
if
see.
Giants has to start making comps like Nunu Tom Kench around Sunstar, then maybe they'll struggle.
Yeah, maybe. who knows?
I think it's funny because last year, remember when Tahm Kench came out? I think it was you and Soaz who were in an interview, and you guys were like, "He's so bad," and you used all kind of bad words. Obviously, it's not the same Tahm Kench now, but you did try it yesterday.
Now,
Go
now
Mithy.
it has a mini Tiafolt. It's really cool, and you can like bring your bro with you, you know, and like it has the best emotes. It's so cool. Best champ.
Fantastic. Let's talk some more about supports, because at the beginning of the show, we asked you in 6.13, what do you think has changed the support meta the most and why? Mithy always knows a lot about it. Here's from the Vendetta League says, I think that with all the support item buffs, Janna, Karma, and Nami are top tier because they all shield and heal one champion. And we have seen that those were the ones that kept what?
No, I think we're forgetting a champion in that list, you know, Mithy, one that you finally pulled out today. And I'm just being really happy. And I'm proud of you. But I just want you to know, like, you should practice him harder, because I got this from a fan today. So I hope
whoever
that,
that fan was, I deserve that.
Yeah. So I hope that you know that, like, once you get good enough at this champion, maybe somebody will make you.
It's really cool, by the way. Whoever made it, it's really cool.
It's fantastic.
Really, really
The
cool.
level of detail too. Yeah.
Anyway, answering your question.
Yes.
Leave it there. I think it's So I think, judging from the whole heal and shield patch and everything, I thought the same, but it's kind of hard to get 2 items as a support on top of the Sightstone, and then people that want me to buy the Ruby Sightstone and get the Talisman too is I don't have that much gold, guys, you know, especially in competitive. So I don't know how they're gonna be. And looking at LCK, Alistar coming up, and Braum being more played, and I'm not sure. I think there's a slight glimmer of chance that that's gonna be the case, but I think maybe melee supports are gonna come back instead.
What about Lulu?
I want to say useless, but it maybe bites me back in the ass, you know. But
I mean, if it becomes useful, that's fine for you, right?
Yeah, I will play it if it becomes useful, but right now I think it's still useless.
Deficio
Deficio likes Lulu. Lulu divides
one
every
of 2
support
champions
players.
he could play with Zyra.
Yeah, it's just like you either are a Lulu player or you really hate the champion. So it takes like a lot of players.
I was a Lulu player back then.
How can you hate
my first
Lulu?
relegations with Wizards and Motroko in the
Wizards,
lane.
right? Oh yeah,
It was good
Motroko.
times.
Time flies when you're having fun,
Yeah.
doesn't it? Let's take a look at another tweet. Robert Hebden likes the Ruby Sightstone buff, saying 200 gold cheaper and 20% active CDR is very nice with the new Mikael's buffs. Very interesting.
Problem is it still has the original problem of Ruby Sightstone, that it makes your GP 10 items like not slot efficient. I really like the fact that you can get like Spell Thieves, and then you make it to the blue item. You get more procs a lot quicker, you know. You ramp the item up, and then you have more slots to play around. And then as you're building like your second or third item, you still have room for pink wards. That's for me like one of the biggest bonuses to like having a really slot efficient first item.
The way I see it, if let's say, I mean, obviously you need the forwarding item as soon as possible. So let's just say I have the tier 1 gold item, and then I buy the Ruby Sightstone. Then I have to get enough gold to upgrade my Talisman, and then get my Locket, and then you guys want me to buy the Mikals and the Ardent Sensor on top of that. So unless this game is gonna turn out to be a 1-hour game,
but I have the solution for that. Right now, like junglers are building Sightstones.
Oh,
we're gonna
okay,
get them.
I see where you're going.
You don't steal their kills. You let them get the kills. You reward them for their positive behavior, which is building Sightstone, and then you praise them too. You after the game, you say, you know what, buddy,
good dog.
Your vision was fantastic this game, and then suddenly you just forget to buy Sightstone sometimes, and that's where you get all the gold that you need.
I see.
I will not try that, but if you wanna take Krepo's advice, feel free.
For sure. In general, though, a couple of weeks ago we asked you about the support meta, and you said I don't know. Right now, it seems that there's a clear hierarchy in terms of picks, but how do you feel? How much liberty do you have in terms of controlling comps with the kind of support picks you can go for?
Right now, I think Braum and Bard are the safest and Karma are the safest blind picks. You basically pick them if you have to pick support early, and if you wanna then wait a few rotations with support, if you're mid laner and your top are like, yeah, okay, I can pick first, you know, and they give you that chance, then you can pull out stuff like Soraka, Janna, Tahm Kench, Morgana. All these picks have their small roles in team comps that can just counter a comp completely, and that's kind of where they shine.
Right.
All agree?
Yeah, I mean, I was actually quite curious because we saw a lot of diversity in your support pool very early on. And I was wondering as to whether or not these support item changes would bring back more Soraka, because I know in solo queue I've been experiencing a lot more of it, but it's still the problems that you were mentioning earlier, where you're not quite getting enough gold.
Well, I mean, Soraka is still good even if you don't buy these items. I think this champion is still very good in a certain situation, because if you're not mid Soraka and you're forced to, I call it dog, your AD carry on the sideline when you play the 1-4 comp and you have to like push all the way through, you can get collapsed on so easy. You have nothing to help your AD carry escape, even help yourself escape, and you just kind of can get rolled over in so many different ways with so many different champion picks. So you have to be very careful about when you play it. But if you find the right time to play it, it's OP.
All right. We always see that Sion getting banned, by the way.
Oh, sometimes, yeah, against Mickey. That's just like, there are these niche support champs that you can play. If you play a champion so often and so well that you know it kind of, 100%. I was going to use like a Belgian translation, but that's not going to work.
What?
Out of your pocket. I was like, you don't say that in English.
But say it in Dutch.
I don't remember. Go on. But yeah, if you know it like you know the pocket of your trousers, you know, then you your broekzak. Then you can play this champion because nobody knows how to deal with it, especially like Science creep harass or going for the knockup from the brush. It's really annoying, as well as random like support roam Sion ulti that just tilts team.
Oh god.
Is like, why is Sion not being called miss, you know, and then your mid laner dies and he asks you like, this champ is broken, or
You know, truth is, I have never played against Sion before as a support. I mean, I played against it like long time, but never really like experienced Sion and learned how to play against it. So we play Splice next week.
Yeah, they know what to do. Elaborate
We'll
bait.
see about that.
Elaborate bait. He has a counter ready. Well, I'd love to see it. We're going to check out who earned player of the game to close out the week. Knight, a double player of the game today. I know, Verius, you want to talk about it.
Well, his Zillion was honestly very, very impressive. He was the bomb, indeed. The number of double stuns he landed was actually ridiculous, and there was actually one fight in particular which H2K could have won because Odo flashed in with the Gnar. He had full Gnar bar. He was ready to get a multi-man ultimate off. Instant double stun coming out from Knight 2. Then allow them to disengage and reevaluate the team fight.
Yeah.
It was just really impressive performance. He used to play it a lot during Korean Challenger, and he's bringing that again today.
Trick, another point. Let's look at the overall leaderboard for player of the game, because I feel like Trick will still be #1. Actually, yesterday he was tied with someone else. Oh, this is the same one again.
Same
oh,
board.
there we go. Yeah, now he took over Jankos, so we have 7 Jankos, and Knight is third.
Jungler
Actually,
is balanced role, it seems.
Yeah, definitely. We had who was it? Maxler on the desk yesterday.
Yeah, I don't know, man. If supports miss every Q on bar, then they can't get in there. You know?
Okay. I deserve that.
How good is Trick, Mithy?
He's really, yeah. He's really fucking good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Here it comes, you know. Here is the right place to use it.
Oh no, the Mithy is unleashed. Let's talk about Fantasy LCS. Expect is our MVP for the week in terms of Fantasy LCS. He got 101.67 points, 17 kills, 38 assists in 4 games, 504 damage per minute, and 80% kill participation. How's that integration going of Expect? It seems to be going quite well.
Yeah, it's going good. We're trying to play more for him and give Sven less resources. It's a long process, slow process. It's going well. It's going well, and the fact that he now can communicate and express what he feels and what he thinks is making things a lot easier too.
Yeah, I think regardless of whether that works super well for G2 in the immediate future or not, I think it's always great that teams have a versatility in styles. And luckily for G2, like, you guys have room to fail. Like, you guys have room to lose games as you like keep practicing, because you gotta look to playoffs. If you just play the same style and maybe the meta randomly shifts with a patch, then you're screwed if you can't rely on your top laner, and especially if you then look at Worlds 2, where top laners historically have been so fantastic, and we've seen teams that play low econ style only get absolutely murdered in the top lane. I think it's great that you guys are cultivating like a different style.
Yeah, we're trying to just be able to adapt to every patch and just kind of play every style in its own way. Like, Perks and Trick are known for being a very good mid jungle. Me and Sven are known for playing good around bot lane, and now we're trying to work around snowballing top side and playing to top side. So these are things we should have worked on the spring split, but we are working on now. So maybe we're lacking a bit of time in coming Worlds, but I think we're taking the right approach to the game, which is the most important thing.
Just go for the boot camp.
Please.
No vacation.
Just a final plea from us. For us here in the European LCS. No.
Okay,
Yes,
okay,
yes.
okay, okay, okay.
God has promised.
Vacation memes, bring them, bring them.
A little bit of vacation, but we'll be back next week on Thursday, 5 p.m. Central European summertime to launch week 7 of the EULCS Summer Split already. Unicorns will take on Giants to start things off, followed by Roccat versus Vitality and G2 Splice and Fnatic H2K as well. Fantastic matches. Yeah.
Just a lot of matches that are in the same bracket. You know, Unicorns and Giants, they're very close in the standings. H2K versus Fnatic, you know, we can see if any of these teams can bounce back. You know, Splice versus G2 is going to be a cool test because I think the teamwork in Splice is so great, and some of the shared champions is where they can, challenge G2 at least. Maybe this is match of the week on Friday?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can someone,
I
production,
believe this
help
is
me out?
the match of the week on
Who's that
Friday.
cute guy to the right there?
And,
Oh, match of the week on Friday.
Oh,
That's what it is.
that would be Odawam
The
then.
guy with the glasses.
No, that was Jankos.
So G2 H2K match of the week, that'll be one that H2K definitely has to try and win because they hadn't had a big week again. If you need some North American flavored league after a survey of European style, the NALCS has plenty coming your way today. TSM will be facing off against Apex. There we have Immortals versus Team Liquid as well. So that will be very nice. It's going to be tonight. Head over to lolesports.com for the broadcast teams in your area. I think the CB LOL finals are underway as well. So that's some more league you guys can catch. Any closing statements after week 6?
Apex is going to do it. They're going to be the first team that's going to give TSM a series loss, I believe.
You believe?
I'm really looking forward to the COG Envy game because I think Envy are really impressive right now.
Mithy?
I think TSM is really good.
Yeah, I think
This
so
was your
too.
moment, but you've used your one already.
I used it. I can't go for 2.
I think Seraph will get his revenge too.
Okay.
Great. Closing statement.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I'm going to close off. I just wanted to thank Mithy. I just wanted to not interrupt you. But thank you very much, Mithy, for joining us. Always a pleasure. Fantastic insight.
Thanks.
All right, there we go. That's all from us here in the post-game lobby. Thank you all. And remember, we will be back at our regular time next week, Thursday, 5 p.m. Central European Summertime. And we hope to see you then as the EULCS Summer Split continues. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Bart.
Getting less sleep than usual. This has all the ingredients for a classic. Ladies and gentlemen, let's load up onto the Rift for our Saturday brunch time, lunchtime epic. It's going to be a good day to Fisher. I can feel it.
Definitely
I can feel
will
it in
be
my
a good
bones.
day.
Soaz needs to taunt away. Flash is available. Barrels backward. Soaz throws down Spurt's refuge. Flashes, but the boomerang blade takes him out. It's a double kill. Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the police. Barron's down to 1,500. The tunnel in. Stays survives it. Origin got it. Origin steals the Baron.
Guys, come back, please.
Rek'Sai. Build for Sivir.
Come back, please. Come back, Sivir.
Shunt.
Kassin gets run down. Hybrid plus the tower pick up 1. Police gets taken for the double.
Finish Nash, bro. Finish Nash.
W 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Your W?
I come here. Look.
Yeah, go.
I'm gonna
go in.
I ult.
Oh.
Vitality 2-0 Origin.
Nice.
I go.
We can Baron. Don't overchase. We can Baron. Easy.
Back. Okay.
And now we're gonna get a fight, Trevor, because Airwax is invading on his own.
Airwax has actually flashed. Wow, gets caught by the Tempered Fate.
Nice.
Good job.
No flash, Trundle.
No flash, Nadia. No flash, Jin.
No flash. Oh, yeah.
We're looking at Airwax. Will he join the illustrious crew? The answer is yes. And G2 ace Roccat to take the 2-0 at 3 points.
Greg has no flash. Can I dash? Now maybe?
Yeah, I'm coming for now.
Actually, it's not me.
I'm going for now.
Nice.
For Spraddle, but he cannot get any more than that. And a barrel roll comes out. Steve will take one down with him. A double kill for Fox on the back of it. Mickey and Wonderfall, but that is an ace for Splice.